out easily, and I can summon everybody. Oh, it's not like the power one, yeah, not really even, but I don't really have like a power one. Okay, wow. Anything more attention. It does not look this kind of things. It's like a regular.
Wave particle self contradiction, then refraction becomes much less mysterious. The electromagnetic wave propagations are fields of possible transmissions, not the transmission events themselves. The former are noetic rather than concrete. While the photonic transmissions occur within geometric space in a physical manner, the field propagations themselves are fundamentally pre-spatial, suprageometric. They do not require time to move through space because although they condition the possibility of transmissions which will occur within geometric space, they themselves are, in a sense, everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The photon takes the path of least time to the destination because the electromagnetic field is, in a sense, already enveloping all possible destinations, and thus including within its structure all of the possible pathways which could be taken by the resultant transmission. During the 20th century, the theoretical physicist David Bohm came to very similar conclusions for a number of very similar reasons. Bohm came to realize that numerous natural phenomena, including the behavior of light, electrostatics, magnetism, gravity, and plasma phenomena, all seem to necessitate what Bohm would call the implicate order. Quote, the essential feature of the implicate order is that the whole universe is in some way enfolded in everything, and that each thing is enfolded in the whole. In the implicate order, everything is connected, and each part of the universe contains information about the whole. In the explicate order, things are
Somebody's
unfolded and are seen as separate and distinct. In the implicate order, things are enfolded into one another and are fundamentally connected. The explicate order emerges from the implicate order through a process of unfolding, and the implicate order can be seen as the deeper reality underlying the explicate appearances. Bohm saw that the world which our physical senses encounter is in fact the activity or consequence of a much deeper reality, within which all things are always already interwoven with one another. Physical determinations are therefore not the fundamental substrate of nature, but rather the unfolding of this implicate realm through the concrescence of animate cosmogonic processes. Thus, we can see that Bohm's fundamental insight is the exact same fundamental insight which we have also seen in the works of Henri Bergson, Alfred North Whitehead, Rupert Sheldrake, Goethe, and many others, including Nikola Tesla, who came to see that electromagnetic phenomena necessitated the existence of what he referred to as counterspace, a term which he derived from none other than Rudolf Steiner. The implicate order is a noetic realm of conceptual, formative feelings rather than relations of physical determinations or sensations, of morphogenetic spaces rather than geometrical spaces, of diffuse, indeterminate potentialities rather than of the concrete determinations which comprise the physical, explicate realm. It is, in other words, the ether, which remained ever elusive to scientists of the 19th century, who were unable to conceptualize the ether as being anything other than a kind of materialistic fluid substrate. Rather than conceptualizing the ether as a kind of static fluid substance which physical phenomena swim inside of, it is more accurate to conceptualize the ether as radiating outward indefinitely from each and every entity within the cosmos, as a kind of aura through which all things envelop all other things, thereby conditioning the interactions between them. In terms of physical, geometric space, this is an accurate description, but we must also keep in mind that even this is in some sense an abstraction, as the conceptual feelings which comprise these morphogenetic fields are fundamentally pre-geometric, pre-spatial. They are that which conditions the very possibility of geometric space. So now we can apply this exact same reasoning to the double slit experiments. When a constant stream of light passes through a double slit device, we find, unsurprisingly, that the light passing through the double slit apparatus comes to interfere with itself, thereby giving rise to an interference pattern on the opposite screen. More mysteriously, however, we find the exact same interference pattern if those photonic transmissions occur one at a time. Through the framework of modern particle physics, this is a phenomenon which can be mathematically modeled, but which cannot be rendered comprehensible. It is presented to us as an unknowable mystery, which illustrates just how hopelessly inadequate our pathetic monkey brains are when faced with the whimsical absurdities of the natural world. But through the noetic ether framework, this phenomenon seems much more comprehensible. It makes no sense to say that the photons are interfering with themselves because photons are not waves or particles. They are transmissions, which are conditioned by waves of etheric potentiality. Each photonic transmission will be conditioned by the morphology of such propagations, and such propagations are distributed in such a manner that they can indeed interfere with themselves, thereby altering the density or distribution of potential transmissions. The photonic transmissions which result from these propagations therefore exhibit a density distribution which accords with an interference pattern, because the noetic propagations which condition those transmissions are continuous rather than discrete. We see an interference pattern even if one transmission occurs at a time, because every single transmission is the consequence of a distributed, propagating field of potentiality. So now let us look once more to the Michelson-Morley experiment, the monumental observation of an electromagnetic mystery which effectively led to the end of empirical science and its replacement by mathematical fantasy games. The Michelson-Morley experiment was intended to detect the hypothetical ether substrate by detecting the drag effect which it would have upon beams of light. If there was indeed relative motion between the Earth and this presumed ether substrate, then this would imply differences in the speed of light in relation to this relative motion. The null results of this experiment would then lead to the development of special relativity, thus setting the precedent that scientific theories no longer needed to be logically self-consistent, let alone explanatory. But through our understanding of the ether as an implicate or noetic order of potentialities rather than as a static medium, the null results of the Michelson-Morley experiment seem completely unsurprising. The ether which conditioned the photonic transmissions, or beams of light, was not a medium through which the experimental setup was moving. Rather, this ether can be better understood as radiating outward from the light emitters themselves, along with all of the other atoms involved within the experiment. In other words, there was no ether drag effect because the ether was essentially moving with the experimental setup, because the ether was in fact being produced by the atoms which constituted the experimental setup. We can understand this phenomenon without any need for fantastical contractions of empty space, nor any need for the abolition of simultaneity through the collapsing of time into a fourth spatial dimension. Undoubtedly, there are innumerable phenomena within the natural world which we could attempt to untangle by subjecting them to the theory which I am attempting to develop here. And there are plenty of particular nuances and considerations which we will need to pass over for now. But there is one burning mystery in particular which remains to be unraveled, and through this unraveling, we will begin to see much more clearly the fundamental interdependence of the ether and physical matter. This mystery, of course, is that of gravity. In many ways, science as we know it began with Newtonian mechanics. Newton's work was absolutely monumental in that his mathematical models seem to definitively confirm the speculations of Galileo and Kepler that the celestial realm operated through the same fundamental dynamics which we see at play within the terrestrial world. The pull of physical bodies downward to the Earth's surface was shown to operate in accordance with the exact same principles which governed the processions of astrophysical bodies through the sky. But what tends to be overlooked in this narrative is that, even by Newton's own admission, this framework did not provide a scientific explanation for the phenomenon of gravity. Newton provided us with a mathematical framework through which the principles of gravitational phenomena could be depicted and calculated, but Newton explicitly stated that he feigned no hypothesis regarding what gravity actually is or how it comes about. Newton believed that gravity was ultimately a divine force, which therefore could not be explained in naturalistic terms. As we shall see, Newton was exactly half correct in this suggestion. The key insight of Newtonian mechanics was the realization that constant velocities could be regarded as effective states of rest. When we think about the notion of rest in common language, we tend to think in terms of stationary objects. Things naturally gravitate towards the cessation of motion, and therefore it would seem that energy is required to achieve motion. Although we tend to think of Isaac Newton as a mathematical genius, his true stroke of genius was metaphysical, not mathematical. The realization that, in accordance with Galileo's principle of invariance, constant straight line trajectories were in fact states of rest. Through this alteration of the notion of rest to include constant velocities, Newton was able to elaborate Galileo's perspectival relativity in such a manner that his principles of motion could now be applied to planetary bodies. Celestial objects could be understood as striving, as it were, to maintain constant straight line trajectories through space, which were then curved into elliptical orbits by the trajectory deforming power of gravity. Some 2 centuries later, Albert Einstein would attempt to account for gravity through the generalization of the relativistic space-time deformations implicated by his special theory of relativity. From Galileo to Newton and finally to Einstein, we see the successive development of a common theme: the increasing relativization of perspectival reference frames such that greater universality could be achieved through the further generalization of the principle of invariance. If you're familiar with my earlier videos regarding the historical development of distinct structures or mutations of human awareness, then you will recognize that these developments within physics are in fact the gradual elaboration of the perspectival consciousness, which initially came to emerge during the Italian Renaissance. Moreover, we can also understand this development as a transition from an efficient perspectival consciousness to a deficient perspectival consciousness, one which closely mirrors the epistemological thread which passes through Rene Descartes, David Hume, and finally Immanuel Kant. Thoroughly analyzing the developments of consciousness which eventually culminated in the birth of Einsteinian cosmology will have to be a project for another video, but for now we can suffice it to say that Einstein's core project was, rather ironically, to save physics from dissolutive relativization through sequestering invariance within the nature of light itself. In doing so, Einstein believed that he would be able to complete the Galilean and Newtonian projects of thoroughly universalizing the principles of physics while also preventing such absolute relativization from completely breaking down objectivity itself. As we saw in our previous video in this series, however, the reality is that Einsteinian cosmology does not actually manage to achieve this, and what we are left with is a worldview in which all reference frames ultimately come to appear as completely distinct realities in themselves, which cannot be reconciled with one another in a logically coherent manner. With regards to gravity, Einstein essentially followed the exact same implicit logic which underpinned Newton's model of gravity. Following Newton, Einstein took for granted that straight line trajectories with constant velocities were in fact states of rest. Whereas Newton had called upon a mysterious divine force to bend these straight line trajectories into elliptical orbits, Einstein instead deployed his notion of space-time deformation to achieve essentially the same end. Objects would move in straight lines at constant velocities, but due to the deformation of space-time, these would be straight line paths through a curved space-time background. Thereby, Einstein achieved the exact same metaphysical goal achieved by Newton in a different way, the goal of treating curved trajectories as resting trajectories in order to account for the phenomenon of gravity. In our previous video, we looked in much more detail at the ways in which Einstein's apparent achievement was a deeply Pyrrhic victory at best, as the metaphysical and epistemological consequences of Einsteinian relativity unavoidably undercut the very possibility of physics as a project of achieving genuine knowledge of an objectively real world. Here, however, I want us to begin to look at what a much more integral understanding of gravity, and by extension, time dilation, might look like. Within our noetic ether model, each and every atom comprising our cosmos can be understood to emit a constant radiant aura of mass waves which extend out indefinitely from the protonic cores of the atoms. These auras effectively amount to spherical halos of ether density, which gradually diminish in intensity in accordance with the inverse square law, just as would be the case if the mass waves were comprised of physical gases which decreased in density as they expanded. Recall again that within this framework, we are suggesting that the mass of these atoms actually is, in fact, the effective inertial mass which results from the mass wave propagations which issue forth from the nucleus. The mass fields actually define the resting trajectories of the atoms by essentially defining the path of motion which the atom can continue without encountering resistance from its own mass field. Given that these mass fields extend indefinitely from the atomic nuclei, we can see that the auras of every single atom in the universe will entirely envelop those of every other atom in the universe. Due to this mutual enveloping and the wave-like nature of these auras, we can then infer that dynamics of constructive and destructive interference will emerge between the auras of different atoms. Due to such interactions, the atomic mass fields will themselves come to be altered such that they are no longer entirely uniform, but rather will exhibit a gradient of ether density due to patterns of interference. Consider an atom moving near a massive object such as a planet. The atom's mass field will become less dense in the direction of the planet as the atom's mass propagations will interfere destructively with those of the planet. The atom's mass propagations, which are moving away from the planet, will increase in density as the atom's mass waves and those of the planet will be moving in the same direction and will therefore interfere constructively with one another. As the planet's mass waves encounter the mass waves of smaller bodies, they will initially encounter destructive interference. As the mass waves pass through the smaller bodies completely, they will encounter constructive interference, which will counterbalance the destructive interference initially encountered on the way to the object. These effects will average out in such a manner that the planet's mass waves will continue to accord with the inverse square principle even after passing through other massive objects. Through such interactions, the resting trajectory defined by the atom's mass field will become deformed. The inertial path of the atom will become a curved path rather than a straight line. Rather than utilizing the notion of an unknowable Newtonian force or the notion of space time curvature in order to treat curved paths as though they were resting trajectories, this framework allows us to see that curved paths simply are resting trajectories. The resting trajectory of a given entity is not determined in a purely perspectival, solipsistic manner at all, but rather comes to be defined through a kind of mutual negotiation which occurs between all of the entities which comprise our universe. What we experience as a gravitational force is in fact simply the tendency of entities to bring themselves into accordance with the resting trajectories which are defined through these mutual interactions of mass fields. In the mutual negotiation between the mass waves of the Earth and the mass waves of your body's resting trajectory comes to be defined as down. You must exert energy in order to resist this trajectory, and so if your legs stop working, you fall to the ground. Thus, we can see that alteration of resting trajectory and resistance to resting trajectory are fundamentally the same phenomenon. Both are forms of acceleration, and therefore Einstein was completely correct in seeing that there was an underlying connection between gravitation and acceleration. The apparent force which you feel holding you down to your chair and the force you would feel when making a rapid turn in an airplane are in fact the same force, the resistance of one's own rest frame. This model, if correct, would also imply that gravitational and electromagnetic phenomena are both emergent activities of the same underlying dynamics of the noetic ether, perhaps implying that gravitational phenomena and electromagnetic phenomena may be able to interplay with one another in ways that are as yet unaccounted for. Beginning in the 1940s, the Swedish physicist Hans Alfvén, winner of the 1970 Physics Nobel Prize, argued that electromagnetic structures and plasma phenomena seem to play a crucial role in the development of stellar, galactic, and intergalactic formations. Alfvén saw that the force of gravity alone was unable to adequately account for the astrophysical phenomena which we actually observe, and saw that the morphological features of the astrophysical realm seemed to imply a crucial role played by electromagnetism, which was as important, if not even more important, than the role attributed to gravity. Despite intense skepticism from astrophysics itself, many of Alfvén's ideas have been empirically confirmed over the course of the ensuing decades. Galaxies do indeed exhibit vast electromagnetic fields characterized by immense interwoven filament structures. Nonetheless, Alfvén's conjectures about the significance of electromagnetism and plasma in astrophysical formations remains largely ignored in favor of theories involving the unobservable and, I would argue, patently non-existent dark matter. But if our noetic ether model of gravity is correct, then this would imply that electromagnetic structures within astrophysical systems might actually be able to directly alter the morphology of mass fields by altering their density distributions on sufficiently large scales. It may be, therefore, that the electromagnetic auras of solar systems and galaxies are directly influencing the way in which the phenomenon of gravity actually manifests within such astrophysical processes. Electric universe theory and plasma cosmology might have the last laugh after all, if the thinkers working within those frameworks come to realize that the major problem holding them back has, ironically, been a failure to adequately understand the true nature of electromagnetism and consequently its fundamental interrelatedness with gravity. Before bringing this exposition to a close, there are a number of loose ends I would like to attempt to tie up here, and also begin looking at what the path forward might look like if we are to continue to elaborate and refine this conceptual framework. One issue which we have yet to adequately address thus far is the role of the neutron within the atomic nucleus. As we have conceptualized it thus far, the protonic core of the atom is comprised by nested, concentric layers of oscillating protonic waves. The neutron, however, we have envisioned as an essentially toroidal configuration. What this might imply then is that the neutronic element of the atom comes to form a kind of toroidal mantle which envelops the protonic core. Given what we know about atomic decay, we can then infer that this neutronic mantle provides some sort of stabilizing force to the protonic core, either through the exertion of a kind of contractive magnetic pressure, some sort of harmonic dynamics, or both, though the exact nature of these dynamics would need to be revealed through much more precise and mathematical treatment of our model. On that note, I'd like to call attention to another YouTuber who is criminally underappreciated in my opinion, Ray Fleming. Fleming certainly has his own opinions, which may differ dramatically from my own in many ways, but nonetheless, there is certainly much that we seem to agree upon. Specifically, Fleming has come to very similar conclusions about the morphology of the proton. In this video, Fleming addresses anomalous variations in the measured radius of the proton and attempts to explain these variations by conceptualizing the proton as a spherical structure of rotating dipoles. This model is effectively the exact same as the standing wave model, which I've attempted to articulate here, assuming we interpret the positive and negative charge of these dipoles as representing etheric density and vacuity, respectively. Fleming then goes on to calculate the maximum radius of such a configuration by considering the limitations of the speed of light and regarding the g factor of the proton as equivalent to that of the electron. In doing so, he derives a maximum radius value which accords with the higher radius values which have been measured empirically, and concludes that the range of distinct measurements is due to the oscillation dynamics of the proton. This could then potentially provide us with a window into how we can begin to mathematically depict the dynamics which are implicated by the noetic ether model, and use such mathematical depictions to achieve further reaching inferences. We could begin to calculate the frequency and density of the mass field propagation we have conjectured to issue forth from the protonic core, and begin to correlate those calculated frequencies with the harmonic properties of the atom's electronic shells. Thoroughly elaborating this model would also require us to take a second look at Maxwell's mathematical synthesis of electromagnetic theory. If our ether framework is in fact accurate, this implies that the Maxwell equations describe emergent phenomena which arise from much more fundamental dynamics of etheric density, vacuity, circulation, and interference. By attempting to mathematically model these more fundamental dynamics, we could ideally then show in a formal way that the Maxwellian electrodynamic phenomena can be derived from more fundamental principles. Although this framework begins by attempting to redescribe and recontextualize phenomena which are already demonstrable, the framework also carries with it a number of far-reaching implications for cosmology and metaphysics, and stands to contradict many of the ubiquitously repeated dogmas of institutionalized scientism. One very common notion we find within modern astrophysics is that of the heat death of the universe. It is alleged that due to the second law of thermodynamics, the overall structure of our universe will inevitably break down as the overall gradation of the universe comes to gradually dissolve into a state of absolute thermodynamic equilibrium. The second law of thermodynamics, if taken to be an ultimate metaphysical principle, indicates that the order we see in nature cannot be created, but only redistributed, and that this redistribution always results in a net decrease of the overall order of the cosmos as a total system. This heat death is then complemented by the notion of the Big Bang. Since order or centropy cannot actually be generated by cosmogonic processes within this materialistic framework, all of the centropy of the universe must have somehow been contained within the seed which gave birth to it. The universe is thus said to begin as a state of near absolute gradation, and that the entire history of the universe, everything that we have ever known and everything that has ever been, is in fact the gradual winding down of being into nothingness. Terence McKenna once stated that any cosmological theory requires one free miracle, one basic presumption that can allow the universe to actually set itself in motion. The problem with modern astrophysics, however, is that its one free miracle is everything that it is supposed to actually explain. All of the order which we see in the universe has to be contained within the hypothetical singularity at the beginning of time, because modern physics, due to its inherent materialism, can only account for processes of decay and thus cannot account for legitimate morphogenesis. But even in the 19th century, James Clerk Maxwell had already seen a fatal flaw within this reification of entropy dynamics into an absolute metaphysical principle. In order to illustrate this, Maxwell developed a thought experiment which we now know as Maxwell's demon. Imagine a perfectly sealed chamber filled with a gas which is distributed in a thermally homogeneous manner. The heat of the gas is distributed in a perfectly even manner throughout the chamber. But then imagine that there is a membrane separating the chamber into two subdivisions. Gas particles can pass through the subdivision, but the membrane is able to condition which particles can or cannot pass through it based on their speed. By selectively determining which particles are and are not permitted to pass through the membrane will eventually separate the gas in such a way that the fast-moving particles will be found on one side of the chamber, while slow-moving particles will be found only on the other side. Entropy, it would seem, will have been transmuted into centropy. The common refutation of Maxwell's demon is that somehow the membrane would need to keep a memory store of what particles it has allowed through, and therefore the storage of information itself would result in an increase in entropy, which would counterbalance the apparent increase in centropy which we see in the separation of gases within the chamber. In reality, the argument surrounding Maxwell's demon and the alleged role of memory erasure are much more complicated than what is typically repeated to us, and I won't be getting into those considerations in detail here. But nonetheless, even if we take these arguments at face value, they only appear to be refutations of Maxwell's demon if we are presuming that the only form of memory in nature is computational mechanical memory. As we have seen in much more detail in other videos, this assumption would appear to be demonstrably false. If we are to take the works of Whitehead, Bergson, Bohm, and Sheldrake seriously, then we must conclude that memory is in fact a fundamental quality of nature itself. As such, we must then conclude that the second law of thermodynamics is no more than what it was initially intended to be, a principle pertaining specifically to the manner by which heat within mechanical systems comes to gravitate towards equilibrium over time, not an iron law of cosmology and metaphysics. We might then conclude that all truly organic systems, including atoms, stars, galaxies, plasmas, and even metallic magnets, are in some sense or another Maxwellian demons, or rather eidolons, which generate centropic order from entropic homogeneity through morphogenesis. Modern astrophysics, with its Big Bang and heat death, would thus appear to be, if anything, completely upside down. Cosmogenesis is a process of creation and integration, not disintegration and decay. On that note, we can now return to a question which I left conspicuously hanging earlier on in this video. If neutrons and consequently hydrogen atoms are in fact formed via the creation of circular loops of electromagnetic waves, then how might such a process actually come about? As previously mentioned, we do empirically observe the phenomenon of gravitational lensing, which within this context we can interpret as resulting from gradients of etheric density due to mass fields. Under conditions of particularly extreme ether density, therefore, it is possible that electromagnetic waves could be curved into themselves so as to form toroidal circuits. One circumstance within which this might actually take place would be within the mass field of a particularly massive celestial object. Electromagnetic waves would come to be wrapped around the surface of this body. As these loops come to accumulate, then they would eventually come to be pushed towards the poles of the body by forces of density and pressure. As the electromagnetic circuits approach the poles, their circumference will grow ever smaller until eventually being ejected from the poles as a stream of neutrons, which will then collapse into hydrogen atoms. Within the nuclei of galaxies, this seems to be exactly what we see with a phenomenon known as quasars or galactic jets. This would imply then that galaxies themselves are in fact engines of new matter. New matter can create new stars, which can then eventually become new galactic nuclei, and thus engines of ever more matter. So here we can see how matter might be generated within the present epoch of our cosmos. But this still leaves us with the question of how matter may have initially come to form prior to the emergence of the first galactic nuclei. Here we must be much more speculative, but nonetheless, I believe that we can begin to piece together a plausible, albeit provisional narrative. So to begin, we must first ask the question of what the overall topography of our universe might actually be. One might surmise that the physical universe might in fact be a truly infinite expanse, that there are an indefinite number of stars and galaxies filling a truly endless spatial void. This, however, would be to misuse the concept of infinity. As Whitehead illustrates in his treatment of Zeno's paradoxes, the infinite, infinitesimal, and indefinite are properties which can be attributed to potentialities, but not concrete actualities. It may be the case that an apple can be divided an infinite number of times in potentiality, but one cannot have an infinite number of apple slices or an infinite number of apples because, strictly speaking, infinity is not a number. So, if we are to disqualify the possibility of a legitimately infinite universe, then that leaves us with precious few options. One possibility, at least within the framework of Einsteinian cosmology, is that the physical universe could be folded into a kind of four-dimensional toroid through the curvature of space-time. Even if we are conceding the highly dubious assumption that space-time curvature is a physically real phenomenon, empirical observations have failed to corroborate this possibility. As far as our instruments have been able to measure, the overall curvature of space appears to be zero. Therefore, it would seem that there is only one real option for what the overall topography of our universe might be. It must be looped upon itself, not through the curvature of space-time, but rather due to the fact that all directions in space ultimately connect with themselves. To quote the great philosopher Isaac Brock, the universe is shaped exactly like the Earth. If you go straight along enough, you'll end up where you were. We could say that although the universe is in fact finite, it is nonetheless indefinitely mirrored in a sense. If we presume that this is indeed the case, and then imagine a primordial state of the universe in which the only dynamics are the fluctuations of ether density within an otherwise empty void, then we can begin to imagine how this primordial situation might begin to dynamically develop due to its own basic characteristics. Any fluctuations of ether density which radiate outward will ultimately come to loop back upon themselves. Due to the closed nature of the universe, in other words, all expansive propagations will inevitably be turned inside out, as it were, to become contractive propagations. Therefore, even if we begin with density fluctuations which were almost negligibly minute, these ripples would come to build upon one another, gradually coming to build an unimaginably titanic vortex of density waves characterized by immense circulatory patterns and complex geometries of constructive and destructive interference. Within the core of this titanic primordial vortex, electromagnetic propagations would come to be wrapped upon themselves by extreme densities which would come to form. The first atoms would be born, thus beginning the embryonic gestation of the first galactic nucleus. One last nuance I'd like to account for here is the astrophysical phenomenon known as redshift. The term redshift refers to the fact that when we look to ever more distant stars and galaxies, we tend to see that the electromagnetic radiation being emitted by such bodies is ever more shifted towards lower wavelengths. Within Einsteinian cosmology, this is typically taken to indicate the expansion of our universe, that more distant astrophysical bodies are moving away from us ever more rapidly due to the expansion of space-time itself, therefore effectively stretching out the radiations of distant stars and galaxies. Within our noetic ether cosmology, however, we can understand this phenomenon in a very different manner. As we have already seen, our ether model of the atom implies that the mass fields of every atom radiate outward indefinitely from the atomic nucleus. If this is the case, then this implies that the apparently empty intergalactic space between ourselves and distant objects is not in fact empty at all, but rather permeated by the overlapping mass fields of every atom in the cosmos. Although these mass fields rapidly diminish in accordance with the inverse square law, they only asymptotically approach zero, meaning that every atom in the universe has a non-zero ether density influence upon every single point in space. Over the incomprehensibly vast expanse of space between galaxies and galactic structures, these negligible perturbations of density would become much more consequential, gradually sapping the energy of the electromagnetic propagations which travel across such vast distances. This interpretation would also better accord with the redshift which we actually observe in galactic quasars. Numerous observations indicate that the quasars within the centers of galaxies tend to exhibit substantially higher redshift than the redshift of the galaxies that they are found within. Within the Einsteinian framework, these observations would seem impossible, given that a galactic nucleus should not be accelerating away from us faster than the galaxy that it is a part of. As such, astrophysicists have attempted to explain away these observations by claiming that they are due to line of sight coincidences or lensing effects. But if we interpret redshift within the context of the noetic ether, these observations are unsurprising. We would expect far higher etheric density near the galactic nuclei than the galactic bodies as a whole, and this increased density would result in a much more pronounced electromagnetic redshift. As such, we can conclude that we actually have no reason whatsoever to infer that our universe is expanding at all. Our cosmos is growing into being, not exploding into nothingness. So there are also a couple of somewhat tangential but potentially quite significant nuances which I should mention before wrapping this up. One is the nature of atomic photon absorption. Within this phenomenon, atoms are said to absorb photonic particles, though within the context of our etheric framework, we can take this to imply a transmission of a polar unit of etheric density and vacuity between two atoms. The atom which receives this transmission will be altered such that its valence electronic shell will expand into a higher harmonic energy state. Soon after, this valence electron will drop back down to its original, more stable energy state, and the atom will emit a photonic propagation, which will result in a subsequent transmission. Given the understanding of the atom which we have developed above, this phenomenon must imply that the photonic transmission results in the protonic core of the atom becoming lower in frequency, such that the electronic shell resulting from its mass field propagations will expand to a higher energy level with a lower frequency but greater harmonic unrest. Therefore, we can infer that the photonic transmission actually reduces the intensity of the protonic core by expanding the protonic standing wave to a state of larger radius. The protonic standing wave comes to be stretched out, as it were, to a less stable harmonic state, thereby temporarily resulting in lower frequency mass field waves. When the proton then reverts to its more stable baseline harmonic state, the energy potential of the less stable harmonic state is then converted into another wave of photonic propagations. Thus far, I've mostly implied that the standing wave patterns of both the protonic core and electronic shells are simply spheres, but there are reasons to believe that this may be an oversimplification. In order to account for the spin characteristics attributed to the electronic shells, it might be necessary to conclude that these spherical standing waves are in fact spherical vortices with more complex morphology than what I've thus far suggested. I don't think this complication would change very much about what I've said in this video, but this is something that might be highly significant in attempts to further elaborate this theory. This notion also has precedent in earlier theories. J.J. Thomson, for example, developed a model of the atom as an ether vortex, and so we could potentially look to these earlier attempts in order to gain insight into such complications. So, one final phenomenon which I would like us to address here is that of time dilation. Time dilation is certainly an empirically real phenomenon, but one which unfortunately has always been obscured by the fog of Einsteinian relativity theories. As we saw in the previous video in this series, although time dilation is often regarded as a definitive empirical validation of special relativity theory, the ironic reality is that special relativity is a framework which does not and cannot explain any physically real time dilation effects because it cannot explain any physically real phenomena at all. We cannot explain real time dilation by collapsing time into a fourth spatial dimension such that time itself is rendered into nothing more than a perspectival illusion. We can, however, explain time dilation as a physically real elongation of actual durations. If we understand time dilation effects as resulting from real processes that are actually taking longer to occur, then we can begin to develop a genuine understanding of this phenomenon. One major area of disagreement that emerged in the public debates between Henri Bergson and Albert Einstein in 1922 was with regards to the nature of time. While Einstein had come to see time as no more than a stubbornly persistent illusion, Bergson instead insisted that our understanding of time must remain grounded in the empirical reality of time as a genuine phenomenon within nature. Bergson understood time as being characterized fundamentally by what he called duration, a term which we can simply understand as the amount of time required for processes to actually unfold. Bergson saw that memory was absolutely fundamental for adequately understanding the empirical reality of how duration is experienced. As we have seen in far more detail in previous videos, particularly those pertaining to Rupert Sheldrake's theory of morphic resonance, this Bergsonian understanding of memory is very different than the notion of memory as computational information storage. Bergson saw memory as a fundamental dynamic of nature itself and saw that the memory of organic processes was not mere retrieval of stored information, but rather the actual recreation or recollection of past events. Bergson thus developed a notion of a memory cone, a visual illustration of how organisms are able to reach into the past in order to bring the past into dynamic dialogue with presently unfolding processes. Just as Bergson saw a memory cone extending into the past, we should also extend a possibility cone upwards from the present moment, indicating the capacity of the organism to bring future possibilities into consideration within the present moment. Processes which are more animate and thus more conscious are those which have a larger range of possible recollections and considerations of possible futures. The cones thus extend further into the past and future. Processes which are more mechanical, conversely, are those which are more directly determined by the immediate past. The cones are therefore much more truncated, as the consciousness present within such a process is far less intense or lucid. We can see this distinction quite clearly within our own experiences. Actions which we take in a far more habitual, automatic manner are those in which we are simply responding to immediate circumstances in a more mechanistic manner, and the passage of time feels much more rapid. When we are more present for our actions, we bring into play a much broader range of past experiences and future possibilities, and the flow of time is experienced as much more dilated. We can empirically demonstrate that clocks tick more slowly for objects which are moving at higher velocities relative to the Earth. If we take this as an empirically real phenomenon rather than a relativistic illusion, we must take this to imply that real processes are actually taking longer to occur at higher velocities. Yet, if we are to presume that there is no absolute velocity, then this necessarily implies that this time dilation must somehow be occurring due to a contrast between the motion of the high velocity object and the mass field of the Earth. It must somehow be that time dilation is due to the object's resistance of the contractive power that is the Earth's mass field. Understood within the context of Bergson's theory of duration, we can take this to mean that resistance of the Earth's mass field is actually allowing the memory cones and possibility cones to expand for the animate processes which comprise the object. There is a dilation of time because there is, in fact, a dilation of consciousness, which occurs for all of the processes involved, including those of the atoms which make up devices such as clocks. Thus, it would seem that relative velocity itself is not resulting in a distortion of time measurement, but rather that the influence of ether density actually contracts consciousness in the exact same way that it physically contracts material objects. At higher velocities, processes come to untether themselves from this contractive power, thus resulting in a dilation of the processes themselves, which results then in longer durations. The dilation of these illustrative cones of consciousness indicates that consciousness will come to quite literally expand. Moments of consciousness will be less bound to the determining influences of their immediate physical environments and will instead become far more receptive to the noetic realm of potentialities as well as personal and collective memories. When we look to the experiences reported by astronauts who have actually undergone such an untethering from the Earth's mass field, their accounts directly support this interpretation. Numerous astronauts have reported immensely profound spiritual experiences which have occurred under such circumstances. Edgar Mitchell, the sixth human being to walk on the moon, reported an experience which he described as samadhi, a state of meditative oneness described within Indic mysticism. Following this experience, Mitchell would go on to found IONS, the Institute of Noetic Sciences, in order to further explore the nature of consciousness. On the Apollo 15 missions, astronaut James Irwin likewise underwent an intensely religious experience. Following this experience, Irwin would go on to become a Christian minister in order to heed the spiritual compulsion which he had encountered. Numerous other astronauts have reported similarly spiritual or religious experiences while in space, and their descriptions of these experiences almost always repeat very common motifs: feelings of release, expansion, oneness, profundity, and higher purposiveness. Such experiences are often explained as simply the results of how seeing the earth from a different perspective can cause individuals to be shocked into a moment of epiphany. But now we can see that there may be much more at play here. It may indeed be the case that becoming more untethered from the earth's influence directly results in a heightened capacity for spiritual receptivity through a literal dilation of consciousness, which is fundamentally identical to the dilation of time. Ever since the rise of mechanistic materialism as the predominant ideology of scientific thought during the 19th century, consciousness itself has come to be regarded as a mere curiosity or incomprehensible anomaly within orthodox scientific discourse. Even today, as ever more intellectuals are coming to acknowledge the inevitable conclusion that consciousness must, in fact, be somehow fundamental to reality itself, such intellectuals nevertheless seem to believe that this acknowledgement of consciousness is no more than a shift towards a different manner of thinking philosophically about the world, a frame shift, as it were, which ultimately has no real bearing on our understanding of how the physical world operates. We can have our cake and eat it too, so they seem to suggest, as our understanding of consciousness need not force us to invoke the ire of academic science by requiring us to challenge accepted dogmas. As we have already begun to see, however, this attitude betrays an abject failure to understand just how far reaching the implications of consciousness actually are. Taking the epistemology of science seriously is necessarily to take consciousness seriously. To take consciousness and epistemology seriously is necessarily to take seriously the fact that the modern scientific worldview has become hopelessly unscientific. If we are to take seriously the very idea of science itself, therefore, then we will be required to reevaluate essentially everything about the natural world which has been presented to us as factual by the academic clergy, whether that be our understanding of time dilation, the nature of light and color, the significance of concepts such as entropy and energy, or perhaps most significantly, the true nature of the relationships between matter, consciousness, and biological animacy. As we move forward with this series, we will be continuing to follow the trail laid before us by these implications. We will direct ourselves even further into the history of science, towards the origins of the rupture which developed between materialistic and phenomenological naturalism. In doing so, we will begin to look at the division which emerged between the optical theories of Johann von Goethe and Isaac Newton. There, we will look to the phenomena of light, darkness, and color, and the relations between such phenomena and the natures of energy, frequency, and vibration, the fundamental musicality through which we can begin to see the primordial unity of electromagnetism, matter, and animacy. Thanks for watching. Our last video essay here was a very lengthy exposition of a framework which I have come to term the noetic ether theory, a conceptual system through which I am attempting to expand my overall metaphysical and epistemological project so as to begin to account for the world of electromagnetism, gravity, and physicality itself. This video will be a much more concise and straightforward articulation of the basic concepts which comprise the noetic ether framework, one which will also begin to elaborate certain aspects of the theory so as to lay the groundwork for future explorations. What we will be attempting to explore here is the ontological character of nature in general, the world which our consciousness actually encounters. This project is fundamentally an empirical project, one which must begin and end with the world which is actually disclosed by human experience. The most fundamental feature of our experience of the world is animacy. We find ourselves to be alive within a living world, and therefore we must begin by taking account of what this aliveness truly amounts to. Perhaps the most primary aspect of our experience is that it is characterized by our bodily composition. Our consciousness finds itself to be conditioned by our eyes, hands, and mouths, the points of contact between our own selves, and a world which is not quite self, but also not quite other. We find our consciousness to be intimately interwoven with the world around us and with our own bodies, and yet there is indeed a kind of otherness to this corporeal realm. Examine your own hands, and you will find the inheritance of the past, tiny scars which have been carried forward into this moment from previous events, patterns of lines across your palms which speak to the inheritance of living forms which were crafted by this world independently of the agency which you might feel within the present moment. Your own body and the bodily composition of the world around you are both complexes of decisions which have already been made, determinations which have already come to solidify and to be passed on through time so as to become participants within your present moment of experience. We can thus conclude that the otherness of the corporeal world is that its composition exists independently of your own agency, and that one's own body is a kind of liminal space between selfhood and otherness. Your body is animated by your own consciousness within the present moment, but this animation is not unconstrained. It is necessarily a negotiation between the possibilities which are felt within the present moment and the determinations which we inherit from the previous decisions of ourselves and others. In contrast to this corporeal aspect of our existence, we find experiences of possibilities and the sense of agency we feel as we navigate such fields of potentiality. Each moment is a decision in some sense or another. We choose which words to speak or what steps to make. We choose what facets of our experience are to be emphasized by our consciousness and which are to be ignored. We feel the lure of certain possibilities and act so as to bring about their realization, striving to bring the form of the possible into an informing of the corporeal. Decisions are thereby enacted, and new droplets of actuality are incorporated into the body of nature. Within classical Greek philosophy, the term nous referred to the aspect of human consciousness which directly encountered forms as such. The nous is the organ of the human being which continually molds itself into the shape of the potentialities which we navigate within our living experiences. It is our capacity to make contact with forms as such, and thus the locus of our sense of inner will and connection to the transcendent. We can thus begin to understand animacy in general as a fundamentally dipolar process, one which consists of both corporeal and noetic aspects, both inheritances of the past as well as the navigation of indeterminate possibilities. Given that this is the basic structure of our empirical experience of being within the world, then we will presume that this basic structure is in fact the basic structure of the processes which constitute the world itself, unless we encounter some concrete empirical reason to presume otherwise. So now we can begin to look at the wave-particle duality of modern physics, and the way in which this apparent ontological contradiction is accounted for by the noetic ether. Rather than understanding the basic constituents of physical reality as being particles which exhibit wave-like properties, we will instead understand the basic constituents of reality to be self-generative, organic processes which are characterized by both noetic and corporeal poles. The noetic pole of an organism is a field or distribution of possible interactions, possible transmissions which might occur between such noetic fields. These noetic fields are comprised of noemata, experiences of potentialities or forms which might come to characterize the interaction events between noetic fields. Unlike physically determinate interactions, noemata themselves are not characterized by mutual exclusivity. A potentially indefinite range of potentialities can be encompassed by the noetic pole of a given organic process. Noetic fields, in other words, are fundamentally indeterminate, as they are that which conditions the possibility of determinate physicalities. The corporeal pole of an organic process, then, consists in experiences of previous interaction events. An organism's corporeal pole incorporates the concrete physical determinations which have already come to be established by the self-organization of processes which have already occurred. These corporeal experiences of past determinations are inheritances. The past determinations are incorporated into the structure of the subsequent moment of self-generation, such that the past determinations come to inform and constrain the morphology of subsequent processes. Noetic fields are fundamentally non-local, as they are ontologically prior to geometric space. The noemata themselves are, in a sense, both everywhere and nowhere, though the physical interactions or transmissions which they come to generate are localized within geometric space. Geometric space is the manner by which past determinations are hierarchically organized. A past determination which is closer to an ongoing process in geometric space or sequential time is a past determination which is of higher priority than one which is more distant. Higher priority here means a greater influencing of subsequent events through their incorporation into subsequent events. Noetic fields are fundamentally harmonic in nature. They are dynamic, oscillating systems of density and vacuity, which we could understand as relations of positive and negative energy. Density here refers to a kind of excess, which is fundamentally expansive in nature. Waves of density attempt to expand outward and therefore also exhibit repulsive behaviors. Vacuity, on the other hand, represents a kind of absence, a negativity which positive density attempts to fill. Vacuity thus represents attractive and contractive forces, which reciprocate the expansive and repulsive tendencies of density. Through the dynamic interplay of this fundamental polarity, noemata come to exhibit oscillatory, resonant, harmonic behaviors which lay the groundwork for the emergence of the atomic, astrophysical, molecular, and biotic worlds, wherein we encounter more complex permutations of these same fundamental processes. Repulsion and attraction become circulatory flux. Expansion and contraction become repetitive pulsation. The basic elements of animacy come to emerge from the fundamental musicality of being. Although noetic fields themselves are pre-spatial, They are structures of possible interactions, and interactions themselves come to be localized in geometric space and sequential time. As such, the noemata which comprise noetic fields can interact with one another on the basis of geometric locality through processes such as interference, though not all such interactions are conditioned by such geometry. For reasons which will become clearer later on, atomic organisms continually produce both outflows of density waves as well as inflows of vacuity waves. And it is through such inflows and outflows that the basic dynamics of matter come to emerge. We can see these dynamics expressed in a relatively straightforward manner within the behaviors of macroscopic magnets. The noetic fields of the atoms which comprise a magnetized metal object come to merge together so as to form an organic whole, one which will be characterized by a macroscopic circulatory system of noemata. Currents of density will flow out from the magnet's north pole and then come to reconverge into the magnet's south pole. When two north poles or two south poles of a magnet are brought together, the currents of noetic density flow concurrently with one another, thus interacting constructively and amplifying one another. Due to the expansive nature of noetic density, this results in a repulsion between the two poles. Conversely, if opposite poles are brought together, the currents of noetic density will flow in opposite directions, thereby interacting destructively with one another. This will create a net vacuity, thereby resulting in the opposing poles being attracted to one another as positive density attempts to fill the vacancy created by destructive interference. Once the two poles come into contact and the mediating vacuity is fully subsumed, the noetic fields of the two magnets will have merged into a singular circulatory system. Symbiosis will have been achieved. We can see this exact same process at work within the electromagnetic fields produced by electrical circuits. Within this diagram, we see a cross-section of the electromagnetic field structure which issues from a circuit. The solid concentric field lines are magnetic, while the broken radial lines are electrostatic. Here we can see that the electrostatic field lines are in fact patterns of interference, which emerge from the interaction of the magnetic fields which emerge from the two terminals of the circuit. The magnetic field lines represent circulatory patterns of ether density, while the electrostatic field lines represent patterns of vacuity, which result from interference. If the two terminals are moving in opposite directions, then the right-hand rule will determine that the magnetic circulations will flow concurrently with one another. The flows of ether density will synergize with one another, thus resulting in an amplification of density and consequently an amplification of repulsion. If the currents are moving in the same direction, however, the magnetic circulations will flow in opposition to one another, resulting in destructive interference, and thus an attraction between the two currents. To explore more deeply the nature of electricity, we must begin to understand the etheric, noetic nature of the atom. In order to do so, we must understand how atoms may have initially formed within the processes of cosmic evolution. As such, we must begin by asking what the overall topography of our universe as a whole must be. One common suggestion pertaining to the topography of our cosmos is that it may be curved into a kind of hyperdimensional toroid due to a cosmic deformation of space-time. This possibility, of course, presumes an Einsteinian relativistic cosmology, one which is fundamentally at odds with the noetic ether theory. But even independently of the question as to whether deformation of spacetime is actually a real phenomenon at all, we have empirical reasons for discounting this possibility. Attempts to measure the curvature of the universe itself have consistently demonstrated no observable curvature, implying either that our universe is not in fact curved upon itself in such a manner, or that the universe is so unimaginably vast that such curvature cannot be detected. As this possibility lacks empirical support, we should instead consider other possibilities. Another possibility is that our universe is in fact infinite, that space is utterly indefinite and boundless. This, however, is not a genuine possibility as it relies upon an incoherent misapplication of the notion of infinity, one which we can see clearly illustrated in Zeno's paradoxes. Zeno asks us to consider the fact that an arrow, after being fired at a target, must cross half of the distance to the target before it can arrive at its destination. In order to reach the halfway point, however, the arrow must first cross 1/4 of the distance. In order to cross 1/4 of the distance, however, the arrow must first cross 1/8 of the distance. Zeno reasoned that if this is indefinitely the case, then motion itself should not be possible. The arrow will need to cross an infinite number of indefinitely minuscule fractions of distance before it can ever reach its destination, and therefore reaching any destination would require an infinite amount of time, no matter how small the distance between two locations. Modern philosophers tend to dismiss Zeno's paradoxes by invoking the notion of limits, that an infinite series can asymptotically approach a finite number, and therefore this somehow means that the arrow can still reach its target despite having to cross an infinite number of fractional lengths. This dismissal, however, ultimately resolves nothing and only adds to the confusion which results from treating infinity as a number in this way. An infinite series of fractional distances might add up in such a manner so as to approach the distance between the arrow and its destination. But this still implies that the arrow will never actually arrive anywhere. It will, over the course of an infinite amount of time, become ever closer to its destination without ever actually reaching it. An infinite number of infinitesimally tiny units of time still adds up to infinity just the same. Within his 1927 Process and Reality, the British American mathematician and metaphysician Alfred North Whitehead addresses this problem by suggesting that indefiniteness is fundamentally a property of potentialities, but not actualities. If I have a 2-meter long wooden board, then we can say that this length can be indefinitely divided in potential. But in reality, the board will always be characterized by an actual specific length. The actual board is not comprised of an infinite series of indefinitely small fractional lengths. Likewise, with time, we can say that a moment can potentially be subdivided indefinitely, insofar as processes of shorter duration might occur within the confines of the total duration. But this does not mean that the total duration is composed of an infinite number of infinitesimal time units. The real duration has a real determinate value, which is defined in contrast to other real durations. As such, we can see that although we can potentially divide the wooden board an indefinite number of times, there cannot actually be an indefinite number of board segments. Likewise, there cannot be a literally infinite number of stars, galaxies, or atoms within our cosmos. The only remaining possibility then is that our cosmos is looped, not in that its three-dimensional structure is folded into a four-dimensional hyperspace, but simply because all directions ultimately reconnect with themselves. Our universe is not curved into itself, but rather mirrored in a sense. If we begin to imagine the evolution of our cosmos by presuming such a reflective topography, we can begin to speculate as to what the earliest phases of cosmic evolution may have been. We can presume that the most primordial state of the natural world consists of a vast, uniform distribution of minute ether fluctuations, a kind of ground state characterized by disturbances which we could correlate with the notion of quantum vacuum fluctuations or the electropositronic disturbances within the Dirac-C hypothesis. Each fluctuation of density will be accompanied by a correlative fluctuation of vacuity. Positive and negative intensifications will counterbalance one another such that the overall density of the cosmos will be zero. We can thus refer to the baseline equilibrium state of the noetic realm as the zero field, a notion which we might correlate with esoteric notions such as Brahman or the Akasha within Indic philosophy, or the abyss or abground of the German phenomenological tradition. Presuming that density fluctuations correspond to positronic fields, while fluctuations of vacuity correspond to electronic fields, we can then infer that such perturbations would become dynamically entangled with themselves so as to form electromagnetic wave propagations, fluctuation systems which consist of a symbiotic interplay of positronic density and electrostatic vacuity circulations. These propagations will radiate outward from their origin, but due to the mirror-like nature of the cosmic zero field, these outward propagations will ultimately loop back upon themselves. As such, all outward expansive propagations will become folded in upon themselves so as to form an influx of contractive waves. No matter how minuscule the initial fluctuations may have been, this recursive dynamism will inevitably result in an increasingly intense and unimaginably vast vortex of density and vacuity field fluctuations. Within this cosmic vortex, electromagnetic propagations will come to be curved into closed circular rings. The electromagnetic organism will begin to repeatedly undergo transmissions with itself, thereby forming a recursive, self-perpetuating system of luminal density and vacuity. Electromagnetic propagations themselves come to generate cylindrical electromagnetic circulation systems in much the same manner as what we see in electrical circuits. Within a closed luminal ring as described above, such a cylinder of electromagnetism will come to form a toroidal structure. Within such a structure, an interplay of two conflicting forces will arise. Due to the right-hand rule, the magnetic density circulations will move concurrently with one another, thus interfering constructively and thus generating a repulsion which will attempt to push the luminal circuit apart. Counteracting this will be the force of magnetic pressure, which will create a contractive force which will attempt to collapse the toroidal structure into itself. Given a sufficiently small initial radius, the contractive power of magnetic pressure will ultimately prevail, resulting in the implosion of the toroidal ring into a spherical structure. This sphere will thus become an oscillating spherical dipole of positive energy and negative energy, density and vacuity. The two spherical layers will repeatedly oscillate in a manner analogous to a spherical standing wave. Put another way, we could also describe this structure as an oscillatory spherical dipole of electronic and positronic droplets of consciousness. This metamorphosis of the electropositronic toroid into the electropositronic sphere is in fact the transmutation of the neutron into the hydrogen atom. Matter is quite literally frozen light, as it were. Moving forward, the terminology we will be using will in many ways differ from the terms which are typically used in discussing the nature of the atomic realm, and this is an intentional decision. Terms like proton, electron, let alone quarks and gluons, are themselves the result of an enormous amount of confusion, and insofar as we will be using these terms at all, we will be contextualizing them in a very specific way so as to avoid ambiguity. The oscillation of the hydrogen core will result in the emergence of two counterbalancing wave structures, or auras. The oscillations of the density or positronic layer will result in an outward radiation of density waves. The oscillations of the vacuity or electronic layer will result in an influx of contractive vacuity waves. Through the dynamic interplay of these expansive and contractive flows, a shell complex of spherical standing wave patterns will come to form, the so-called electron orbitals. What is being indicated here is that the standing shell complex is not, in fact, the electron, insofar as that term is taken to indicate a structure of negative ether density. As we have already begun to see, the structure of negative ether density, or vacuity, is actually contained within the structure of the atomic core itself, where it participates in a dynamic of reciprocal oscillation with a correlative structure of positive ether density. The standing wave shell structures are instead the consequence of the harmonic complexifications which the inner vacuity spheres contribute to the atomic morphology. The process of negative ionization comes about as an atomic core absorbs an additional vacuity sphere. When this occurs, the additional vacuity sphere comes to create a dual oscillation pattern in relation to the underlying spherical dipole structure. The two poles of the underlying core layer oscillate in relation to one another, and that dipole layer as a whole oscillates in relation to the additional anionic vacuity sphere. Through this process, the harmonic complexity of the atom is increased, resulting in the creation of a new standing wave shell structure around the atom. The anionic vacuity sphere oscillations will create a new influx of vacuity waves at a lower frequency, and the oscillation between the anionic vacuity sphere and the underlying dipole will also cause the density sphere to oscillate at the lower frequency of the anionic sphere, in addition to its original frequency within its original dipole oscillations. Density layers contribute to mass, inertia, and gravitation, while vacuity layers condition the harmonic structure of the atom's radiant aura. Conversely, positive ionization comes about as an atomic core loses an electronic vacuity sphere. The positronic density sphere of the atom's outermost dipole layer comes to oscillate in relation to a sphere of zero density, rather than in relation to a correlative sphere of negative, vacuous energy. This loss of the vacuity sphere results in the loss of a standing wave pattern within the atom's aura, as the outward propagations of the density layer are no longer reciprocated by a corresponding influx. The density wave propagations which radiate outward from the atomic core will constitute the atomic mass field, a structure which will determine the mass, inertia, and gravitational influence of the atom. Assuming that the atom maintains a constant velocity, the atom's mass field propagations will flow with the same velocity in all directions. There will be no Doppler effect, in other words, as the mass field propagations will flow out from the atom uniformly, irrespective of any given constant velocity of the atom. Given that the atom maintains a constant velocity, then, it will encounter no resistance from its own mass field. It will proceed as though it were at rest, because any constant velocity will be an effective resting state in relation to the atom's mass field. Conversely, if the atom were to alter its own speed or direction of motion, such acceleration would result in a compression of mass field propagations due to the Doppler effect. The atom will thus require energy expenditure in order to alter its own resting trajectory, as doing so will result in the atom encountering resistance from its own mass field. Effective inertial mass of the atom's mass field is in fact atomic rest mass. Atoms will follow the resting trajectories which are defined by their own mass fields, but such resting trajectories needn't be straight lines. In fact, due to the inherent interrelatedness of all matter, no resting trajectories are ever truly straight line trajectories. As the mass field propagations of each atom radiate outward indefinitely, the mass fields of every single atom in the cosmos will envelop those of every other atom in the cosmos. As such, patterns of constructive and destructive interference will alter the density gradients of atomic mass fields in such a way that resting trajectories come to be deformed into curves. Atoms will follow the path of least resistance, which is defined by the surrounding etheric density gradients, and such resting trajectories will be defined as elliptical, parabolic, or otherwise curvilinear paths due to the interactions between overlapping mass fields. Inertial mass is mass, and gravitation is the deformation of inertial trajectories through the influence of mass field propagations. Given that gravitational and electromagnetic phenomena are both fundamentally etheric phenomena, this may then imply that electromagnetism and gravity may be able to interact with one another in ways that are as yet unaccounted for by orthodox physics. Stellar, galactic, and intergalactic structures of electromagnetic circulation may come to alter the morphology of mass fields, such that gravitational influences occur in ways that are much more complex than might otherwise be assumed. The ever elusive and blatantly non existent dark matter of orthodox astrophysics may in fact be the morphogenetic interplay of electromagnetic fields and atomic density fields. This further implies that empty space is not in fact empty, and for multiple reasons. On the one hand, the zero field itself is a boiling cauldron of density and vacuity fluctuations. Paul Dirac predicted this as being a consequence of his electrostatic vacuum, or Dirac's C hypothesis, that seemingly empty space would constantly produce positive and negative energy fluctuation pairs, which would then combine with one another, a churning ocean of electronic and positronic energy. When electrons and positrons combine with one another, they become electromagnetic propagations, and thus we would expect this zero field, or Dirac C, to produce a constant flow of electromagnetic radiation. Within orthodox physics, this conclusion is accepted as a consequence of the Dirac equations, but these fluctuations are said to be merely virtual particles, which simply blink in and out of existence without actually producing electromagnetic radiation. However, there is no actual distinction between real and merely virtual particles to be found within Dirac's theory, and Dirac himself indicated no such thing. If we actually take implications of the Dirac C and the noetic ether model seriously, then we should expect these fluctuations and the electromagnetic waves they would produce to be just as real as anything else in nature. The cosmic microwave background radiation is typically said to be a sort of echo of the Big Bang, the singularity at the beginning of time within which all of the centropy of our cosmos was contained, which is now winding down into an inevitable heat death of entropic equilibrium. The cosmic microwave background is said to be direct evidence of this initial detonation, and cosmic redshift is said to be evidence of the expansion of Einsteinian spacetime, which continues the gradual explosion of our universe into entropic nothingness. There are many issues with these interpretations, however, and I've included a link below to a very thorough playlist by the channel Sky Scholar, which details the numerous conceptual and empirical failures of the Big Bang interpretation of the microwave background radiation. What I would like to suggest here, however, is that this background radiation is not an echo of the Big Bang at all, but rather is the radiation which is being constantly produced by the zero field, Dirac C, or quantum vacuum itself. Likewise, interpreting cosmic redshift in the orthodox manner is equally unworkable. Cosmic redshift refers to the observation that the electromagnetic radiations produced by distant astrophysical objects tend to be shifted towards lower wavelengths for more distant objects. Orthodox physics interprets this redshift as the result of the expansion of spacetime itself. More distant astrophysical objects are moving away from the Earth at faster speeds, so we are told, due to this expansion, and therefore the electromagnetic emissions of such objects become elongated by this expansion, shifting these emissions towards lower wavelengths. Numerous observations, however, indicate that the quasars produced by galactic nuclei tend to have substantially higher redshift than the galaxies that they are a part of. The core of a galaxy cannot be moving away from the Earth faster than the galaxy it is a part of, and physicists have needed to invoke numerous ad hoc justifications for this by explaining this phenomenon as being due to line of sight coincidences, lensing effects, or other such distortions. Here, however, we can suggest a much more self-consistent interpretation. The empty intergalactic space which these emissions pass through is not in fact empty. As we have already seen, the mass fields of each and every atom are of an indefinite radius. These fields extend out indefinitely, and although these fields quickly diminish with distance, they only asymptotically approach zero, meaning that every atom in the universe will have a non-zero influence upon the ether density of every single point in space. Although these influences would be quite negligible at smaller scales, over the immensely vast expanses of intergalactic space, these influences would become far more substantial and would create a resistance which would act to gradually reduce the energy and thus wavelengths of electromagnetic emissions which travel through intergalactic space. By looking more closely at the nature of light itself, we can begin to further expand upon the implications of the noetic ether framework. Even a seemingly mundane phenomenon such as the refraction of light poses a seemingly insurmountable theoretic impasse for the materialistic framework of orthodox physics. Initially, it would seem that this phenomenon could be understood in a relatively straightforward manner. Light passes through a medium, and this medium then alters the electromagnetic propagations such that the light is bent. But even as early as the 17th century, scientists were already beginning to see that the reality must be stranger than this physicalist interpretation might imply. In 1662, the French mathematician Pierre de Fermat showed that the refraction of light behaves in accordance with the principle of least time, which we can see as an early form of the principle of least action. What Fermat seemed to show was that the light was not simply being deflected by the medium within refraction phenomena, but rather that the light seemed to be actively choosing the quickest path between its origin and its destination. This, of course, seemed to raise some very difficult implications. How could the light possibly know where it was going in advance, such that it could somehow choose the most parsimonious trajectory? Some physicists have taken this to imply some sort of reverse causality, by which the destination atoms somehow transmit information backwards in time to the atoms which emit the photons. But if we look at this situation in terms of a field transmission duality, rather than a wave-particle self-contradiction, then refraction becomes much less mysterious. The electromagnetic wave propagations are fields of possible transmissions, not the transmission events themselves. The former are noetic rather than concrete. While the photonic transmissions occur within geometric space in a physical manner, the field propagations themselves are fundamentally pre-spatial. They do not require time to move through space because although they condition the possibility of transmissions which will occur within geometric space, they themselves are, in a sense, everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The photon takes the path of least time to the destination because the electromagnetic field is, in a sense, already enveloping all possible destinations, and thus including within its structure all of the possible pathways which could be taken by the resultant transmission. Light, therefore, is not an electromagnetic propagation in itself. Rather, light is a kind of communication between atoms which is facilitated by electromagnetic propagations. The photonic transmissions which make up light consist of specific trajectories through geometric space, but the superluminal field propagations which facilitate photonic events are themselves non-local. They do not require time to travel through geometric space, as only the transmissions themselves are truly localized physically. Within the double slit experiment, we can see that the double slit apparatus causes light to exhibit an interference pattern, even if the photonic transmissions occur one at a time. The materialistic metaphysics of modern science can only see this as an incomprehensible paradox, but here we can see that this is quite understandable. The superluminal field propagations which ontologically precede light are non-local and thus able to interfere with themselves, while the consequent transmission events, or photons, occur as discrete, localized interactions between specific atoms. What this then implies is that such non-locality is a property of all noetic fields, and thus all electrical and magnetic fields, and thus all atomic fields, and thus, as we shall see, all bioelectric fields as well. During the 20th century, the theoretical physicist David Bohm came to very similar conclusions for a number of very similar reasons. Bohm came to realize that numerous natural phenomena, including the behavior of light, electrostatics, magnetism, gravity, and plasma phenomena, all seem to necessitate what Bohm would call the implicate order. Quote, the essential feature of the implicate order is that the whole universe is in some way enfolded in everything, and that each thing is enfolded in the whole. In the implicate order, everything is connected, and each part of the universe contains information about the whole. In the explicate order, things are unfolded and are seen as separate and distinct. In the implicate order, things are enfolded into one another and are fundamentally connected. The explicate order emerges from the implicate order through a process of unfolding, and the implicate order can be seen as the deeper reality underlying the explicate appearances. End quote. Bohm saw that the world which our physical senses encounter is in fact the activity or consequence of a much deeper reality, within which all things are always already interwoven with one another. Physical determinations are therefore not the fundamental substrate of nature, but rather the unfolding of this implicate realm through the concrescence of animate processes. Thus, we can see that Bohm's implicate order is the noetic realm of conceptual, formative relationships rather than relations of physical determinations or sensations, a realm of morphogenetic spaces rather than geometrical spaces, of diffuse, indeterminate potentialities rather than of the concrete determinations which comprise the physical, explicate realm. It is, in other words, the ether, which remained ever elusive to scientists of the 19th century, who were unable to conceptualize the ether as being anything other than a kind of fluid substrate due to their own materialistic presuppositions. Rather than conceptualizing the ether as a kind of fluid substrate which physical phenomena swim inside of, it is more accurate to conceptualize the ether as radiating outward indefinitely from each and every entity within the cosmos, as a kind of aura through which all things envelop all other things, thereby conditioning the interactions between them. In terms of physical geometric space, this is an accurate description, but we must also keep in mind that even this is in some sense an abstraction, as the conceptual feelings or noemata which comprise these morphogenetic fields are fundamentally pre-geometric. They are that which conditions the very possibility of geometric space. In other words, the specific potentialities which are felt by these etheric fields are local in the sense that each possibility specifies a possible interaction within geometric space. However, the noetic or conceptual experiences themselves are better understood as being projected into geometric space from the implicate morphogenetic space which underlies it. Even more accurately, we could say that geometric space itself is in fact the result of this noetic projection. This understanding led David Bohm to the conclusion that the geometric explicate order is the holographic consequence of the implicate noetic order. Atoms emit light when their electrostatic shells are expanded into higher harmonic energy states. Such higher energy states are less stable, and therefore the electrostatic shell will contract itself into a more stable state if it can. As it does so, it will produce an electromagnetic propagation, which will then facilitate a transmission of energy unto another atom. The excitation energy or instability of the transmitter atom will be translated into either kinetic, vibratory energy within the receptor atom or the excitation of the receptor atom's own electrostatic shell. Through our noetic model of the atom, we can thus infer that this electrostatic excitation must be the expansion of the outermost dipole spheres of the atomic core, such that this valence core layer adopts a lower frequency state, one which is characterized by less harmonic stability and thus greater potential energy. The atom then attempts to resolve this instability by transforming it through communion with other atoms. Through photonic transmissions, this instability can come to be dispersed in such a manner that an overall equilibrium is achieved. What this then implies is that heavier atoms must consist of numerous dipolar core layers, which are nested within one another so as to form complexes of numerous harmonic energy states. As we move outward from the innermost core layer, each subsequent layer will correspond to a lower frequency outflux of density waves and a lower frequency influx of vacuity waves. These patterns of influx and outflux will then correlate with new frequency patterns within the standing waves which constitute the electrostatic shells. Within the dipole layers which constitute the atomic core, density spheres contribute primarily to increasing the strength of the atomic mass field, thereby contributing to inertia and gravitational influences. Vacuity spheres conversely contribute primarily to increasing the harmonic complexity of both the core itself as well as the electrostatic epidermal complex which surrounds the atoms. We can also see here that the electrostatic standing wave shells are not simply barriers with finite dimensions. As with the mass fields they adhere within, these electrostatic complexes radiate outward indefinitely from each atom. They are auras which envelop the entirety of our cosmos. As we have already implied, the neutron is in fact the toroidal modality of the hydrogen organism, which is maintained prior to its collapse into its more stable spherical morphology. Within larger atomic complexes, these neutronic toroids envelop the atomic core, contributing an inward pressure, which contributes to stabilizing the core structure, as well as contributing to the overall inertia or mass of the atom. Vacuity spheres only contribute to the overall inertia of the atom indirectly through the energy which is contained within the electrostatic shells which they produce. These electrostatic epidermal structures are also the organs through which atomic symbiosis is facilitated. Covalent bonds occur through a mutual resonance between electrostatic spheres, which produces additional harmonic overtones which are shared between the electrostatic shells of the two atoms. These covalent frequency patterns increase the overall stability of the electrostatic spheres, which they come to form within. and therefore the separation of the bonded atoms will require energy in order to counteract this stability. In other words, the path of least resistance for such atoms will be towards one another, and thus the atoms will become conjoined with one another. When two atoms participating within a covalent bond are of different size, their mass fields will likewise be of different overall densities. Destructive interference between the two will result in a net imbalance. The smaller atom's density field will be reduced to zero or less in certain regions, while the density field of the larger atom will be diminished, but still net positive. As such, the excess density waves of the larger atom will begin to flow into the vacuity sink of the smaller atom, forming a polar covalent circulatory system, much like what we see in macroscopic magnets. Within modern chemistry, it is generally presumed that even though the electrostatic shells of atoms are quantum, or rather noetic fields, the frequencies of the electrostatic shell layers are nonetheless deterministic in a sense. It is said that each so-called orbital consists of a specific wavelength, which relates to the radius of the sphere by a simple harmonic mode. The electrostatic shells of the atom are certainly organized into discrete energy levels, and within our etheric model, we can see that this is due to the fact that each shell is the result of a specific vacuity sphere within the atomic core. Although these energy levels themselves do indeed appear to be discrete in a sense, it nonetheless does not necessarily follow that the standing wave patterns within each energy level are necessarily confined to a specific wavelength and frequency. Within quantum mechanics, it is understood that quantum waves are in fact wave packets, which consist of a composite of numerous potential frequencies and wavelengths. It is said that the quantum entity's frequency and wavelength, along with other variables, are not determined until a particular interaction event occurs, thus collapsing the wave function. Such noetic fields, in other words, consist of a plurality of possible variables because those properties are only determinate for the discrete interaction events which occur between such fields. Thus, we can infer that the atomic core layers and the electrostatic shell structures which surround the atom are not actually confined to particular frequencies, but rather consist of a potentiality distribution of possible frequencies, a composite image, as it were, in which each possible frequency corresponds to a slightly different radius, but the same harmonic modality. Although this interpretation certainly contradicts scientific orthodoxy, empirical evidence once again appears to lean in its favor. The spectral lines of atomic absorption and emission patterns are never observed to be perfectly discrete values, but rather we observe that there is a probabilistic broadening of these spectral lines, which accords with the implication that the electrostatic shells are in fact composite waves. The orthodox explanation for this spectral line broadening involves the invocation of numerous phenomena such as quantum vacuum fluctuations, electromagnetic interference, and the Doppler effect. By invoking such phenomena, scientists are able to justify normalizing their data, that is, removing spectral data which doesn't accord with their assumptions about the atom by regarding it as mere noise. But here we can provide a much more straightforward interpretation. The electrostatic shells appear to be of indeterminate frequencies because they simply are indeterminate frequencies. What this would then imply, however, is that interatomic interactions in general, including bonding behaviors, are themselves indeterminate. One cannot definitively determine how atoms will come to form molecular structures on the basis of their electrostatic shells alone, because one cannot definitively predict whether or not two atoms will come to form a covalent resonance pattern or not. When two atoms interact, there is a plurality of possible frequency interaction relationships which might come to be concretized, and thus a resonant bond may or may not come to form. The atoms, in other words, must decide what sort of resonance relationships, or lack thereof, will come to form between them. It is here that we can begin to see the synergy between the noetic ether theory and Rupert Sheldrake's theory of morphic resonance. If we understand noetic fields and thus electromagnetic and atomic fields in general as being morphogenetic fields, then we can begin to understand the indeterminate composite nature of such fields as directly related to the role of memory, which is indicated within Sheldrake's morphic resonance theory. Morphic resonance theory builds upon the relationship between matter and memory, explicated by the philosopher Henri Bergson, who argued that memory is not simply a matter of information storage within physical mediums, but rather that memory is a fundamental aspect of nature itself, whereby organic processes within the present are able to actively incorporate the past into themselves. Organic memories are not stored in nervous systems in a manner which is analogous to computational information storage. Rather, the memories themselves are actually within the past itself. Organisms tune into past events such that the formative structure of a present moment can be shaped by past actualities. The formative structures of a present moment then are morphogenetic, noetic fields, distributions of possible actions and possible relationships, which the organism evaluates and thus organizes in relation to its own subjective aims. This organization prioritizes possibilities in relation to one another, thus conditioning the shape which comes to be taken by the process as it is completed and thereby incorporated into the past. It is through memory that these fields come to be shaped and reshaped over the course of time. Past actualities come to inform noetic fields, and such fields are the raw materials from which concrete relationships, definitive actions, and interactions come to be determined. If you are interested in a much deeper dive into the theory of morphic resonance, then there is a link included below to a much more rigorous investigation of this theory. For now, however, I want us to focus upon Sheldrake's research regarding the nature of molecular crystal formation and how the seemingly anomalous nature of atomic bonding might further illustrate the noetic nature of matter itself. Morphic resonance is a theory which pertains not only to biological organisms, but to all self-organizing or autopoietic systems in general. This implies that the effects of morphic resonance should be found not only in biological organisms, but perhaps also in molecular, atomic, or even astronomical structures. For any such systems, the form which is achieved by self-organization should be shaped by the morphic influence of similar systems which have developed in the past. For systems which have existed for vast amounts of time, such as hydrogen atoms, for example, the cumulative influence of the past should be so great that such systems exhibit very little morphogenetic variability. Novel developments should have very little effect, as any such alterations should exert invisibly minuscule influence in comparison to the effects of innumerable past instances. Very old morphogenetic structures, in other words, should be far more stable and determinate than more novel structures. Conversely, the effects of morphic resonance should be much more noticeable within systems which are relatively new. Synthetic structures, which have only ever been created by human artifice, therefore, should allow us to empirically observe and even measure the effects of morphic resonance. Morphic resonance should predict that synthetic chemical compounds which have never existed prior to their synthesis by human beings should initially be very difficult to create. Without the influence of past forms to guide the formation of the new substance, random chance will have a greater bearing upon the formation of the substances. Formation will be less likely to occur, and the system will break down more easily until the cumulative effects of past iterations come to stabilize the morphology of the novel chemical structure. We should expect new compounds to become more and more stable and more easily synthesized over time. Looking to the history of synthetic chemistry, Sheldrake argues that this is exactly what we find. Chirinos, for example, is a type of sugar used as a carbon source by numerous species of bacteria and fungi, and which occurs naturally in honey. For many decades, Chirinos was considered to be a liquid, as it had only ever been observed in a liquid form. In the 1920s, however, Chirinos crystals were created for the first recorded time, and subsequently such crystallization came to be observed throughout the world. Today, Chirinos is regarded as a solid, crystal substance with a melting point of 168 degrees Celsius. In some cases, new crystal structures come to emerge which seem to replace previous forms. Xylitol, a kind of artificial sweetener, was first created in 1891 and was initially considered to be a liquid. In 1942, a crystalline form of xylitol with a melting point of 61 degrees Celsius came to develop. A few years later, a new crystal structure came about, now with a melting point of 94 degrees Celsius, and thereafter chemists found that they were unable to recreate the first crystal form, perhaps indicating that the second structure was more stable and thus was able to outcompete or overwrite the previous, less stable structure. Within the realm of synthetic chemistry and pharmaceutical manufacturing, the emergence or displacement of new forms is a well documented and recurrent issue. The drug ritonavir, for example, was introduced in 1996 as a treatment for AIDS. After 18 months of continual manufacturing of the substance, chemical engineers came to discover a previously unknown polymorph of the compound, one which rendered the compound significantly less effective for treatment purposes. The chemists involved soon found that they were unable to prevent the new polymorph from forming, and the drug had to be withdrawn from distribution. It therefore seems that in many cases, some polymorphs form more readily than their counterparts, and the former come to outcompete the latter. As many chemists have noted, once a new crystal polymorph emerges in one location, the novel form soon comes to emerge throughout the world. Regarding this often pernicious phenomenon, the American chemist Charles P. Saylor remarked that it was, quote, as though the seeds of crystallization had been carried upon the winds from end to end of the earth, end quote. It is true that molecular crystals can act as seeds of a sort, which are able to spark a chain reaction by which the crystal formation spreads throughout a given compound. Thus, in explaining the phenomenon of new structures seeming to emerge in disparate parts of the world at the same time, chemists have sometimes suggested that such seeds travel from laboratory to laboratory upon the clothes or beards of migrant scientists who contaminate the substances of different labs and thus spread the new polymorphs. Sheldrake, however, suggests that this phenomenon is the result of morphic resonance. Once new forms come to be achieved for a given molecular structure, the achievement of that form then becomes much more likely for all such molecular structures throughout the world. The developmental pathway of the novel form comes to condition the morphogenetic behaviors of such molecules, as such a pathway is, in a sense, made available across space and time. Given that the theory of morphic resonance implies that novel chemical structures should become more stable over time, this suggests that we should see a substantial increase over time in the melting points of synthetic crystals that are relatively new. And we should likewise see that older synthetic compounds should have notably higher melting points than newer synthetic compounds. With data collected from numerous editions of chemist handbooks printed throughout the 20th century, Sheldrake shows that, in fact, there has been an often drastic increase in the melting points of relatively new synthetic crystal structures, while the melting points of naturally forming crystals have remained almost entirely stable in most examples. This data is exactly what one would expect to be the case if morphic resonance were indeed at work in conditioning the behavior of these chemical compounds. Naturally forming chemicals have existed for a long enough time that the cumulative effects of morphic resonance have stabilized their melting temperatures. With synthetic chemicals, conversely, we see the effects of morphic resonance accumulating throughout the years since their creation by human beings. As resonance further solidifies the morphic fields associated with these chemicals, their melting points come to measurably increase. Some chemists have explained this phenomenon by indicating that these changes in the measurements of melting points could be instead due to improvements in the purity of these chemicals over time. Impurities in chemicals can, in fact, lower melting temperatures, though that explanation would not in itself account for the fact that such temperature change over time seems to have occurred primarily in synthetic crystals, but not in naturally occurring crystals. Improvements in purity might very well have also resulted in discrepancies over time in the measured melting points of naturally occurring chemicals as well, if the samples used were created by human manufacturing. The most typical presumption made by most scientists is that the formation of chemical compounds is determined entirely by unchanging laws which dictate the behaviors of different types of atomic elements. If one understood fully the law-like constants which dictate the natures of the atoms, then one would have a full understanding of their bonding behavior, and one would therefore be able to predict the nature of the compounds formed by these atoms. Through extrapolating from an understanding of such laws, scientists should, in principle at least, be able to predict the melting points, structures, and behaviors of chemical compounds, even without the need to actually create and empirically study such compounds. In reality, however, making such predictions is not actually possible. Scientists typically do, in fact, have to experiment and observe in order to determine the properties of chemical compounds. Their properties cannot actually be deduced in an a priori manner by inferring from physical constants. Nonetheless, the unspoken presumption generally remains unquestioned. The presumption that if these phenomena were not so complex, or if we had more detailed information about the laws which govern atomic bonding behaviors, then such predictions would actually be possible for all chemical structures. The shortcomings of this presumption can be seen quite dramatically within the science of protein synthesis. Scientists have grappled with the protein folding problem since the 1960s, when researchers began to inquire as to how exactly the amino acid sequences of proteins come to determine the complex three-dimensional structures of such protein molecules. Despite many decades of research, chemists remain unable to adequately explain how such three-dimensional structures are dictated by the behaviors and properties of the atoms which comprise them, or how protein folding is able to occur at the incredible speeds which are observed. Researchers have employed numerous computational methods in attempts to predict protein structures, though these methods have only ever achieved very limited success with very small, isolated proteins, and researchers have as yet been unable to generalize from these isolated accomplishments. In the year 2018, AlphaFold, an artificial intelligence system developed by Google DeepMind Laboratories, began to be employed by researchers in an attempt to predict protein structures. AlphaFold was a machine learning system which was trained by examining the known properties of over 170,000 proteins. AlphaFold was then used in an attempt to use this information to predict protein structures. Although AlphaFold did achieve a degree of success in making these predictions, which was much higher than what had previously been accomplished, the results it produced were far from perfect and not nearly accurate enough to allow for the discovery of new pharmaceutical compounds. More importantly, however, is that although AlphaFold was able to make somewhat accurate predictions of protein structures, it remains unclear as to how exactly AlphaFold was able to even accomplish this. If some hidden laws of nature are indeed fully determinative of protein structures, AlphaFold is still not able to actually tell us what those laws are. AlphaFold predicts the structures of proteins based on data pertaining to other proteins, and although it has achieved a relatively impressive degree of statistical accuracy in doing so, it still cannot tell us why or how proteins actually fold the way that they do. What the theory of morphic resonance would suggest is that we are not able to predict the structures of proteins based on the properties of their constituent atoms because protein structures are not actually determined by law-like, a priori constants of nature which dictate such bonding behaviors. The higher level structures simply cannot be fully understood as derivative of lower level constituents, as higher level structures are achieved in an evolutionary rather than a strictly mechanistic and reductionistic manner. The protein folding problem remains a problem not because we do not yet have the computational power needed to account for the complexity which we are faced with, but rather because the protein folding problem itself is an ill-posed problem, one which is conditioned by presumptions about nature which are themselves fundamentally deficient. What this would all indicate with regards to the fundamental structure of the atom, therefore, is that atomic wave structures are not characterized by specific determined frequencies, but rather that such structures are in fact composites, which are comprised of an indeterminate range of possible resonance relationships which might come to obtain between atomic organisms. The atoms are able to effectively select which resonance relationships come to be corporealized. Such decisions can be weighted towards particular outcomes depending upon the overall morphology of the atom's noetic or morphogenetic fields. Certain possibilities will be felt more intensely than others and will thus be prioritized. Cosmic, astrophysical, biological, and chemical evolutions can thus all be understood as the activity of a purposive, experiential, and fundamentally organismic agency, rather than the blind, algorithmic, and meaningless turnings of sterile, mechanistic determinations. Evolution is not simply the filtering of possibilities by genetic epidemiology, but is in fact the process by which living forms come to generate themselves through dynamic dialogues with one another and with the cosmic memory that is the corporeal explicate order. The formation of molecules is a symbiosis through which the noetic field structures of atoms merge together so as to form more complex organic wholes. This process is the exact same process through which organic wholes are generated by nature in general. And we can see this organicity even in the most seemingly mundane technological artifacts such as bar magnets and electrical circuits. Modern science tends to describe magnetism as resulting from the manner in which supposed electron particles are able to freely float around within metallic objects, as though the electromagnetic nature of metals amounted to a turbulent soup of ghostly ping pong balls zipping in and out of existence as needed in order to make your grocery list adhere to your refrigerator. Of course, the apologists of scientific orthodoxy would protest that this is a caricature, that even though that is the explanation that is presented to us in textbooks and popular science media, that scientists actually know that this explanation is an oversimplification. But as soon as we begin to truly press the question, an oversimplification of what? It begins to become very evident that this is not an oversimplification so much as a thin facade, which obfuscates the reality that there is no coherent explanation of even the most basic physical phenomena within orthodox scientific doctrines. But within our noetic ether framework, we can begin to actually explain such phenomena, as opposed to simply pointing to equations which can make numerical predictions and pretending that such prediction amounts to genuine understanding. Magnetic fields are circulatory systems of the noetic fields which comprise atoms. These atomic fields merge together so as to form holistic systems, which interact with other such systems through dynamics of constructive and destructive interference. Flows of electricity generate magnetic fields because such flows weave together the atomic fields of the metals which participate in the electrical circuit. Moving magnetic fields generate electrical fields because such motion generates patterns of interference with the ever-present background of mass fields which radiate outward from all atoms. Within molecules, these atomic fields are able to form intricate crystalline geometries of field circulation, which achieve the delicate balance of stability and chaos needed for the emergence of more complex forms of life. Within biological organisms, the diversity of etheric processes come to be woven together so as to form cyclical systems, which are not only able to self perpetuate and self replicate, but are also able to continually recreate themselves, growing, diversifying, and interweaving endlessly through the evolutionary striving towards ever more intense realizations of harmonic complexity. Thanks for watching.
Dive into the mysterious and profound world of spiritual alchemy, where money is not just a medium of exchange, but a channel for power, transformation, and transcendence. The Gnosis of Money, Spirit in the Form of Gold, is a revolutionary work by Aleister Crowley that challenges conventions and explores the hidden connections between the material and the spiritual. In these pages, gold ceases to be merely a precious metal and becomes a symbol of divine power, a vehicle for enlightenment and inner awakening. Through the words of Crowley, one of the most provocative and enigmatic thinkers of the 20th century, we embark on a journey toward a deep understanding of how money can be transmuted from mere earthly wealth into a source of spiritual energy. It's not just about acquiring more, but about understanding the true nature of money, its potential for personal transformation, and how, by comprehending its energy, we can achieve a prosperity that transcends the physical and touches the divine. This text not only reveals the mysterious relationship between spirit and gold, but also challenges our deepest beliefs about wealth, power, and the purpose of life itself. The Gnosis of Money is not a simple treatise on economics. It is an open door to a higher understanding, where money, far from being a mere end, becomes a means to hidden wisdom and personal magic. Prepare to immerse yourself in a world of esoteric knowledge, where the material becomes spiritual, and every coin, every bill, is a spark that ignites the fire of awakening. The magic of gold and Crowley's Gnosis await to guide you toward a new way of seeing the world. Gold is not found, it is invoked. I have returned, not because you called me with incense, nor because you lit candles or spoke my name in trembling circles. I have returned because your soul, tormented by mediocrity, oppressed by false morality, mutilated by guilt, still fears money. And where there is fear, there are chains, and where there are chains, I come to break them. This book, if you dare to name it without trembling, is not a guide for giving coins, nor a collection of formulas for the blind to walk through the city of men. This is a cursed book for slaves and sacred for kings, a grimoire for those who, at the edge of the abyss, understood that spirit is not separate from matter, and that money is the visible form of conscious desire. You, who were born to dominate but learned to ask for permission. You, who proclaimed your faith in spirit but rejected gold as if it were the excrement of demons. You, who sought the light in monasteries while gold shone in the hands of those who do not pray. You have lied to yourself for too long, and I have come to give you a mirror, raw yet true. Gold is not the enemy of the soul. Money, that spectre some call impure, is a spiritual servant of the highest order, a powerful elemental, an archangel in chains, a demon awaiting orders. And you, lukewarm soul, still do not know how to command. Why do I write this? Because the new era demands gods clothed in flesh, not begging monks. Because freedom is not sung in hymns, it is signed with contracts, protected with gold, and conquered with will. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Do you remember? But how can you exercise your will if you do not possess the means? How can you manifest your destiny if you are a servant of circumstances? Magic is not fantasy. Magic is the technology of the soul, and money is its fuel. Why is gold feared? Because gold does not bow, because it reflects what you are, without lies, because money is a mirror of your mind, and you, who fear seeing yourself, have learned to hate that mirror. They have told you that money is dirty, that one cannot be spiritual and rich, that gold corrupts. I tell you, poverty corrupts, lack dulls, misery destroys will. No true adept has flourished in scarcity. No initiate has shone from impotence. Greatness needs form, and form requires power, and power manifests as wealth. Spirit in the form of gold. The title of this book is not a metaphor. The gnosis of money is not a modern self-help doctrine, nor a reinterpretation of capitalism disguised as mysticism. It is an alchemical revelation. Gold, the noble metal, eternal, incorruptible, has been since the beginning of time the symbol of embodied divinity. Gold is what does not rust, what does not age, what remains. Gold is the flesh of the sun, and money, when it carries real value, not debt paper, is its earthly reflection. Money is the shadow of gold, and gold is the shadow of spirit. Thus money is the shadow of God. But how can a man dominated by fear control the God he himself rejects? This book is a ritual. Every word you are reading is a spell, every chapter a sigil, every revelation a key to open a chamber you have sealed with lies. I do not write to convince you. I did not come to comfort you. I am Aleister Crowley, and this is not a book for the devout. This is a book for those who dare to be gods. Through these pages I will guide you as Virgil guided Dante's soul, not to show you the circles of hell, but to reveal the underworld of your mind, where you keep your traumas with money, your promises of scarcity, your invisible vows of inherited poverty. And there, in the center of your forgotten temple, I will teach you to invoke the golden spirit, to consecrate money as a servant, to stop asking for permission, and to reign. The new era demands conscious abundance. The time of martyrs is over. The time of ascetics is over. This is the age of the lion. And Horus does not ask. Horus commands. Horus does not fear. Horus manifests. Horus does not wait. Horus takes. The new initiate does not hide in caves. He builds empires. The new adept does not chant mantras under the full moon. He invests, conquers, manifests, and then offers gold at the altar of his own divinity. Money as embodied magic. This text will teach you to invoke money, not from blind desire, but from the throne of your true will. You will learn that money is neither bad nor good. It is obedient. Wealth is the natural result of a mind aligned with its destiny. Spirit can take form, and money is one of its most effective manifestations. Gold is power when you own it, and a prison when it owns you. At the end of this path, I promise nothing. I do not sell miracles. I am not a shepherd of sheep. I am the roar of the beast. But if you advance, if you do not tremble, if you do not kneel before dogmas or your own limitations, then at last you will sit upon your inner throne, crowned with invisible gold, surrounded by riches that come not from banks but from the liberated soul. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. And if your will is wealth, then wealth you shall have. But if your will is fear, then let the universe give you what you yourself decree in silence. I am Aleister Crowley.
Shopping is hard.
I can never find anything in my size.
I don't even know my size.
I buy my clothes the same place I buy my groceries.
There's a better way. Make it easy with Stitch Fix. Just share your size, style, budget, and done. Your personal stylist sends pieces picked just for you.
That was easy.
Stitch Fix. Online personal styling for everyone. Free shipping and returns. No subscription required. Get started today at stitchfix.com.
Aleister Crowley. This is my golden grimoire. Let us begin. The Gnosis of Money Spirit in the Form of Gold, by Aleister Crowley. Chapter 1. The Taboo of Gold. Why do slaves fear money? Gold smells of sulfur to those raised in the stable of obedience. Every time a weak mind contemplates a fortune, it trembles, not out of greed, which is natural and useful to the awakened animal, but out of guilt, because from their very first breath the slave has been taught to fear power. And there is no power more tangible, more immediate, more absolute in this plane than money. Gold is the blood of the world, and that is why the herds are taught to fear its scent, to look at it with suspicion, to call it dirty, as if it were something external to them, when in reality, gold has always been a mirror of the soul. I have seen saints live off alms while preaching renunciation. I have spat on marble altars where humility was worshipped as a virtue, when it is nothing more than the amputation of the self. I have walked among sages who rejected money with disdain, as if the universe found merit in glorifying misery. And I have laughed, because what the fool calls sin, the initiate recognizes as misinterpreted power. The taboo of gold is a programming, an inherited curse, a collective spell cast by the powerless against that which they do not know how to master. Who benefits from this taboo? The one who imposes it, the priest who says money is worldly while counting tithes in the back room, the politician who promises equality while signing contracts under the table, the father who teaches his child that money is not the most important thing, while prostituting himself daily in a job he hates for the very coins that enslave him. All who preach against gold live under its yoke, and all who fear it serve it in silence. The initiate does not fear gold. He shapes it, invokes it, consecrates it, because he knows that gold has no morality. Gold does not know good or evil. Gold does not ask. Gold does not judge. Gold does not forgive. Gold obeys. It is the most loyal of elementals, the most powerful of servants, and the most dangerous of masters. For gold, when not governed, governs, and when it governs, it corrupts. Not by its nature, but by the weakness of those who wield it without having prepared themselves for it. Anyone who fears money actually fears power, because when understood, money is not paper or numbers. It is the material manifestation of will. It is the visible result of a mind that has decided to impose itself upon matter. The ancient alchemists knew this. They did not seek gold to adorn themselves. They sought it because they knew that where there is gold, there is fire, and where there is fire, there is transformation. But the modern fool does not seek transformation. He seeks excuses, and his best excuse is to turn money into a demon, so that he may live as a victim without ever confronting his own cowardice. Do you dare to see what money really represents? It is nothing more than a symbolic form of desire turned into structure. Every banknote is a decree, a command thrown into the universe that shouts, "This has value." And who backs it? No one, because money does not need backing, it only needs faith. Exactly like the gods. Gold is therefore a modern god, one that does not demand blood sacrifices but consciousness. And that is why slaves fear it. Because gold reveals what they truly believe. Because gold does not lie. Because gold strips them bare. The taboo of money is the greatest enemy of spiritual freedom. Because it prevents great souls from assuming their throne. Because it condemns the seeker to live in mental beggary, waiting for the universe to reward their purity with miracles that never come. Because it turns spirituality into an excuse for failure. And I, Aleister Crowley, a desecrator of temples, crowner of inner gods, have come to destroy that taboo with words that cut deeper than any ceremonial dagger. Money is a sacrament. It is the sacrament of will made matter. It is the visible form of your ability to impose order upon chaos, to shape reality according to your desire. There is no difference between a talisman consecrated under the moon and a coin consecrated with purpose. The only difference is that one you recognize as magical and the other you call mundane. Because that is how you were trained, that is how you were neutralized, that is how your will was castrated. And you, who are reading this, must ask yourself, how many invisible vows of poverty have you made? How many times have you told yourself, I don't need that much? How many times have you celebrated scarcity as if it were a virtue, when in reality, it was fear? How many times have you rejected the money you secretly longed for, just to avoid seeming selfish, materialistic, or ambitious? Let me say it plainly, without masks or metaphors. Ambition is sacred. Desire is the fuel of the universe. A will that does not manifest in abundance is a will asleep. A soul that does not claim its power in this world does not deserve the heavens. There is nothing more spiritual than mastering matter. There is nothing more divine than looking at gold without trembling and saying, "You will obey me." Because in that act there is no greed, there is affirmation. Because in that moment the taboo is broken. Because in that instant you cease to be a slave. Because then money stops being your master and you become its own. True magic is not in the words you whisper in the dark, but in your ability to align your desire with reality. And if your reality is marked by scarcity, by dependency, by constant struggle just to survive, then your magic is impotent. Then your altar is empty. Then your inner God has been betrayed, but not all is lost. The first step to freedom is truth, and the truth is this: gold is not impure, you made it so. Money is not evil, you misinterpreted it. Abundance is not a sin, it is a test. The ancient masters knew this. That is why they hid their treasures, not in chests, but in symbols. The gold that shines outside is merely a reflection of the gold within, and only he who has conquered his own darkness can touch gold without becoming a slave to its gleam. That is why I'm writing this book. Not to teach you how to earn money, but to free you from the taboo that keeps it away from you. Not to make you rich, but to remind you that you already are. Because wealth does not begin in your bank account. It begins in your ability to command the universe with your will. And if you have made it this far, without closing this book, without feeling scandalized, without searching for a scripture to justify your misery, then perhaps, just perhaps, you are ready to begin the true ritual. Gold is not found, it is invoked, and the first seal is broken. See you in the next chapter. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law, love under will. Chapter 2, the soul of metal, the dormant consciousness of value. There is no matter without spirit. There is no stone that does not speak, nor metal that does not dream. But the blind of soul believe that gold is merely gold, that silver is just a commodity, that copper serves only to conduct electricity. Poor fools, trained in a science without a soul and a religion without a body. The initiate knows that everything that exists is conscious on a hidden level, and that each element vibrates with an intelligence beyond the understanding of the profane. That is why speaking of gold is not about finance. It is about a consciousness that sleeps in the form of metal, waiting to be awakened by the will of the magician. The soul of metal is not a metaphor. It is an alchemical principle. Gold is not merely a shiny mineral. It is a living symbol of the sun, of the supreme fire, of the divine essence condensed into the physical world. And like all true symbols, it contains within it a vibration that responds to the consciousness that contemplates it. This is why gold attracts the powerful and drives the weak insane, because it is not gold that transforms, but the one who beholds it. I, Alistair Crowley, have seen it. I have felt it. I have held coins in my hands and heard whispers. I have witnessed how a bar of gold, consecrated in ritual, can become a talisman. I have learned that it is not about possessing gold, but about communicating with it, awakening it, commanding it, because gold is a sleeping spirit, and you are either its master or its servant, depending on your level of consciousness. Value, that concept so prostituted by economists, is nothing but a shadow of human perception. What holds value is not what the world decides, but what your soul recognizes. And gold, in its purity, represents absolute value, the incorruptible, the untainted, the eternal. What better symbol could there be for embodied eternity? That is why the ancients linked it to the gods, used it to crown kings, seal pacts, and build temples, because they knew that where there is gold, there is power. But not just any power, the conscious power of spirit taking form. When you touch a coin, what do you see? A number, a tool, a necessity. Then you are still a slave. The initiate does not see an object, he sees a dormant weapon, an energy waiting to be activated, a reflection of the divine fire trapped in the prison of form. Because all metal has a soul, but gold has memory. Memory of what it has been and what it can become. Every atom of gold that exists has passed through empires, tombs, rituals, sacrifices, wars, temples, and markets. Gold is a silent witness to the history of the world, and its consciousness, though quiet, vibrates with the imprints of everything it has touched. Yet the blind sell it out of necessity. The timid hide it out of fear. The weak despise it out of envy. And you, what do you do when gold reaches your hands? Do you use it as a mere tool without consecrating it, without recognizing its essence? Then you have understood nothing. Because every time you receive money, you are receiving a fragment of dormant consciousness. And it is up to you whether you awaken it with purpose or condemn it to eternal sleep. Value is not in gold itself, but in your relationship with it. That is the gnosis the modern world has forgotten. Gold responds to those who treat it with reverence, not with greed, to those who consecrate it as an ally, not to those who worship it as an idol. Because gold does not want to be worshipped, it wants to be commanded. And only an awakened mind can give orders to the soul of metal without being destroyed by its brilliance. And what of modern money, that soulless corpse printed on paper? It too contains spirit, but a weak, artificial, manipulated one. It does not vibrate like pure gold, but it can still be consecrated, still be transformed into a talisman if touched by an awakened will. Because the soul of metal is not limited to physical gold, it also manifests in the symbol, in the number, in the intention behind every transaction. If your mind is awake, even a counterfeit coin can become a channel of power. But knowing this is not enough. You must practice it. You must train yourself in the contemplation of value, because all external value is a reflection of internal value. And if your life is full of lack, it is not because the world is unfair. It is because you have not yet awakened to the consciousness of gold within you. Because you have not claimed the right to attract, multiply, and use wealth as a God incarnate would. Because you have lived under the shadow of the taboo, believing that to possess is less spiritual than to renounce. I have renounced everything, but not out of weakness. I have done so to master, because one who cannot release cannot possess, because the true magician is neither attached to gold nor rejects it. He contemplates it, activates it, consecrates it, and wields it as a servant of his higher purpose. The soul of metal is asleep, yes, but not forever. It awaits only a true word, a burning will, a magician who does not tremble before its power. It waits for you to stop treating money as an enemy, a mere resource, a modern fetish, and start treating it for what it truly is, a living extension of your consciousness. Do you dare to speak to gold, to place it on your altar, and to say to it, "You serve me because I am your master"? Then prepare yourself, because when the soul of metal awakens, everything transforms. Doors open, paths clear, and opportunities appear as if by magic, because they are. And when this happens, remember, it was not the gold that changed, it was you, and it was you who awakened. It was you who remembered that value is not in what you have, but in what you are. And in the end, gold is nothing more than the shadow of your inner fire, projected onto matter. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, and if your will is to awaken the consciousness of gold, so be it. Chapter 3, The Mirror of Abundance. Everything you love possesses you. Everything you desire intensely begins to surround you, to infiltrate your thoughts, to vibrate with you like a living entity claiming its right to manifest. But what no one has told you, and I reveal to you now without mercy or euphemism, is that everything you love also possesses you. Desire is a double-edged force. It creates, but it also binds. It attracts, but it also consumes. It crowns, but it also devours. And money, that golden demon that dances upon the tightrope of human desire, is no exception. It is the purest test of all. Abundance is not an external accumulation of things. Abundance is an internal geometry of the soul, a symmetry between what you are and what you allow yourself to receive. But that openness to receiving, that secret chat that the universe listens to, is corrupted when what you desire becomes your master. For every uncontrolled desire is a form of slavery. And you, who claim to seek wealth, have you looked sincerely at yourself? Is your pursuit an act of power or a cry of lack? Is it a divine affirmation or an echo of your misery? The initiate sooner or later confronts the mirror of abundance. It is not a physical mirror, of course, but an astral reflection that manifests in objects, in symbols, in people, and in the opportunities that surround one's life. The mirror of abundance does not show you what you want. It shows you what you truly believe you deserve. And here begins the tragedy of those who seek without knowing themselves, of those who decree without purification, of those who cry out for wealth while secretly rejecting it, out of fear, out of guilt, out of the old chains of dogma. This mirror does not lie, it reflects your vibration. If you approach it with a divided heart, it will return lack. If you approach it with blind desire, it will return confusion. But if you contemplate it as a god contemplates his creation, with total detachment and total authority, then it will show you gold, because abundance never responds to what you beg for. It only responds to what you embody. Everything you love obsessively will eventually claim your soul, if you do not love it with consciousness. Money, when loved blindly, becomes a cruel master. But when it is loved with presence, it becomes a faithful servant. That is why the ancient initiates were trained not only to attract wealth, but to hold it without trembling. Because gold tests those who touch it. Gold reveals the imposter. Gold screams your inner truth to the universe and does so without asking permission. And what happens when a being is unprepared to hold the abundance they demand? Gold possesses them. It consumes them, infiltrates their emotional cracks, their unresolved lacks, and becomes the instrument of their self-destruction. It is not the rich who corrupt money. It is money that destroys the uninitiated, because the energy of abundance is alive, awake, and does not forgive incongruence. Do you want to know if you are possessed by what you love? Observe your body when you think about money. Does it tense up? Do you feel anxiety, envy, impatience? Then you do not love money. You fear it. You do not master it. It masters you. Your love is not divine. It is addictive. Your desire is not ritual. It is compulsion. And that means you are not yet free. The key is to love without belonging, to desire without needing, to invoke without begging. The true magician desires with the fire of the sun and the serenity of the moon. His desire is as intense as it is detached, not because he does not want things, but because he knows that he is already the source of all things. He does not seek to fill voids. He seeks to expand fullness, And that attitude, that alchemical balance between desire and sovereignty, is what turns the mirror of abundance into a portal instead of a prison. Look at yourself now in that invisible mirror. Think of everything you long for: wealth, freedom, beauty, recognition, and pleasure. Do you love these things, or do these things possess you? Can you have them without becoming their slave? Or do you still need to justify your desire just to feel worthy of it? The universe does not punish desire. That is the doctrine of the spiritually dead. The universe is desire in motion. All creation is born from the fire of divine desire. What the universe does not tolerate is incoherence, hypocrisy, the false humility of those who claim not to want while secretly writhing in longing. Gold, when looked upon with clear eyes, reveals that everything that exists is willing to serve you, if you are willing to govern yourself. Because you cannot rule gold if you do not rule your fire. You cannot master abundance if you do not master your shadows. You cannot invoke wealth without first having dominion over your hunger. Everything you love possesses you, yes, but you can also possess what you love if you do so with wisdom. And that wisdom is not found in economics books, nor in finance courses, nor in the empty speeches of modern gurus who sell abundance as just another product. That wisdom is found in you, in the incandescent core of your being, where your deepest desire meets your highest divinity. Because true abundance is not something you seek, it is something you remember. And when you remember that you are the source, the channel, and the destination, when you stop desiring like a beggar and start decreeing like a sovereign, when your love for money no longer arises from fear or lack, but from the recognition of its sacred nature, then and only then money kneels before you. Then the mirror stops reflecting your lacks and begins to expand your kingdom. Then you no longer love gold, you become it. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, and may your will be pure, brilliant, and powerful, like the metal that awakens sleeping gods. Chapter 4. Money is an Aeon. The spirit of the new god that devours the old. Every era gives birth to its own god, and every god is merely a reflection of the consciousness that creates it. In ancient days, men offered blood to deities that demanded obedience. In other times, incense, prayers, and silence were enough. But the God of this new aeon does not want incense, nor chants, nor martyrs. It wants movement, it wants desire, it wants crystallized will. And its face is not found in carved wooden icons, nor in dusty temples. Its face shines in coins, in the digits vibrating through the invisible web, in the agreements that build empires. Its name is no longer Krishna nor Buddha, its name is money. Does that disturb you? Then you are still asleep, because money is not just a means of exchange, nor a creation of modern man. Money is a manifestation of the spirit of the current aeon, a god that does not need to be believed in to operate, because it acts mechanically, archetypically, symbolically. Money, as a living force, is the god of movement, choice, responsibility, and power. And like any true god, it demands sacrifice, the sacrifice of your ignorance, the sacrifice of your fears, the sacrifice of your moral attachments to scarcity. You who read these words, you could still cling to the god of the past, to that God who demanded poverty in exchange for redemption, to that God who promised unreachable heavens as a reward for well-endured suffering, to that God who scorned those who desired anything beyond penance. But that God, weak, punishing, inert, has already been devoured. The new aeon does not permit martyrs, only creators, and the creator does not wait, he manifests. This is the aeon of Horus. And Horus is not a compassionate God, he is a solar god, fierce, demanding expansion, action, execution. Horus does not expect you to be humble. He expects you to be powerful. Horus does not reward the weak. He demands that you rise with your inner fire and take what is yours. And money in this new order has become the most visible avatar of that energy, because money is nothing but the energetic condensation of will in action. But like any new god, money has been misunderstood. Some have worshipped it blindly, others have demonized it in ignorance. They have built financial temples as empty as the cathedrals of the past, because money without consciousness is chaos, without direction it is decay, without purpose it is tyranny. Money is not the enemy is the inner void of man, the man who receives wealth without having awakened. This new god devours the old, not with violence but with evidence, because gold has replaced dogma, because success replaces sacrifice, because expansion replaces penance, because the awakened being no longer begs, he creates. This is not a call to greed, it is a cry for freedom. The new aeon does not seek hoarders of objects, it seeks manifestors of purpose, those who understand that money is power, and that power without consciousness is corruption. But power with consciousness is illumination. If you must worship something, if you must consecrate your energy to a living force, let it be the God that allows you to act, that pushes you to build, that demands you to be present. Money has no face, but it has presence. It has no morality, but it has consequences. It is the purest energy of the new age because it is absolutely neutral. It gives you exactly what you are. Do you want to know who you are? Observe how money moves in your life. Does it flow easily? And then you are an open channel. Does it hide, escape, rot in your hands? Then you are a broken vessel, a chalice without an altar. Because this new God, the living aeon of money, does not forgive incoherence. It does not respond to prayers. It responds to vibration. It does not obey orders, and it obeys certainty. It does not appear out of need. It appears by law, and that law is called will. I do not write this to seduce you, and I do not persuade, and I decree, because I have seen beyond the veil. I have witnessed the end of the old world, and the ascension of the new. I have witnessed the judgment of religions. That poisoned the soul with guilt, and the birth of an era where the individual is his own temple. And in that temple, money is no longer profane, it is sacred. Sacred because it represents possibility, sacred because it confronts you, sacred because it multiplies what you touch, sacred because it does not respond to fear but to mastery. Do you want abundance? Then honor the new God, but not with idolatry, but with presence, not with worship, but with dominion, not with servitude, with consciousness. Because money does not want you to adore it. It wants you to use it. It wants you to put it at the service of your highest expression. It wants you to build temples with it, to nourish dreams, to turn ideas into empires, because that is what the true magician does. He transforms energy into form. Money as an eon is the serpent that devours itself, that creates and destroys, that gives and takes, that rewards and annihilates. But you decide, will you use it as a sword, or will you kneel before it as a slave? Because money in this new age tolerates no lukewarmness. It is the brightest mirror of the soul, the most honest altar, the battlefield where your true vibration is measured. And if you understand it, if you integrate it, if you awaken it within you as a divine force, then you will no longer need to pray, because you will have become the oracle. That you will no longer ask, you will decree. You will no longer worship. You will govern. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. And if your will is in harmony with the new God, then heaven and earth will open before you, and gold, that messenger of the eon, will serve you as fire serves the alchemist, not to consume you, but to consecrate you. Chapter 5, The Forging of Will, How to Become the Master of Inner Gold. There is no abundance without will. There is no outer gold without inner fire. There is no manifestation without alchemy. And you who claim to believe in wealth, who dream of freedom, and who repeat affirmations like empty mantras, waiting for the universe to answer with miracles, you still do not understand the essential truth. Gold does not come to those who desire it. Gold comes to those who master it, because gold is a reflection of your will. And if your will is weak, inconsistent, fearful, moralistic, then gold will reject you as fire rejects water. Will is not simply wanting. Wanting is of the ego. Will is of the soul. When the soul does not ask, it commands. The soul does not doubt, it knows. The soul does not wait, it acts. That is why anyone who desires gold must first pass through the crucible of themselves. They must be melted and reshaped. They must descend into their personal hell, face their own demons of scarcity, and emerge with a will harder than steel, brighter than the sun, purer than gold. The forging of will is the most sacred act of the magician. It does not take place on altars with candles, but in daily decisions. It is not completed in nighttime rituals, but in the silences where fear is renounced. It is not manifested in prayers, but in actions. Because will is not a mystical energy, but a force of conscious design, a sacred geometry that shapes reality according to your inner fire. Do you want gold? Forge your will. Do you want money? Refine your mind. Do you want abundance? Transmute your emotions, because the universe will never grant lasting wealth to those who are not yet worthy of holding it. And being worthy is not a matter of morality, it is a matter of vibration. You do not attract what you desire, you attract what you are. And this is where most people fail, because they want without discipline, they decree without coherence, they desire without structure. And gold, which is a silent god, cannot be deceived. Gold recognizes the master and moves away from the apprentice who has not yet burned away their impurities. That is why I have said before, and I repeat, abundance is not a gift, it is a test, and only those who have transformed themselves can hold it without being destroyed by it. How is will forged? not with repression, not with prayer, not with morality. Will is forged as a sword is forged, with fire, hammer, and purpose. Fire. Your passion, your desire elevated to purpose, your decision to be more than what you were taught to be. Hammer. Your repeated actions, your habits sharpened like blades, your consistency as an act of magic. Purpose. Your vision, your north, your inner word that does not waver, your truth that burns without hesitation. Because if you have no fire, your life will be cold and lukewarm. If you have no hammer, you will be shaped by others. And if you have no purpose, all your gold will turn to ashes. I, Alistair Crowley, do not write to comfort you. I write to initiate you, to remind you that your will is the most dangerous and sacred tool you possess, that with it you can summon angels or demons, create empires, or chain yourself within your own mind, and that gold, money, abundance are nothing more than the world's response to your inner structure. That is why, before asking for more, you must ask yourself, have I been forged? Have I been purified? And have I declared my will to the universe with enough fire to burn away my doubts? It is not your education, and it is not your environment, it is not your country, and it is not your luck, and it is your will. And if that will is clear, firm, structured, and divine, then the gates will open. Then gold will have no choice but to come. Then the universe, which is nothing but your reflection, will bow before you, as matter bows before spirit. That has remembered its power. Many speak of empowerment, but few understand that true power is not shouting, nor fighting, nor resisting. True power is to decree in silence and shift reality with the precision of an invisible architect. True power is to walk into a room and have the air change. True power is to make decisions without asking for permission. True power is to look at money and say, "You come because I command you." And only those who have been forged can do this. Those who have burned away their old identity. Those who have buried their guilt. Those who have transmuted their desire into sacred decree. Those who no longer seek but emanate. Just as the alchemist transforms lead into gold, you must transform need into certainty, weakness into fire, desire into decree. Because your gold is not outside, your gold is within. And when you recognize this, the entire world will have no choice but to adjust to that frequency. Because external gold is nothing but the universe's response to your internal gold. Do not prepare to receive more, prepare to be more. Do not ask which ritual to use, and ask yourself if you are the ritual. Do not focus on money. Focus on the one who holds money with the hands of an awakened spirit. And then, only then, gold will come to you as a servant, as a mirror, as a seal, as confirmation that you are no longer a beggar, nor a seeker, nor a slave to your desires. You are the master of inner gold. Chapter 6. The Ritual of Possession. Between the magic of desire and the art of receiving, desire alone is not enough. Desire without ritualized action is but a sigh in the storm. And you, who have spent years desiring without results, who cry out to the universe with a tongue broken from so much asking, still have not understood that to possess is an art, a rite, a consecration of fire and certainty. Possession is not the result of obtaining, but the act of declaring what is obtained as an essential part of your being. I have watched the modern world beg for its destiny, praying for gold to arrive, manifesting with affirmations unsupported by internal power, visualizing castles while their soul vibrates in lack. I have seen neon sorcerers speak of abundance, while their energy screams of need, and everyone wants to receive, but almost no one has learned to possess. And possessing, listen carefully, is not the same as having. Having is circumstantial. Possessing is ontological. Having is accidental. Possessing is initiatory. A beggar can have money, a slave can receive wealth, but only the one who possesses with awakened will transforms that act into true alchemy. The ritual of possession is not celebrated with words. It is celebrated in the vibratory intimacy of your consciousness, in that space where what you desire ceases to be external and becomes emanation. Desire, when aligned with the truth of your being, is a sacred spark, the flame that ignites the ritual. But that spark must be sustained, cultivated, turned into gesture, intention, vibratory structure. And only then, when desire has been elevated to the rank of decree, can you receive. Because the universe does not give out of compassion. It gives out of resonance. This is the fatal mistake of fools. They believe that asking is enough, that visualizing is sufficient, that imagining replaces the ritual work of integration. But the universe, that brutal mirror of your inner structure, does not give what you ask. It gives what you have already accepted as yours. The ritual of possession begins. when you stop waiting and begin living as if it already were, not pretending, not acting, but inhabiting your vision with such intensity that gold, success, and freedom have no choice but to manifest as the natural effect of your state of being. And how do you receive? Here lies the forgotten part. Receiving is also an art, and the art of receiving demands openness, worthiness, responsibility. The one who does not see themselves as worthy unconsciously rejects. The one who has not healed their guilt sabotages their abundance. The one who fears losing will never be able to hold on. I have seen magicians who know how to invoke but do not know how to retain. I have seen creators who achieve but cannot inhabit their achievement, because the energy of reception is feminine, lunar, deep, and many, trapped in the hyperactivity of seeking, have mutilated this sacred part of themselves. Receiving is allowing the universe to penetrate you. Receiving is trusting that what arrives is response, not threat. Receiving is opening your hands without fear that they will empty. Receiving is surrendering to your own power without sabotage, and this too is ritual. It is silence that recognizes. It is gratitude that does not beg, only affirms. It is certainty without arrogance. It is the knowing of the initiate, who does not need proof because he is the proof. The true magician, when he desires, does not kneel, he rises. When he asks, he does not beg, he declares. And when he receives, he is not surprised, he recognizes. Because the ritual of possession does not seek miracles. It is the miracle embodied. Now I will tell you something that will shatter your beliefs. If you are still entangled in the slave mindset, everything you do not claim as yours, with full authority you have already lost, because in the new kingdom of the lion, only that which is held by awakened consciousness remains. The rest vanishes like smoke, like mirage, like a castle of sand in the hands of the wind. This chapter is not theory, it is a conjuration, and I tell you this as one who has walked through the eons, who has spoken with the gods of matter, and has torn their secrets from them. With fire, learn to desire with clarity, learn to receive with humility, and learn to possess with sovereignty. Do not say, I hope it comes. Say, it is already mine. Do not say, one day I will have. Say, I am the one who manifests. Do not say, I wish money would come. Say, money is my reflection and my servant. It walks beside me because my vibration has summoned it. Do you now understand why so many fail? Because they have not made their life a ritual. Because they have not turned their desire into sacred art. Because they still vibrate as slaves, while asking for the attributes of kings, and gold, that ancient spirit dwelling in the current of centuries, does not tolerate incoherence. It serves the one who honors it. It arrives to the one who has already built an inner altar. It stays with the one who knows how to sustain their fire. The ritual of possession is not an event, it is a state, it is a path, and it is a transmutation. And you, if you have understood, and if you have felt the hidden pulse in these words, if you have breathed the invisible incense of this truth, you are no longer a beggar. You are a king walking toward his throne, a magician consecrated in his power, a god awakening to his forgotten inheritance. Do your will. That shall be the whole of the law. And if your will is to possess, with dignity, what your soul has decreed, the universe will bow before you, as time bows before the eternal. Chapter 7, Financial Magic. The forbidden art of attracting, using, and expanding. What is forbidden has always been the most sacred, because what the world calls heresy, the initiate recognizes as the secret root of power, and among all the occult knowledge. Buried beneath the dust of temples and the curses of moralists, one has been the most feared, the most distorted, the most denied. The magic of money, because where there is money, there is power. And where there is power, there is freedom. And where there is freedom, there is no control. The system does not fear your prayers. It fears your abundance. Dogma does not tremble at your empty rituals. It trembles when you perform them with pure intention and become an unstoppable channel of manifestation. The false gods do not suffer because of your sins. They suffer when you remember that you are the creator of all value. And that is why I write this chapter as a grimoire, as a conjuration against spiritual mediocrity, as a spell in favor of your right to attract, use, and expand money with sacred mastery. Because financial magic, yes, with a K, because I am not talking about tricks. I'm talking about power, and it is the art of consciously intervening in the energetic current of money, to master it, transmute it, and multiply it. And note that this is not about superstition. This is about deep alignment with the principles that govern matter. Money is energy. But even more than that, money is crystallized will. Therefore, to attract it is an act of conjuration, to use it is an act of government, and to expand it is an act of divine creation. Attracting is not begging, it is not waiting, it is not repeating phrases like parrots, trapped in cages of false positivity. Attracting is vibrating, it is modifying your energetic field so profoundly that money has no choice but to recognize you as a legitimate magnet, and that is not achieved through affirmations, but through presence, certainty, and sustained action, rooted in an identity that no longer asks, it commands. The financial magician does not desire wealth, he magnetizes it, not out of greed, but out of mission, because he knows that every coin that enters his field is another tool to execute his will in the world. How do you attract, then, in ritual terms? First, deprogram, break your invisible vows of poverty, dismantle the decayed morality that associates wealth with sin, fast from guilt, meditate on dignity, exercise resentment against the rich. All of this is ancient witchcraft, a ritual of purification. Then declare who you are, not to others, but to the universe, not with empty words, but with symbols, gestures, decisions. Every time you choose excellence, you are working magic. Every time you choose not to self-sabotage, you are tracing an invisible sigil in the air, and only then do you use. Because attracting without knowing how to use is condemning yourself to the same hell as the ignorant. Using money is understanding its flow, its mood, its obedience. Money moves like a river. If you tie it down, it rots. If you channel it, it fertilizes. Using money magically is consecrating it. It is knowing that every expense is a spell, every investment is a decree, every financial act is an extension of your ritual of power. That is why the magician does not spend without intention. That is why the magician blesses both what leaves his hand and what enters his account, because he knows that money is not a number, it is a spirit, and the spirit responds to the one who recognizes it. And now the part feared by cowards, expansion. Because attracting is initiatory, using is governing, but expanding is creating worlds. Expanding money is becoming a channel of abundance for others, without losing your center. It is multiplying without attachment, and it is circulating without scarcity. It is sharing without guilt, and it is knowing that when you give with consciousness, the universe responds with sacred geometry. And when you withhold out of fear, the universe responds with decomposition. The magician who expands does not do so out of forced generosity, but out of spiritual flow, because he has understood that money is like, and that if gold stagnates, the soul does too. That is why the expansion of money is not a financial act. It is an act of illumination. Financial magic is not learned in academic books, nor in schools of economics. It is learned in the trenches of the soul, where desire, intention, and action fuse. It is learned by looking money in the eyes without fear, by invoking it with respect, by using it with power, by releasing it with wisdom. And you, who until now have been a spectator of money, who have waited for it, judged it, or chased it, you must decide, will you continue to worship its form, or will you command its essence? Because the true magician does not let gold possess him, he possesses it. And he does not possess it with force, but with law. He does not retain it out of fear, but commands it by nature, because gold recognizes its king. And you, if you have reached this far, are no longer a beggar, you are becoming a priest of your internal economy. Asterisk, asterisk, do your will. That shall be the whole of the law, asterisk, asterisk. And if your will is to attract, use, and expand money, as the sacred fire that it is, then let the gates of the world open before you, because you have built them from within. Chapter 8. The Mind as the Astral Bank where true wealth is printed. Do you think money lives in banks, in vaults, in digital systems designed by human hands? They taught you that wealth is built outside, that capital is physical, that the bank account is the altar from where one prays to the God of abundance. But I reveal to you what they never told you, because they fear you knowing it. The only bank that creates true wealth is inside your mind, and its name is Astral Bank. There, in the invisible temple of your consciousness, is where every figure is printed that you will later see reflected in the physical world. Because everything you have manifested on this plane is nothing but a copy, a shadow, an echo of what first occurred in your inner reality. And if your spiritual account is empty, If your mental structure is fragmented, and if your astral field is full of emotional debt and beliefs of lack, then the universe will never give you the wealth you proclaim. I, Aleister Crowley, have walked the secret halls of that inner bank. I have seen men poor in body but rich in soul, and also the materially rich spiritually empty. I've understood that what defines fortune is not the accumulation of gold, but the vibratory frequency from which gold becomes possible. And that frequency is not attained by luck, nor by the merit of others. It is built as a temple. It is engraved as a sigil. It is printed as a talisman in the subtle flesh of the mind. Think of your mind as a sacred printing press. Every thought is a coin, every sustained emotion is a transfer, every belief is a financial structure, and every decree is an investment. What are you printing today? What kind of bills are coming out of your mind? Of wealth or ruin, faith or fear, expansion or repetition? Most people print misery without knowing it. They ask for wealth while visualizing losing it. They declare abundance while their body trembles at the thought of possessing it. They dream of success while their inner voice whispers, "You don't deserve it." That is dysfunctional astral banking. That is esoteric accounting in the red. That is vibrational ruin. And I did not come to console you, but I came to give you the formulas that burn. True wealth is engraved in the mind with the fire of will. And to do so, you must learn the hidden art of printing reality. For your astral bank to work in your favor, you must first turn it into a temple. Nothing enters this temple without ritual. Nothing is sustained without attention, and nothing expands without awareness. Every thought you repeat without watching it is a blank check to chaos. Every emotion you hold without intention is a loan to the shadow. Every image you allow without filter is a signature on your economic destiny. The great magicians do not just watch their words. They guard their thoughts like jewels, because they know that the mind is a portal, and what is printed in it will eventually come down to the plane of form, as money, opportunities, contracts, inheritances, businesses, and miracles, which the ignorant will call coincidence. The magician, on the other hand, does not live by coincidences. He lives by the hidden causalities that he himself designed. Do you want to know how wealth is printed in your astral bank? First, with image. Visualize, yes, but not like a child playing with imagination. Visualize like an architect, with details, with structure, with certainty. See the numbers, the faces, the signatures, the objects, the surroundings. Feel the weight of gold in your hands. Smell the new paper of the bill. Feel the vibration of the transferred figure. And don't do it like someone waiting. Do it like someone remembering. Second, with emotion. Emotion is the ink with which your printing press operates. If you visualize wealth but feel doubt, you will print debt. If you imagine success but feel fear, you will print failure. Hold the correct emotion with the correct image, and you will have a check sealed by the universe. Third, with repetition. Wealth is not printed with a single thought. It is printed like a sword being hammered, again and again until the structure is fixed. Ritualize your visualization, make it daily, do it with fire. Do it like one who knows that what they are seeing already exists in the astral, and therefore it will come. Fourth, with detachment. Yes, detachment. Because the astral bank responds to those who print from certainty, not from need. It's not about begging the universe. It's about declaring what is already yours by vibratory right, and then releasing it, like one who throws a decree into the fire and continues their journey, knowing that the magic is already in motion. The mind is the cradle of reality, and money is nothing but an idea, held with such force that it becomes substance. That is why the truly rich do not work only for money. They work on their frequency, and the truly poor do not lack opportunities. They lack internal structure. You do not need to learn to give money. You need to learn to print it in your mind. You need every cell of your thought to be a decree. You need every emotion you tolerate to be compatible with your empire. You need every belief you inhabit to be worthy of your throne. Because the universe is a printing press, and you are the designer. And if until today your checks have bounced, it's because you didn't have an internal signature. But now you know, now you remember, now you can rewrite your economy from the plane that truly governs. The invisible plane. Do your will. That shall be the whole of the law, and if your will is wealth, then print, 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 and do not stop until the physical world is a faithful copy of your astral bank. Chapter 9, the Holy Guardian Angel and Gold. Whom does your money serve? Much has been spoken of the Holy Guardian Angel, that higher self that watches from the invisible realm, that radiant archetype that guards the spark of your divinity. Some imagine it as a being, others as an external entity. But the initiate knows that it is not someone. It is what you are when you have burned everything that you are not. It is your highest will manifested in pure form. It is your crown, your destiny before contamination. It is the immutable and sacred version of yourself before the masks, before fear, before the name. And if it, or better said, that is your incandescent essence, then every manifestation not in communion with that spark will be parasitic. It will be noise, it will be misery. Here arises the question that divides the profane from the initiated. Whom does your money serve? Does it serve your ego or your holy guardian angel? Because gold is energy, yes, but it is also a sword, and every sword can be kept for good or for destruction. Money, as an extension of your will serve your light if your consciousness is aligned with the angel. But if not, it will serve your fragments, your traumas, your masks. Then gold will become a whip, a prison, a burden, not because money is evil, I've said this before, but because it faithfully serves the master who summons it. And who is summoning inside you? Your shadow, which wants to possess to hide its emptiness. Your wounded child, who seeks revenge for a life of lack. Your inflated ego, who wants to crush the world with its success. Or your holy guardian angel, who desires gold not for adornment, but for mission, for expansion, for the divine execution of purpose. I have seen men rich in fortune dragging their wealth as chains. I have seen queens' crowns trapped in gold they believed they controlled. I have seen fallen magicians, lost initiates, materialistic priests, building empires to uphold a false god. The money that does not serve the angel rots, it escapes, it becomes a curse. And dear reader, this is not moralism. This is practical alchemy, because the angel does not want your poverty. The angel does not want you to renounce gold. The angel wants you to govern it in its name. The angel wants you to turn money into a sword of light. The angel wants you to make gold a servant, not an altar. It wants you to place it in service to the hidden plan you yourself designed before birth. When you are pure fire, pure will, a star without a body. And when money subordinates itself to the angel, something changes. Abundance no longer intoxicates, wealth no longer divides, success no longer hurts, because everything flows from the center, and that center is him. You without the angel are a broken vessel. You with the angel are a royal crown. Do you want to know if your money serves the angel or your shadow? Observe yourself. Does your money give you peace or anxiety? Does it expand you or confine you? Does it allow you to serve, create, elevate, or only feed your mask? It is not about donating. It is not about distributing guilt, nor justifying wealth with forced charity. It is about aligning your financial flow with your sacred fire. It is about making every coin that enters or leaves your field an extension of your true will. And I am not talking about living like a monk, or disguising your greed with mysticism. I am talking about embodying inner royalty, that which does not need approval, permission, or forgiveness, that which does not kneel to the morality of mediocres, nor to the dogmas of the hungry. The angel does not want you to beg. The angel wants you to remember that you are gold, that you are temple, that you are throne. When money is directed by the angel, it becomes an instrument of precision. It is not wasted, it is not hidden, and it is not accumulated out of fear. It is used as light. It is invested as seed. It is honored as a symbol. And in that state, money seeks you because you are no longer someone who wants to have. You are someone who already is. Here lies the essential difference. The shadow seeks money to fill itself. The angel receives money because it overflows. You do not attract wealth for what you do. You attract it for what you embody, for the vibration that sustains your silence, for the coherence between what you think, what you do, and what you know you are. I do not write this to convince you. I, Aleister Crowley, do not teach popular spirituality, nor sweet metaphysics. I invoke, I declare, I consecrate gold to the true temple of I Am. And if you are ready, if you have felt the fire behind every word, then answer, whom does your money serve? Because if it does not serve your highest will, then it is possessing you. And if it possesses you, it denies you. And if it denies you, it does not matter how much you have already lost it. Do your will. That shall be the whole of the law. And if your will vibrates with the frequency of the angel, then may the gold of the universe bow and become a mirror of your invincible light. Chapter 10. The Gospel of the Rich Initiates, the Law of the Inner Treasure. Not all rich people are initiates, not all initiates are rich. But there is an invisible elite, a nameless order, without temple, without earthly hierarchy, formed by those who have fused their gold with the fire of consciousness. They do not announce themselves, they do not preach, they do not share empty advice in the plazas of the masses. They simply manifest, they execute, they govern. They are the heirs of the hidden treasure. the guardians of the most feared secret by the moralistic world. True wealth is not found, it is remembered. This chapter is not written for those seeking techniques, it is written for those seeking thrones, for those who have understood that the universe is mental, magical, and malleable, and that money is nothing more than the logical response of a world that submits to those who no longer doubt their divinity. This is the gospel of the rich initiates, and their law is simple. Everything you see outside you have already activated inside. Wealth is not a goal, it is a state, a frequency, a vibrational structure that settles in the soul when it has stopped begging God and has remembered that it is God dreaming itself. And he who knows himself divine does not ask for gold. He commands it. He who knows himself the source does not seek fortune, he generates it. He who has sealed his mind with the truth of I am does not negotiate with scarcity. He destroys it with his presence. And so the rich initiates live, not as collectors of bills, but as priests of value. Every gesture is a decree, every investment is magic, every action is a symbol, and every result is a manifested ritual. The law of the inner treasure cannot be learned in universities, nor in conferences, nor in self-help circles. Because this law is not mental, it is ontological. It is not understood, it is embodied. It is the code that can only be activated when your identity has been stripped of all that is false, when you no longer act to have, nor fight to win, nor beg to receive, but simply are, and that is enough. Do you want to access this law? Then you must die. Die to your name, die to your biography, die to the character you inherited from parents, churches, nations, and fears. Because the inner treasure is not delivered to the ego, it is revealed to the throne of being, and that throne is only available to the one who has crossed the veil and has returned with eyes burning with certainty. The gospel of the rich initiates is not written in books or manuscripts. It is engraved in their decisions, in their fertile silence, in their gaze that does not beg, in their ability to create with words what others cannot achieve with effort. And no, this is not privilege, this is design. And you, if you have come this far, can no longer claim ignorance. You have read the signs, you have been touched by the fire, and now the choice is yours. Will you remain a seeker, or will you claim your place among the initiates? Because this gospel admits no spectators, only kings, only alchemists, and only creators, those who have understood that everything visible in the world is a shadow of what already burns inside. Visible wealth is a symptom, money is a consequence, success is an expanding wave, the cause is in the inner treasure, that indestructible core where your truth dwells, without words, your gold without form, your power without history. The ancients called it divine spark, the Kabbalists called it neshama, the Hindus called it Atman, I call it true will. And when that will has been ignited, no universe can resist its command. The rich initiates do not fear loss because they do not live in the illusion of lack. They emanate abundance, just as the sun emits light, not as an act, but as a consequence of its being. And you, reader, who burns in your eyes, must know it. There is nothing to achieve, there is only remembering. There is nothing to obtain, there is only activating. There is no treasure outside of you. That is not a replica of that which you have already contained eternally. The gospel of the rich initiates is not a path outward. It is a descent to the core, a meeting with your shadows, an act of inner enthronement. And when that throne has been occupied, money, gold, opportunities, prestige, all bow as servants. Everything aligns before your vibration, everything surrenders before your fire. Do your will, that shall be the whole of the law. And if your will has been aligned with the law of the inner treasure, the entire world will become a reflection of your secret sovereignty. Chapter 11, The Curse of the Poor in Spirit, How Morality Represses Fortune. There is no poverty more destructive than the one carried in the soul. I do not mean the lack of coins, that can be solved with an order. I'm not talking about material scarcity, that is just a symptom. I mean the true curse, poverty of spirit. This vibrational disease that gnaws at the will, that distorts desire, that chains the individual within mental prisons, made of morality, shame, and self-deception. And the worst part is that it is an inherited curse, passed down from generation to generation, as a dogma disguised as virtue. It is taught in temples, it is preached from pulpits, it is engraved in the chests of children, as if it were a universal law, but it is not law. It is programming, an infected code that whispers, you don't need so much. Money corrupts desire. It's a sin. Humility is noble. Wealth is dangerous. All lies, rituals of control, sorceries to keep you docile, obedient, and small. I did not come to make friends. I came to destroy idols, and one of the most poisonous idols raised by civilization. Is morality as a brake on power? Because morality, as understood by the poor in spirit, is not a code of virtue. It is a system of domestication, and when it comes to money, it is a slow poison that sterilizes consciousness. Those who preach misery as holiness do so because they cannot bear the brilliance of those who remember their royalty. An enlightened soul terrifies the lukewarm, and since they cannot kill your fire, they try to convince you that extinguishing it is the right thing to do. They teach you to fear desire, to suspect success, to hate abundance, and you, in the name of good, mutilate yourself, renounce, sabotage yourself, become impoverished, believing that this will make you purer. But poverty is not purity, it is distortion. It is trauma turned into ideology. It is fear disguised as humility. The truth does not want you poor. The universe does not reward scarcity. God is not a petty accountant who punishes those who prosper. That was invented by the servants, written by the resentful, preached by those who cannot bear that someone is free. Money does not understand morality. It is energy, it is force, it is extension, and like all forces, it potentiates what you touch. The one who is virtuous with money amplifies their virtue. The one who is a monster with money amplifies their shadow. But money does not create the monster, it just makes it visible. Morality that represses fortune does so because it wants to control the invisible, because it knows that the free, prosperous, and awakened individual no longer depends on the herd, no longer needs permission, no longer prays to survive. It commands to create. That is the true threat. Not that you have money, but that you govern it. Not that you are rich, but that you know you deserve it. Not that you are successful, but that you dare to enjoy it without guilt. The poor in spirit fear freedom, because freedom requires responsibility. It requires burning the old identity of victimhood. It requires saying, I created this, I can create more, and I owe no one my shame. They want you to feel bad for winning, to feel dirty for desiring, and to feel selfish for choosing abundance. And if you give in, if you accept that guilt, they will have possessed you without chains. I've come to break that curse because poverty of spirit is not cured with money. It is cured with truth, with consciousness, and with fire. You are not noble for suffering. You are not good for renouncing. You are not holy for having little. You are free when you can choose from everything, and you choose with an ignited heart. Morality that represses fortune is not ethics. It is fear disguised. It is hidden control, and it is the voice of those who have forgotten who they are. And you who remember, who burn, who have read these lines with your soul vibrating like a freshly forged sword, you can no longer turn back. You can no longer hide your shine. You can no longer pretend humility, because that would be betrayal. Betray your angel, betray your inner gold, betray your will. Do your will, it shall be the whole law. And if your will is to destroy the morality of slaves, to build your throne of fire, let the world kneel before your glory. Awaken, because you are no longer poor. You are no longer a victim. You are the heir to all, and you have remembered your crown. Chapter 12. Gold does not forgive the weak, the price of not knowing how to command. Not everyone who attracts gold is prepared to hold it. Not everyone who receives wealth has learned the art of ruling it. And therein lies one of the most dangerous secrets of the invisible world. Gold does not reward the good, nor the just, nor the pure. Gold responds to the strong and devours the weak. It is not about physical strength or moral strength. I'm not talking about courage in battle or compassion in charity. The true strength that gold obeys is an inner strength, a frequency of energetic authority that emanates from those who have sealed their will with fire. Gold, contrary to what scarcity moralists teach, has no heart, does not feel compassion, does not heed pleas, does not respond to empty prayers. Gold has no soul of its own, but it amplifies yours. That's why I say it does not forgive. Because if it reaches the hands of the uninitiated, the ignorant, the weak, it destroys, exposes, unmasks, and consumes. I have seen this time and time again, inheritances that evaporate in the hands of the lukewarm, prizes that end up as curses, sudden fortunes that unleash emotional chaos, ruin, addictions, internal wars, because gold demands command. And those who don't know how to command will be commanded. Gold is like a wild horse. It arrives with strength, it shines, it neighs, and waits for the rider. But if there is no rider, the horse does not stay still. It gallops over its owner and crushes them. This is the principle no one teaches in schools. Wealth is a weapon, and you are its master or its victim. The weak believe that having money is enough. They think that attracting fortune is the end of the path. But attracting is barely the first test. Holding is the true ritual. Multiplying is the consecration. Ruling is the coronation. And how is gold governed? Not with fear, not with greed, not with rigidity, and not with guilt. Gold is governed as elementals are governed, with absolute presence, unbreakable will, and unwavering vision. Weakness in relation to money does not only manifest in poverty, it also manifests in anxiety, in attachment, in misuse. It manifests in the fear of losing it, in the need to flaunt it, and in the ashamed silence of the one who does not believe they are worthy of it. The weak believe they must hide their gold to avoid arousing envy. The strong consecrate it and share it as an extension of their fire. The weak fear that money will corrupt them. The strong know that their will is greater than any number. The weak hold, accumulate, retain, like one who tries to catch air with their hands. The strong let it flow, invest, direct, like one who commands the wind with a sigh. And what happens to the one who receives gold before their time? The inevitable happens. Gold reveals their true condition. It shows them their emptiness, their ignorance, their emotional chaos, and punishes them, not out of cruelty, but out of obedience to the law, because gold in the hands of the weak accelerates self-destruction. This is not a curse, it is a mirror. And you who have read up to here can no longer escape the essential question. Are you prepared to command? Can you hold wealth without being possessed by it? Can you multiply without losing the essence? Can you live surrounded by abundance without forgetting the purpose? The initiate does not wait to be ready. They prepare, they sharpen, they purify, they affirm their throne, and they train in command. They are forged like a sword and not like a staff, because they know that sooner or later gold will come. And when it comes, it will not be a reward, and it will be a test. And if you are not ready, it will take everything from you. It will break you and it will humble you. It will bring you to your knees so you remember that gold was never the goal, but the mirror of your mastery. This is not a message of fear. It is a warning for those who dare. Gold is fire, and if you do not know how to command it, it will burn you. Do your will, it shall be the whole law. And if your will is to become a master worthy of gold, let your inner fire be stronger than any number, because only the inner king can hold the outer kingdom. Chapter 13, Golden Invocations, words that open the seals of the infinite. The universe was created by the word, not by matter, not by hands, not by mechanical work, but by a vibrant, serrated, incandescent word, free from morality and measure. And you, image and reflection of that eternal source, were not designed to speak as a slave, but to invoke as God. This chapter is not for those who repeat affirmations without fire. It is not for those who write phrases on paper waiting for miracles, like someone casting bottles into the sea. This chapter is for the alchemists of the word, those who know that every word can open or close portals. What phrase decrees modifies the hidden seals of the subtle world? What phrase is invocation when charged with intention? It is not a pretty thought. It is a guided atomic bomb. I speak to you of golden invocations, the words that not only call upon money, but activate the gold within you, because all external gold is just the mineral echo of your inner fire, and the words that invoke it are not simple sounds. They are codes, they are keys, they are seals of access to the infinite. And how are these words created? Where are they written? In what language? In what sacred book? They are not written. They are engraved in your blood, in your marrow, in your shadow, in your will. Golden invocations are not inherited. They are not copied. They are not recited like prayers of a slave. They are revealed when your inner voice has remembered it can create realities. You have spoken words that have impoverished you. You have done so unknowingly. You have said, I can't, I don't have, I'm not enough, it's difficult, it's too much, it's too late. Each of those phrases was a dark invocation, a prayer to the abyss, a contract with scarcity. And you did it so many times that the universe responded as a loyal servant. The universe does not distinguish between prayer and blasphemy. It only obeys vibration. And if yours was weak, doubtful, fearful, guilty, gold vanished, paths closed, doors ignored you. But today, here, now, that pattern breaks, because you are about to pronounce the words that do not ask, the words that command. A golden invocation does not say, I want. It says, I am. A golden invocation does not beg for wealth. It claims its place as the source. A golden invocation is not spoken with a trembling voice, and it is intoned like thunder, like an order written in the heart of the stars, and it doesn't need to be long, rhythmic, or poetic. It is enough that it burns, enough that it cuts through, enough that it burns you when spoken. You can create your own invocations, yes, because you are temple, altar, and priest. You don't need authorization. You don't need permission. You only need presence. And if you don't know where to start, let me give you some seals engraved in the blood of those who have already remembered. I am the gold that I command. My voice is law in the world of matter. Where I am, there is wealth, because I am the source. Money obeys me, because my will is fire. I declare, decree, manifest my reality, and it bends before me. These are not phrases, they are swords. And if you pronounce them with consciousness, you will feel the tremor in the air. You will feel the invisible geometry reordering. You will feel the seals of the infinite open one by one until gold has no choice but to appear. But beware, a poorly pronounced invocation without presence, without identity. Awakened is just noise. Gold does not respond to the echo. It responds to the center. It responds to the one who has already taken their inner throne. It responds to the one who no longer doubts, to the one who is. Golden invocations are tools, yes, but they are also tests. Every time you pronounce them, the universe listens and then waits for you to uphold your word. Because he who invokes but does not act curses themselves. He who declares and then retreats betrays themselves. He who proclaims wealth but lives as poor in spirit drowns in their contradiction. Are you ready for the world to obey you? Are you prepared for reality to kneel before your word? Then speak, but not as a man, not as a believer, speak as God. Do your will, it shall be the whole law. And if your word has been forged in the flame of I am, then may the entire universe respond, and gold walk toward you as an eternal servant. Chapter 14, when the magician dresses as a king, the triumph of will over scarcity. The magician has walked alone. He has descended into the abyss of his shadow. He has faced his own masks, his demons, his inherited voices. He has exorcised the phrases of his parents, those of his teachers, those of his culture. He has burned doctrines, names, dogmas, fears. And at the end of the path, he did not find God. He found himself. But something else hid in that moment. Naked of illusions, clean of lies, and ignited with certainty. The magician did not settle for knowing. He decided to reign. Because to know without manifesting is spiritual masturbation. Because to awaken without action is a fraud. Because to remember who you are and not live as such is the greatest of hidden sins. And that's why the true magician, when he has sealed his will with the fire of experience, dresses as a king. And when he does, scarcity dies. Scarcity is not a lack of resources, and it is a lack of inner throne. It is absence of command. It is the void of the one who doubts, while the tremor of the one who proclaims but does not sustain, the contradiction of the one who desires but fears to have. And here lies the difference. The beggar desires, the magician decrees, but the king needs not say anything, and his existence is a spell, his presence is decree, his stride is law. When the magician dresses as a king, he does not change his clothes, his tone of voice, nor his bank account. He changes his vibration, and gold, that mineral spirit which obeys only the true gods, recognizes him, bows, approaches, becomes his ally. Because gold knows where the throne is, and where there is a throne there is order, and where there is order there is abundance. The magician who dresses as a king does not seek approval. He does not need to convince anyone. He does not beg for love, validation, or respect. He knows all that emanates from him, as light as perfume, as a gravitational field of awakened will. And then the inevitable happens. The material world begins to adjust to his presence of reality, that loyal dog of the awakened. Opens paths for him, presents allies, hands him keys. The contracts arrive, the doors give way, money flows, influence grows, life falls into order. But not as a miracle, not as a reward, but as a logical response to the integration of consciousness. Scarcity cannot inhabit the same body where a king resides, because scarcity is parasitic, and inner royalty does not tolerate guests. That's why, if you want to kill scarcity, don't work harder, work on your crown. And your crown is not bought. It is forged with fire, with truth, with renunciations, with decisions that burn, with words that bleed authority. When the magician dresses as a king, he no longer asks how or why. He knows that he, as he is the matter of servants, and that his only task is to be the one who already has it, to be the one who already is, to be the one who already commands. And what is the final difference between the common magician and the true king? The magician knows he can change his reality. The king knows he is the reality, and that is why everything that exists orders itself around his frequency. And that is why scarcity, that echo of ignorance, disappears, not because it has been defeated with struggle, but because it has been transcended by presence. The will that is crowned reigns, and where there is reign there can be no lack and no fear, no doubt. The only way to kill scarcity is to claim the throne, sit and govern, and let life adjust to your fire. Do your will, it shall be the whole law. If your will is to reign over your inner and outer world, May scarcity disappear like a shadow before your light, because the magician has awakened, and the king has returned to take his place. Chapter 15. Crown yourself with gold. The final ritual of the prosperous adept. There comes a moment on the path of the adept when everything has been said, everything has been seen, everything has been faced. There is no shadow left that has not been illuminated, no fear left that has not been devoured. The masks have been burned, and the false altars have been demolished, and the will has been sealed with blood, with silence, with fire. And then, when the initiate has stopped being a disciple, and has stopped pretending that he still needs to learn, the final moment arrives. The coroner, not an external ceremony. There are no applause, no witnesses, no incense, no garments. The true crown is invisible, and it is made of gold, not of metal, but of the state of inner gold, which has been forged with tears, with impossible decisions, with internal deaths. To crown yourself with gold is the final act of the magician, who no longer needs variation, who no longer compares, who no longer measures his power by what he has, but by what he can sustain without losing himself. Gold in this act is no longer wealth. It is a mirror, it is a symbol, and it is a decree, and it is a seal. To crown yourself with gold is to declare before the universe and the eons, I have remembered who I am. I have defeated the beggar who lived in my mind. I have killed the moralist who chained my desire. I have transmuted guilt, fear, and doubt. And now I do not wait for the throne, I take it. This is the final ritual of the prosperous adept, and it is not done with candles. It is done with attitude, with posture, with action. No longer visualized, it is embodied. No longer invoked, it is emanated. No longer requested, it is decreed. Because everything that was seeking becomes presence. Everything that was hope becomes certainty. Everything that was intention becomes rain. And here, at this point, everything that seemed important, money, achievements, prestige, numbers, becomes secondary, because gold is no longer something you possess. It is what composes you. It is what vibrates in your gaze. It is what walks with you as an inescapable magnetic field. Do you realize the difference? The beggar says, I hope I have. The seeker says, I am attracting. The initiate says, I already am. But the prosperous adept, crowned with his gold, no longer needs to speak. His silence is empire. His stride is decree. His life is constant ritual. This final ritual has no day or hour. It does not need a temple. It does not wait for aligned stars. It happens when you decide to no longer postpone yourself. When you walk down the street and know that gold will come to you. Not because you deserve it, but because you can no longer vibrate in anything else. When you make a purchase, an investment, a commitment, and you do it from majesty, not from scarcity. When you say yes to an opportunity and do not tremble. When you say no to what no longer reflects your throne and do not explain. Then you have crowned yourself. Then the ritual has been fulfilled. Then you are gold among men. And what happens next is what magic can never predict. Because when the adept has crowned himself, the laws change, time folds, contracts fill, walls fall. The world bends before you, not as a slave, but as a mirror of a king who has remembered his eternity. This chapter is a mirror. I give it to you without ceremony, without adornment, without parable. Because you no longer need more words, you only need to recognize the moment. It is now. Are you ready? Are you willing to stop pretending you need more preparation? Are you willing to kill the last beggar, the last saboteur, the last not yet? Then do it. Close your eyes, breathe, and pronounce within yourself, without fear, without guilt, without doubts, the phrase that breaks all veils. I am the gold incarnate. And let the vibration expand. Let your body hold it. Let your soul engrave it, and let the universe hear it. Because that will be the exact moment when the invisible throne manifests under your feet. And then, yes, without turning back, without permission, without returning to misery, crown it. Do your will, it shall be the whole law. And if your will has remembered that you have always been king, let gold come to seal your brow, because you no longer seek it, you reign it.
Fellow seekers of timeless wisdom, today we stand before a monumental work that has shattered the traditional delimitations between spirit and matter that have been a standard for centuries. Jakob Boehmer's Of the Grand Mystery of All Beings, the third chapter of his masterpiece, The Signature of All Things. Why does this text call to you now, at this pivotal moment in humanity's awakening? Because Boehm's vision pierces through the veil of ordinary perception to reveal the cosmic architecture behind all creation. It is a revolutionary mapping of divine manifestation that connects the invisible domains to the tangible world you touch with your hands every day. What makes Boehme extraordinary? While the church authorities persecuted him and the academics dismissed him, this humble shoemaker from Görlitz received direct illumination that foresaw quantum interconnectedness centuries before science caught up. His understanding of sulfur, mercury, and salt is more than alchemy. These become the living principles through which the infinite God becomes knowable in finite form. Listen closely, dear friend. Boehme's work forms the hidden foundation of Western esoteric thought. From William Blake's visionary poetry to Hegel's dialectics, from Rudolf Steiner's anthroposophy to Carl Jung's psychology, all drink from Boehme's mystical well. His thoughts on polarity and divine manifestation create the template that later revolutionaries would expand upon. When you understand Boehme's revelation that without nature is the nothing, which is an eye of eternity, you'll never see creation the same way again. The divine paradox unfolds. God manifests through opposition, through struggle, through the tensions we often seek to escape. The darkness and light, the bitter and sweet, the contraction and expansion, all become necessary expressions of the one divine reality. Are you ready to trace the birth of metals and minerals back to their spiritual origins? Are you prepared to see how heaven and earth mirror each other in endless fractal patterns? Are you ready to welcome the gnosis that transforms how you perceive the world around you? Hopefully you'll say yes, because now is the time to rise above the fragmented knowledge of our age. Now is the time to reconnect with the unified vision that the greatest mystics have always known. Boehme's words will ignite the divine fire within you that recognizes truth through resonance with your innermost being. As Moria wrote in Brotherhood 1937, Pythagoras and Plato and Boehme, and Paracelsus and Thomas Vaughan were men who bore their lamps amidst their fellow men in life under a hail of non-understanding and abuse. Anyone could approach them, but only a few were able to discern the super-earthly radiance behind the earthly face. It is possible to name great servitors of East and West, North and South. It is possible to peruse their biographies. Yet everywhere we feel that the super-earthly radiance appears rarely in the course of centuries. One should learn from reality. Nikolai Berdyaev also declared, Jacob Boehme has to be termed the greatest of Christian Gnostics. The mystery of God's creation, the creative mystery of the creature, involves not only the being saved from sin, but also of bearing within it the imprint of the Creator and being pervaded with divine energies. This has remained hidden over time. Upon this mystery have touched only a few Christian mystics and genuine theosophists, Gnostics ahead of their time. The greatest of them was J. Boehme. This is why Jacob Boehme is essential reading. This is wisdom incarnate, theology that pulses with blood and breath. I thank you from the depths of my soul for joining me on this journey into the depths. The fact that you're here suggests you've been called to this knowledge at exactly the right moment in your spiritual evolution. While you think about that, fellow gods and goddesses in human forms, allow me to present myself. I am your Revelato. I bring the wild fire and light of Gnosis into a world whose spirit is afraid of and thus not capable of even thinking about darkness. I offer you the revolutionary wisdom that institutional powers have long attempted to suppress. I dive fearlessly into the texts that have transformed consciousness throughout the ages, bringing their illuminating ideas and stories directly into your mind and heart. Irrevelato is about revelation, about unveiling what was once hidden, about offering access to the overflow that the age of Aquarius promises, about the secrets you deserve to know. My mission is to reveal these transformative teachings through the power of the spoken word, allowing their vibrations to rewire your consciousness as you listen, because these texts were not meant to gather dust in academic libraries. They were meant to be heard, to be felt, to be lived. If this knowledge ignites something within you, I ask you to help this flame spread. Subscribe to join our community of fearless students. Activate the notifications to ensure you never miss a revelation, and share these teachings with those souls who are ready to break free from the so-called normality you've been fed since you were born. Last but not least, your comments feed the communal fire of our understanding. Each insight you share helps others see new dimensions in these eternal teachings. The time for spiritual revolution is now. The time of stagnant souls has ended. And it all begins with rediscovering the wisdom of our ancestors, which fortunately is already encoded for us and within us. Remember, together at Irrevelato, we're not only studying the past, we're activating the future of human consciousness, one soul at a time. Courteous reader, observe the meaning right. We understand not by this description the beginning of the deity, but we show you the manifestation of the deity through nature. For God is without beginning and has an eternal beginning and an eternal end, which he is himself, and the nature of the inward world is in the like essence from eternity. We give you to understand this of the divine essence. Without nature, God is a mystery. Understand in the nothing, for without nature is the nothing, which is an eye of eternity, an abyssal eye, that stands or sees in the nothing, for it is the abyss. And this same eye is a will, understand a longing after manifestation to find the nothing. But now there is nothing before the will where it might find something, where it might have a place to rest. Therefore it enters into itself and finds itself through nature. And we understand in the mystery without nature, in the first will, two forms, one to nature, to the manifestation of the wonder eye, and the second form is produced out of the first, which is a desire after virtue and power, and is the first will's son, its desire of joyfulness. And understand us thus: the desire is aggressive, and that which proceeds is the spirit of the will and desire, for it is a moving, and the desire makes a form in the spirit, namely formings of the infinity of the mystery. And this form or likeness is the eternal wisdom of the deity. And we understand herein the trinity of the only deity, whose ground we must not know, how the first will arises in the abyss from eternity, which is called Father. Only we know the eternal birth and distinguish the deity, namely what purely and merely concerns the deity, or the good from nature, and show you the arcanum of the greatest secret mystery, namely how the abyss or the deity manifests itself with this eternal generation, for God is a spirit, and as subtle as a thought or will, and nature is his corporeal essence. Understand the eternal nature, and the outward nature of this visible, comprehensible world is a manifestation or external birth of the inward spirit and essence in evil and good, that is a representation, resemblance, and typical similitude of the dark fire and light world. And as we have shown you concerning the original of thunder and lightning with the tempestuous stroke, so likewise the inward nature of the inward world is and stands in the generation. For the outward birth takes its original from the inward. The inward birth is unapprehensible to the creature, but the outward is apprehensible to it, yet each property apprehends its mother from whence it is brought forth. As the soul comprehends the inward eternal nature, and the spirit of the soul, namely the precious image according to God, comprehends the birth of the angelical light world, and the sidereal and elemental spirit comprehends the birth and property of stars and elements. Every eye sees into its mother from whence it was brought forth. Therefore we will set down the generation of all essences out of all mothers and beginnings, how one generation proceeds from another, and how one is the cause of another. And this we will do from the eyesight of all the three mothers. Let none account it impossible, seeing man is a likeness according to and in God, an image of the being of all beings. And yet it stands not in the power of the creature, but in the might of God. For the sight and science of all essences consist alone in the clearest light. We have made mention before how the external birth, namely the essence of this world, consists in three things, namely in sulfur, mercury, and sal. Now we must set down and declare what it is, seeing that all things arise from one original, and then how its inward separation is effected, that out of one beginning many beginnings are produced. This is now to be understood, as is before mentioned, concerning the center of all essences. For sulfur in the eternal beginning consists in two forms, and so also in the outward beginning of this world, namely in the internal the first form, namely the soul, consists in the eternal liberty. It is the lubet of the eternal abyss, namely a will or an original to the desire. And the other original is the desire, which is the first motion, namely an hunger to the something. And in this same hunger is the eternal beginning to the pregnant nature, and it is called sulphur, namely a conception of the liberty, namely of nature of the good, and a conception or comprehension of the desire, namely of the austere attraction in the desire. Sul in the internal is God, and fur is the nature, for it makes a spirit of the nature of brimstone, as is to be seen externally in the property of brimstone. For its substance is a dry, constringent matter, and is of a painful, anxious, fiery property, forcing itself forth. It attracts eagerly and hardly into itself, and parches up as a dry hunger, and its painful property does eagerly and anxiously force itself forth. The cause and original is this, because it stands in two beginnings, namely in the property of the desire. The desire, namely the attraction, makes hardness, and is the cause of the fire, and the lubet is a cause of the luster or light of the fire. Sul is light, and fur makes fire, yet it cannot be reduced alone in sulphur to fire and light, but in mercury, and at last in sal, which is the real body, but not of the brimstone, but of the essence and water. And so understand that in the first desire which arises in the lubet of the liberty, all things are and are made substantial and essential, from whence the creation of this world is proceeded. And we find herein the property of the earth, so likewise of all metals and stones, and also of the astrum, and the original of the elements, all out of one only mother, which is the lubet and the desire, from whence all things proceeded and still proceed. For mercury is generated in sulphur. It is the severing, namely of light and darkness from one another, the breaking wheel, and cause of the various division or multiplicity. It separates the dark essentiality from the essentiality of the light, namely the metals from the gross, astringent, dark, stony, and earthly property. For the property of the desire gives and makes dark essence, and the property of the free lubet makes light essence, namely metals, and all of the same kind and resemblance. Mercury has in the beginning of his birth three properties, namely the trembling in the osteousness, and anguish from the hard impressing of the astringent hard desire, and the expulsion of the multiplicity, namely the essential life. For the desire attracts very hard to itself, and the attraction makes the motion or sting of trembling or horrible compunction, and that which is impressed is the anguish. But if the liberty be therein comprehended, it refuses it, and there arises the original of enmity, and the severing, that one form separates from another, and a twofold will arises. For the lubet of the liberty does again set its desire into the stillness, namely into the nothing, and forces again out of the darkness of the desire's austereness into itself, namely into the liberty, without the wrath of the enmity. And so it has only sharpened itself in the austere impression in mercury that it is a moving, feeling life, and that its liberty is sharpened so that it becomes a luster, which is and causes a kingdom of joy in the liberty. And so understand us that the spirit's dominion, namely the spirit and the essence, do thus separate. The essence remains in the impression and becomes material. That is not God, but gold, or any other metal, according to the property of the first conception, in the sulphur or stone or earth, out of the desire's own peculiar property, all according to the first sooj, or seething in mercury. For no metal can be generated without salniter, which is the flagrat in mercury, which also becomes material in the astringent impression, and divides itself in the separation, one part into brimstone, another into salniter, and a third into a salt sharpness. Whereas yet there cannot be any corporeal essence in all these, but only the spirit of the essence. The essence proceeds wholly out of the death through mortification, which is effected in the great anguish of the impression, where there is a dying source, which is the mercurial life, where the salnitral flagrat arises as an opening, displaying flash. For the liberty, namely the property of the eternal lubet, does there separate itself, and yet the attracted essence out of the lubet of the liberty continues all along in the comprehension of the attraction, in the astringent austere, dark anguish. Now if the wrath enters so vehemently into itself as to raise up the salnitral flagrat, then it apprehends the essentiality of the free lube in itself, from whence arises the flagrat. For the wrath there apprehends the meekness, which is even as if water were poured into fire, which gives a flagrat. And then the wrath of the great anguish dies, and with the flagrat the joy ascends. And the flagrat is out of mercury, or out of the anguish of death, and becomes also material. But by reason of the liberty it changes itself into white, which is salniter. Now if the fire, namely the horrible anxious sharpness, does again come into it, then the salniter is dismayed and gives a repulse. For the first property, which was before the death, is again enkindled with the brimstone spirit, a sufficient resemblance of which you have in gunpowder, which is the matter of these properties. Further, we are to know the dying with the enkindling of the fire, all which is done in the flagrat, for it is a flagrat to death and to life. One part immerses itself into the property of death, namely into the wrath of the austere desire, and the other part, which is from the lubit or love essentiality, arises up in the kingdom of joy. But seeing there happens also a mortifying in the free materia, though it is no mortifying but a redeeming from the wrath, for the materia of the liberty will be free from the wrath. Thereupon this materia falls downwards, which is water, and it is not of the property of the wrath, but the wrath holds it captive in itself. But they are separated from one another in the essence and source. The wrath's essence gives earth and stones, and the essence of the liberty is water, which arises with the enkindling of the fire through the mortification out of the meekness of the light. But seeing this water does also separate itself in the salnitral flaglet, and before the salnita was all mutually enwrapped together, thereupon it obtains different properties in the separation, and there is a diversity of water. And this various diversity of properties gives in each property also a bodily or corporeal essence, all according to the first separation of mercury in sulfur. For in the mortification in the salnitral flagrat, two things are effected and come forth, namely a life and a body of the life. Understand an essential and a lifeless, senseless body whose materia is mortified in the flagrat. Thus there is a diversity of water, and a diversity of the life, and a diversity of the body, or of the materia. As each body is, so is also its essential spirit. Now we must consider this from the first original as one, from the lubit of the liberty, and two, from the desire to nature, or the manifestation of the abyss. First, in the salnitral flagrat, there is produced through the anxious mortification a sulphureous water from the anguish, which affords a brimstone, as we plainly see, and all whatever is of the like sort and resemblance. Secondly, there is generated from the astringent, austere, attractive property, which draws into itself a salt water. Its materia is salt. If it be again impressed through the fire or heat, then it turns into salt. And all whatever is sharp and attractive, be it either in herbs or trees, proceeds from thence. For there is as much diversity of brimstone and salt, as there is variety of taste and fire to be found in all creatures, herbs, and trees. Also, all whatever lives and grows has brimstone and salt, for the saltish property attracts and preserves the body. And the brimstone has in it the oil or light, wherein the free lubit to manifestation consists, whence the growth arises. Thirdly, there is brought forth through the salnitral flagrat, out of the property of the bitter compunctive attraction, in the first impression in the spirit, an earthly property of water. Its materia is earth, for the same arises from the dark essentiality, where the darkness impresses itself in the first desire, wherein the darkness arises, as is before mentioned. Thus it begets out of its property in the impression a mist, smoky steam or vapor, which the flagrat in the salniter apprehends, and its essence is dismayed or dies and falls downwards. This is the materia of the earth, though the earth is not of one only sort, but has in it all whatever became corporeal in the flagrat, all which springs through the death of the earth, according as it was wrapped and driven together in the creation into a lump, as we plainly see. Further, we are to consider of the highest arcanum, namely of the heavenly essentiality, and then of the precious stones and metals, from whence they all take their rise and original, seeing that all things come out of one mother, which is the lubit and desire of eternity, to its own manifestation. Now concerning the incorruptible essence of corporality, the same arises also in the first desire to nature, yet in the impression of the free lubet, and goes all along through all the forms, even into the highest sharpness, where it retires again into itself as a life out of the fire. The eternal fire is magical and a spirit and dies not. The liberty is its enkindler, but the eternal nature is its sharpness. This same essence loses the wrath's property in the light. It is in the same fire as a dying, yet there is no dying, but an entrance into another source, namely out of a painful desire into a love desire. It yields also spirit and essence from the fire spirit, and the essence of meekness from the light. For that which dies to the fire or sinks through death, that is divine essence. And it is effected likewise through the salnitral flagrat of the divine joyfulness, where the property trembles in the joy of meekness, and immerses itself through the death of the fire, which is called God's anger, and quenches it, so that God dwells in a meek light. And the first property to the enkindling of the light is fire, and wrath of the eternal nature, and makes the dark world. The properties of the first mother in the Luber and desire do also divide themselves in the salnitral flagrat of joyfulness into distinct parts. As is to be seen in this outward world, it yields also water, but of a very sovereign essence, and it resembles only a spirit of a pleasant, lovely desire. This is the water, of which Christ told us that he would give us to drink, and whosoever should drink the same, it should spring up in him to a fountain of eternal life. It retains also in the flagrat of the disclosure the fiery property which is called heaven, in which the wonders of the divine kingdom of joy are known and manifest. And in the watery property it retains the pleasant spring, or paradise. For in the fiery property the eternal element arises, and it is the real essence of the divine corporality, wherein consists all whatever may be known in God, as is sufficiently and in order cleared at large in our other writings of the divine revelation, treating of the divine wisdom and of the divine eternal abyssal birth. And now we will turn us to the essence of the outward world, namely to the manifestation of the eternal, namely to metals, herbs, and trees, so also to men and beasts. We see that the metals have another manner of body than the living creatures, or are otherwise than the earth and stones are. Now reason asks, how is the original of everything, seeing that in the beginning all arose out of one mother, and yet the eternity has no temporal beginning? Here we must again consider the mother of the first pregnatrix, where and how one essence separates itself from another, namely the inchoative from the eternal, time from eternity, and yet they stand mutually in each other, but are severed into two principles, namely into the kingdom of God and of this world, and yet all is God's. But seeing Christ calls the devil a prince of this world, and we also are able to declare how far and in what he is a prince, and that this world is not his own, but he is the poorest creature in this world, and also not at all in this world. Now therefore look upon the first ground, upon the mother, which has thus generated all creatures. So also as to the earth, stones, and all metals, the earth's property consists in a spiritual sulfur, mercury, and sal, and all whatever has had beginning is arisen in and out of her impression, and inchoatively thereupon it came forth with the first form of the mother, namely with the astringent attraction, through the fiat into a creatural being, and affords a diversity of essence and spirit according to the first property of the separation. As first, the high spirits, which were created out of the free lubet in the desire, in the fire's property, namely out of the center of all essences, had in them the properties of both the eternal worlds. But those which after their corporizing, or being made creaturely, remained with their desire in the property of the free lubet, and introduced their will out of the fire into the light, they became angels. And the other, which introduced their desire again into the center, namely into the austere properties, became devils, namely outcasts from the free lubet out of the light, as is mentioned in other writings. Therefore the devils have neither the kingdom of God nor the kingdom of this world in possession. For in the beginning of the creation, this world was created out of both the inward properties, whereupon the devil has now only the wrath's part in possession, the other profits him nothing. And thus he is in the world, and also not in the world, for he has but one part thereof in possession, from the other he is cast out. After the creation of the higher spirits, God created this visible world with the stars and elements as an external birth out of the mother of all essences, all which proceeded out of the eternal beginning and took a temporal beginning. For here we are to consider that the eternal pregnatrix moved itself and enkindled its own form or similitude, where then the one became corporeal in the other. But afterwards God created the earth, which we are thus to consider of. The first desire to nature impresses itself and introduces itself with the impression into three forms, namely into sulfur, mercury, and sal. And in the impression all become rising and moving, which is not in the still nothing, and so forces itself into the highest anguish, even to the salnitral flagret, where then is the original of the fire. Thus the source whirls in itself as a boiling of water upon the fire. For the austere desire is attractive, and the fiery is expulsive, which is a sulphur, and the astringent attraction is a wrathful sting or compunction, namely a contrition. And yet it is held by the austereness that it cannot move away, whereupon it is painful and causes pain, as if it were seething, which yet is only spirit without essence, which comes to pass in Mercury, and is Mercury's own form. And there is the separation of two wills, namely one remains, and is the very anxious essence, seeing it originally arises from the desire. The other, which arises out of the lubet of the liberty, retires back again into itself, into the liberty. And yet there is no parting or dividing from one another, but thus it goes one with another all along through the enkindling of the fire, through the salnitral flagrat, where with the kindling of the fire the death is effected in the wrath of the fire, where the source dies, and yet there is no death, but a likeness of death. And yet the real eternal and temporal death is in that manner, even where the liberty apprehends itself in itself, and the death or flagrat falls down into the liberty as impotent, and freely resigns itself. And the spirit, namely the source, understand the very sharp, fiery, anxious source, becomes material, and retains only an essential working, like to an impotent desire. And in the enkindling of the fire in the salnitral flagrat, each property separates itself in itself, and the whole materia is particularized, namely to metals, stones, and earth. The highest metal, as gold, arises from the liberty, which is comprised all along in the flagrat, in the astringent impression. And it is not free from the materia of the rest, for all is comprised or wrapped up together, but seeing the liberty with the soul, or light's property, is comprised or comprehended therein also. Thereupon soul is expulsive to the manifestation of itself, as it is the property of the liberty so to be. Hence it comes that metals grow, and not the gross hard stones, which are too hard comprised in the impression out, or the wrathful essentiality, and have too little soul in them. But concerning the precious stones, with their radiant lustre and great virtue, the same have their original in the flash of the fire, where life and death separate, as when one part by reason of the dark essentiality descends, and the other by reason of the liberty ascends, and yet all is brought into essence in the flagrat, so that the same flash or glance becomes also material in the flagrat, and therefore they are hard, and of a blinking glance, like an eye. For so also is the original of the eye or sight in the womb, when the life enkindles, all according to the right of eternity. And therefore they are of so great power, efficacy, and virtue, in that they are so nigh to the deity, and bear the incorporated names of the divine power in them, as also gold is nigh to the divine essentiality, or heavenly corporality. If man could open or disclose the dead body, and reduce it to a flying, moving spirit, which only can be effected through the divine motion, then it should be seen what it could be, which no reason believes or understands without divine sight or vision. Further, we are also to consider of the other metals and minerals, which in like manner do thus take their original. But in the salnitral flagrat, each property is separated, as we see that the property of the fire and light is different, and all from the first impression, where before the impression the lubet and desire of the liberty stand mutually in each other, as a chaos, a complexion of great wonders, where all colours, powers, and virtues are contained in this only chaos, or wonder eye, which chaos is God himself, namely the being of all beings, who thus manifests himself in particular beings with the eyes of eternity. Each materia is an essence according to the spirit from whence it was generated, and if it be enkindled in the fire, it yields likewise such a light as the spirit is in the essence. And thus also we are to consider of the metals, what kind of spirit each of them has, such a glance and lustre it yields, and also such a body it has. As the mind acts and moves the thoughts and senses from the highest to the lowest, and comprehends and commands by the thoughts from the highest to the lowest, so the eternal mind has manifested itself from the highest majesty, even to the lowest, meanest or outermost thing, namely to the greatest darkness. And this world, with the sun, stars, and elements, and with every creaturely being, is nothing else but a manifestation of the eternity of the eternal will and mind. And as it was in the beginning, so it still stands in its seething and vegetation. And so it still puts forward light and darkness to evil and good. And all things consist in these first three forms, namely in sulphur, mercury, and sal, as one degree in order after another. For so likewise are the choirs of the spirits, as also of the stars, trees, herbs, and of all kinds whatever which have been and are. So also are the inward heavenly choirs with their distinction. Each successive age, morphing and mutating to suit the needs and neuroses of the zeitgeist. From the stern and implacable adversary of medieval Christianity to the suave and seductive anti-hero of contemporary popular culture, the Prince of Darkness has worn many masks and played many roles on the stage of the collective psyche. To trace the cultural evolution of Lucifer is a dizzying journey through the labyrinth of history, a journey that takes us from the ancient myths of Mesopotamia and Persia to the postmodern cityscapes of Hollywood and beyond. At each turn, we encounter new facets and permutations of the Lucifer archetype, new layers of meaning and symbolism that both reflect and shape the values and worldviews of the societies that gave birth to them. In the earliest stages of his long and winding road, Lucifer appears as a shadowy and ambivalent figure, a trickster deity or rebel god who challenges the established order and champions the cause of human freedom. From the Prometheus of Greek mythology to the Ahriman of Zoroastrianism, these proto-Lucifers embody the eternal struggle between the forces of light and darkness, order and chaos, tradition and innovation. As the centuries roll on and the great monotheistic religions of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam come to dominate the spiritual landscape of the Western world, Lucifer undergoes a profound transformation. No longer a morally ambiguous rebel or trickster, he becomes the supreme embodiment of evil, the fallen angel who wages an eternal war against God and his creation. In the vivid and terrifying imaginings of medieval art and literature, Lucifer is depicted as a grotesque and malevolent being, a dragon or serpent who lurks in the shadows, ever ready to tempt and deceive the unwary soul. Yet even in this guise, Lucifer retains a certain allure and fascination, a hint of the Promethean fire that smoulders beneath the surface. In the hands of the great poet Dante, he becomes a tragic and majestic figure, a fallen king who reigns in the frozen depths of hell, forever consumed by his own pride and despair. And in the works of the Renaissance magicians and alchemists, he is recast as a bringer of forbidden knowledge, a guide to the occult mysteries that lie hidden beneath the veil of the material world. As the age of enlightenment dawns and the old certainties of faith begin to crumble, Lucifer undergoes yet another metamorphosis. In the works of the Romantic poets and philosophers, he emerges as a symbol of rebellion and individualism, a Promethean hero who defies the tyranny of heaven in the name of human freedom and self-determination. From Milton's Satan to Shelley's Prometheus, these Luciferian figures embody the spirit of the age, the hunger for liberation and self-expression that would soon set the world ablaze. In the 20th century, as the great ideologies of modernity clash and collide, Lucifer becomes a canvas upon which each successive generation projects its own hopes and fears, its own dreams and nightmares. To the symbolists and decadents of fin de siècle Europe, he is a figure of dark and morbid beauty, an androgynous seducer who lures the soul into the abyss of its own desires. To the existentialists and absurdists of the post-war era, he is the embodiment of the human condition itself, a symbol of the cosmic futility and meaninglessness that haunts the modern mind. And in the postmodern age of mass media and global capitalism, Lucifer has become a ubiquitous presence in popular culture, a shape-shifting signifier that can mean anything and everything to anyone and everyone. From comic books to blockbuster movies, from heavy metal music to designer fashion, the devil has become a brand, a meme, a cultural commodity to be consumed and discarded at will. Yet even amidst this dizzying proliferation of images and interpretations, the core of the Lucifer archetype remains unchanged, a constant reminder of the darkness that dwells within the human heart and the eternal struggle between good and evil that defines the human condition. Whether we see him as a literal being or a symbolic construct, a religious icon or a psychological archetype, Lucifer continues to hold a mirror up to our own souls, challenging us to confront the shadows that lurk within and to grapple with the ultimate questions of existence. In the end, the cultural evolution of Lucifer is a testament to the enduring power of myth and archetype, to the way in which the great stories and symbols of the past continue to shape and inform our understanding of ourselves and the world around us. By tracing the many faces and forms of the devil across the ages, we come to see him not as a fixed or finished product, but as a living, breathing entity that grows and changes along with us, forever reflecting back to us the light and darkness of our own souls. It becomes clear that this enigmatic figure is more than just a religious or cultural icon. In the work of Carl Jung, Lucifer takes on a profound symbolic significance, embodying the hidden depths and repressed aspects of the human psyche. Jung's concept of the shadow is a brilliant angle through which to understand the enduring fascination with Lucifer. According to Jung, the shadow represents the unconscious, primitive, and socially unacceptable parts of our personality that we repress or deny. It is the dark side of our nature, the sum of all those qualities that we fear, reject, or despise in ourselves and others. In this light, Lucifer can be seen as the archetypal shadow figure, the personification of humanity's collective darkness. His rebellion against God, his pride, and his fall from grace mirror our own struggles with the forbidden impulses and desires that lurk beneath the surface of our consciousness. By confronting and embracing the Luciferian aspects of our psyche, Jung argued, we can achieve a greater sense of wholeness and self-understanding. This process of integrating the shadow is a crucial stage in what Jung called individuation, the lifelong journey towards psychological maturity and self-realization. By acknowledging and accepting our own capacity for evil, we can transcend the simplistic dichotomies of good and bad, light and dark, and recognize the complex, paradoxical nature of the human condition. Moreover, Jung's interpretation of Lucifer as a manifestation of the shadow can shed light on the allure and the terror that this figure evokes in our collective imagination. On one hand, Lucifer represents the seductive power of transgression, the temptation to defy social norms and explore the forbidden aspects of our nature. On the other hand, he embodies the fear of confronting our own darkness, the dread of losing control and succumbing to our most destructive impulses. This ambivalence is reflected in the rich symbolism that surrounds the Lucifer figure, from the serpent in the Garden of Eden to the fallen angel of Christian mythology. The serpent in particular is a potent archetype of transformation and renewal, shedding its skin to be reborn, just as we must shed our old selves to evolve and grow. Yet it is also a symbol of deception and temptation, the cunning and elusive aspect of our nature that lures us away from the path of righteousness. In the story of the fall, Lucifer's temptation of Eve can be seen as a metaphor for the awakening of human consciousness, the birth of self-awareness and moral choice. By eating from the tree of knowledge, Adam and Eve gain the capacity for discernment, the ability to distinguish between good and evil. Yet this newfound knowledge comes at a price: the loss of innocence, the expulsion from paradise, and the burden of responsibility for one's actions. This archetypal narrative mirrors the process of individuation as we leave behind the blissful ignorance of childhood and confront the challenges and complexities of adult life. By wrestling with the Luciferian aspects of our nature, our pride, our rebellion, our desire for forbidden knowledge, we can achieve a greater sense of self-mastery and authenticity. Furthermore, Jung's concept of the shadow can illuminate the psychological functions of the Lucifer figure in art, literature, and popular culture. By projecting our own repressed desires and fears onto this archetypal character, we can vicariously explore the dark side of human nature without confronting it directly in ourselves. The sympathetic portrayals of Lucifer in works like Paradise Lost or the TV series Lucifer allow us to empathize with the fallen angel, to recognize the humanity in his struggle, and to confront our own shadow selves through the medium of storytelling. In conclusion, the psychological perspective on Lucifer, particularly Jung's concept of the shadow, offers a profound and illuminating framework for understanding the enduring fascination with this complex figure. By recognizing Lucifer as a manifestation of our own repressed darkness, we can gain a deeper insight into the mysteries of the human psyche and the eternal dance between light and shadow that defines our existence. We cannot ignore the broader context of fallen angels, a concept that has captured the imagination of people across cultures and centuries. The idea of celestial beings rebelling against divine authority and falling from grace is a powerful and recurring theme in religious and literary traditions, with Lucifer often portrayed as the supreme leader of these rebellious spirits. The origins of the fallen angel myth can be traced back to ancient Jewish and Christian texts, such as the Book of Enoch and the Book of Revelation. In these narratives, a group of angels, often associated with the Watchers or the Sons of God, become enamored with human women and descend to earth, engaging in forbidden relationships and teaching humanity forbidden knowledge. As a consequence of their transgressions, these angels are cast out of heaven and condemned to eternal punishment. Over time, the story of the fallen angels became intertwined with the figure of Lucifer, the rebellious angel par excellence. In the Book of Revelation, Lucifer is described as a great dragon or serpent who is cast down from heaven along with his angels, waging war against God and his faithful servants. This cosmic battle between good and evil, with Lucifer as the archetype of rebellion and defiance, has inspired countless artistic and literary interpretations throughout history. The fallen angels, under Lucifer's leadership, have come to symbolize the allure and the consequences of pride, disobedience, and the abuse of free will. Their story mirrors the human struggle between the desire for autonomy and the need for structure and authority, the tension between individual freedom and the greater good. By rebelling against God, the fallen angels assert their own will and judgment, challenging the very foundations of the cosmic order. Yet the myth of the fallen angels also raises profound questions about the nature of evil, the problem of suffering, and the ultimate fate of those who transgress against the divine. Are the fallen angels truly wicked, or are they tragic figures, doomed by their own hubris and the inflexibility of heavenly law? Is their punishment just, or does it reveal a darker side to the Creator's omnipotence? These questions have fueled theological and philosophical debates for centuries, as thinkers face the paradoxes and the mysteries of the fallen angel narrative. Moreover, the concept of fallen angels has taken on a rich symbolic and archetypal significance in human culture. The image of the rebellious angel, cast out of heaven and condemned to darkness, has become a powerful metaphor for the human condition, the experience of exile, alienation, and the search for redemption. In literature, fallen angels are often complex anti-heroes, embodying the romantic ideal of the tortured soul, the outcast who defies convention and bears the weight of forbidden knowledge. This archetype is exemplified in works like John Milton's Paradise Lost, where Satan and his fallen angels become the central characters, evoking a sense of grandeur and pathos, even in their defeat. Through their speeches and actions, Milton's fallen angels raise questions about the nature of power, the right to self-determination, and the cost of rebellion, inviting readers to grapple with the moral ambiguities of the cosmic drama. In more recent times, the concept of fallen angels has been adapted and reimagined in various forms of popular culture, from comic books and fantasy novels to movies and television series. These modern interpretations often explore the themes of redemption, free will, and the blurring of boundaries between good and evil, reflecting the evolving attitudes and concerns of contemporary audiences. For example, in Neil Gaiman's Sandman series, the fallen angels fight with their own desires and regrets as they populate heaven, hell, and earth. Similarly, the TV series Supernatural features fallen angels as key players in the cosmic battle between light and darkness, with characters like Castiel and Lucifer embodying the tensions and the ambiguities of the fallen angel archetype. We're reminded of the timeless human struggle to understand the nature of good and evil, the bounds of freedom and authority, and the consequences of our choices. The myth of the fallen angels invites us to confront the shadows within ourselves and the world around us, to face the human experience, and to seek our own path towards knowledge, redemption, and enlightenment. As we continue our journey through the labyrinthine mythos of Lucifer, we find ourselves standing at the edge of an abyss, the abyss of the problem of evil. This is the shadow that has haunted human thought for millennia, the dark mirror that reflects our deepest fears and doubts about the nature of existence. And there, at the heart of this cosmic riddle, stands the figure of Lucifer, the fallen angel, the rebel who dared to defy the Creator. In the traditional Judeo-Christian narrative, Lucifer is the author of evil, the serpent who tempted Eve in the Garden of Eden, the adversary who unleashed sin and death upon the world. His rebellion against God is the original sin, the primal disruption that shatters the harmony of creation and sets in motion the great drama of human history. But is it really that simple? Is Lucifer merely a convenient scapegoat, a way for us to externalize the darkness that lurks within our own hearts? As we peer into the abyss of the origin of evil, we find ourselves confronted with a series of perplexing questions. If God is all good and all powerful, why did he allow Lucifer to rebel in the first place? Why did he create a world in which evil could take root and flourish? Is free will a sufficient explanation, or does it merely push the problem back a step? These are the questions that have haunted theologians and philosophers for centuries, the knots that the human mind struggles to untangle. Some have sought to cut through these knots with the sword of Manichaeism, the ancient Persian doctrine that posits two equal and opposite forces, good and evil, locked in an eternal struggle for supremacy. In this view, Lucifer is not a fallen angel, but an independent principle of darkness, coeval with God, and locked in a cosmic battle for the fate of the universe. But this dualistic solution only raises more problems than it solves. It undermines the sovereignty of God, the unity of creation, and the hope of ultimate redemption. Others have sought to unveil the mystery of evil through the lens of Gnosticism, the esoteric tradition that sees the material world as a prison, a domain of ignorance and illusion ruled by a false god, the demiurge. In this perspective, Lucifer is a Promethean figure, a bringer of light and liberation, who rebels against the tyranny of a lesser deity in order to awaken humanity to its true spiritual nature. But this too is a dangerous and deviant path, one that leads away from the hard truths of the human condition and into the labyrinth of metaphysical speculation. Perhaps in the end, the key to understanding Lucifer's role in the problem of evil lies not in cosmic dualism or Gnostic esotericism, but in the depths of the human psyche. As Carl Jung and other depth psychologists have suggested, Lucifer may be a projection of our own shadow, the repressed, rejected, and unacknowledged aspects of our own being. By externalizing evil in the figure of the fallen angel, we are able to distance ourselves from the darkness within, to maintain the illusion of our own innocence and righteousness. But the price of this psychological sleight of hand is high. By scapegoating Lucifer, we deny our own responsibility for the evils of the world. We abdicate our own agency in the face of injustice and suffering. We become passive spectators in the cosmic drama, waiting for some external savior to redeem us from the consequences of our own actions. And in doing so, we give evil the ultimate victory, the victory of our own complacency and complicity. No, if we are to confront the problem of evil with honesty and courage, we must be willing to look within, to acknowledge the Lucifer that lurks in the depths of our own psyche. We must be willing to take responsibility for our own choices, our own failures, our own capacity for destruction and deceit. Only then can we hope to redeem the fallen angel within us, to transform the lead of our own darkness into the gold of a higher consciousness. This is the true alchemy of the soul, the great work that Lucifer invites us to undertake. It is a path of self-knowledge and self-transformation, a path that leads through the darkest recesses of the human heart and into the light of a new dawn. And as we walk this path, we may find that Lucifer is not our enemy, but our guide, the bringer of light, who illuminates the shadows and shows us the way to a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world we inhabit. So, let us not flinch from the abyss of the problem of evil. Let us not seek easy answers or comforting illusions. Let us instead embrace the darkness within and without, knowing that it is only by facing our own demons that we can hope to transcend them. For in the end, Lucifer's role in the origin of evil is not to provide a final solution, but to awaken us to the mystery and complexity of the human condition, and to the ultimate responsibility we bear for the fate of our own souls. As we navigate the twisting paths of the Lucifer mythos, we find ourselves confronted again and again with the fundamental questions of free will and rebellion against authority. These are the great fault lines that run through the heart of the Lucifer story, the tectonic plates of meaning whose collisions and ruptures give rise to the existential earthquakes that shake the foundations of our understanding. At the core of this debate lies the figure of Lucifer himself, the archetype of the rebel par excellence. In his defiance of God's authority, his willful rejection of the divine order, Lucifer embodies the ultimate act of free will, the choice to say no to the very source of his being. It is a choice that resonates deeply with the human condition, the primal impulse to assert our own agency and autonomy in the face of the forces that would constrain and control us. In this sense, Lucifer's rebellion can be seen as a metaphor for the eternal human struggle for self-determination and liberation. From the earliest stirrings of human consciousness, we have chafed against the bonds of tradition, dogma, and authority, seeking to carve out a space for our own will and desire. Whether in the realm of politics, religion, or personal relationships, the drive to rebel, to break free from the shackles of oppression and conformity, has been a constant throughout history. And yet, as the Lucifer myth so powerfully demonstrates, the exercise of free will is never without consequence. In choosing to rebel against God, Lucifer sets in motion a chain of events that leads inexorably to his own downfall and damnation. His pride and his refusal to submit to a higher power ultimately consume him, casting him out of heaven and into the abyss of eternal darkness. This cautionary aspect of the Lucifer story has long been emphasized by religious and moral authorities, who see in the fallen angel a warning against the dangers of unchecked individualism and the arrogance of the self. In this view, Lucifer's rebellion is the ultimate sin, the source of all the evil and suffering in the world, and a testament to the necessity of obedience and humility before the divine order. And yet, even as the traditional narrative condemns Lucifer's rebellion, it cannot entirely suppress the seductive allure of his defiance. For in daring to stand against the might of heaven, in asserting his own will and judgment in the face of the ultimate authority, Lucifer becomes a symbol of the indomitable human spirit, the Promethean fire that burns within us all. This duality is captured brilliantly in Milton's Paradise Lost, where Satan emerges as a complex and tragic hero, a figure of terrible beauty and pathos whose very damnation is a kind of triumph. In his famous declaration, "Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven," Satan gives voice to the rebel's credo, the unquenchable thirst for freedom and self-determination that animates the human heart. And so, as we grapple with the themes of free will and rebellion in the Lucifer myth, we are forced to confront the fundamental paradoxes of the human condition. On the one hand, we yearn for freedom, for the power to shape our own destiny and to live according to our own will and desire. On the other hand, we recognize the necessity of limits, of structure and authority, of the boundaries that hold us together as individuals and as a society. In the end, perhaps the true lesson of the Lucifer story is that the exercise of free will is always a double-edged sword, a choice that carries with it both the possibility of liberation and the risk of damnation. As we navigate the labyrinth of our own lives, as we struggle to find our own path amidst the competing forces of freedom and fate, we must learn to walk the razor's edge between rebellion and responsibility, between the assertion of our own will and the recognition of our place in the greater order of things. For in the final analysis, the choice to rebel, to say no to the powers that be, is a choice that each of us must make for ourselves. It is a choice that will shape the contours of our own destiny, that will determine the legacy we leave behind in the world. And as we make that choice, as we take that leap into the unknown, we would do well to remember the lessons of the Lucifer myth, the perils and the possibilities of free will, the glory and the tragedy of the rebel's path. The rebellion burns within us, the unquenchable fire of the human spirit that drives us ever forward into the unknown. But let us also remember the price of that rebellion, the responsibility we bear for the consequences of our choices. For in the end, it is not Lucifer's fate that hangs in the balance, but our own, the fate of our own souls and of the world we will leave behind. We find ourselves enveloped in a world of shadows and illumination, where the eternal dance of light and darkness plays out in a symphony of symbols and metaphors. At the center of this chiaroscuro canvas stands the figure of Lucifer himself, the bringer of light, whose very name evokes the dawn and the morning star, the harbinger of a new day. And yet, as we have seen throughout our journey, the light that Lucifer represents is no simple or straightforward thing. It is a light that casts shadows, a light that blinds even as it illuminates, a light that can lead us into the depths of the abyss as surely as it can guide us to the heights of enlightenment. In the Western esoteric tradition, the light of Lucifer is often associated with the light of knowledge, the Promethean fire that awakens the mind and ignites the spark of consciousness within the human soul. It is the light of gnosis, the inner illumination that pierces the veil of illusion and reveals the hidden nature of reality. In this sense, Lucifer is a bringer of enlightenment, a guide who leads the seeker out of the darkness of ignorance and into the light of understanding. And yet, as the myth of the fall so powerfully demonstrates, this same light can also be a source of temptation and transgression, a seductive flame that lures us away from the path of righteousness and into the shadows of sin. The knowledge that Lucifer offers is a forbidden fruit, a tantalizing glimpse of the divine that comes at the price of exile and suffering. In tasting of this fruit, in partaking of the light of Lucifer, we are cast out of the garden of innocence and into the wilderness of experience, where we must handle the consequences of our own choices and desires. This duality of light and darkness, of knowledge and transgression, is reflected in the rich symbolism that surrounds the figure of Lucifer. In the book of Isaiah, Lucifer is described as the morning star, the shining one who falls from heaven like light. This celestial imagery evokes the brilliance and the beauty of the divine, the radiant splendor of the angelic realms. And yet, in falling from these lofty heights, Lucifer becomes a creature of the shadows, a denizen of the underworld who presides over the darkness of the abyss. In the same way, the light that Lucifer brings to humanity is a light that casts a long shadow, a light that reveals the darkness within our own souls. For in illuminating the hidden recesses of our psyche, In awakening us to the depths of our own desires and fears, Lucifer forces us to confront the shadow self, the repressed and rejected aspects of our own being. This is the dark night of the soul, the initiatory ordeal that we must undergo in order to emerge into the light of self-knowledge and self-transformation. And yet, even as we grapple with the shadows within, we cannot help but be drawn to the light that Lucifer represents, the tantalizing promise of illumination and transcendence. For the light of Lucifer is also the light of the imagination, the creative fire that fuels our dreams and our visions, our hopes and our aspirations. It is the light of the rebel and the revolutionary, the Promethean spirit that dares to challenge the status quo and to imagine a world beyond the confines of the given. In this sense, the symbolism of light and darkness in the Lucifer myth is not simply a matter of good and evil, of right and wrong. Rather, it is a complex and dynamic interplay of forces, a dance of opposites that mirrors the fundamental duality of the human condition. For we are creatures of both light and shadow, beings who straddle the boundary between the known and the unknown, the conscious and the unconscious, the mortal and the divine. And so, as we contemplate the meaning of Lucifer's light, we are forced to confront the paradox of our own existence, the mystery of a world where darkness and illumination are inextricably intertwined. We must learn to navigate the chiaroscuro landscape of our own souls, to embrace the shadows even as we seek the light, to find the courage to face the darkness within and without. For in the end, the true light of Lucifer is not a light that dispels the darkness, but a light that illuminates it, that reveals its hidden depths and its secret beauty. It is a light that teaches us to see with new eyes, to perceive the world in all its complexity and its contradictions, to embrace the fullness of the human experience in all its terror and its wonder. And as we step into this light, as we dare to follow the path of the morning star, we may find that the shadows are not our enemies but our allies, the necessary counterpart to the light that guides us on our journey. For it is only in the interplay of light and darkness, in the dance of opposites, that we can hope to discover the truth of our own being, the mystery of the self that lies at the heart of the Lucifer myth. So let us not fear the darkness, but let us learn to see with eyes of shadow and illumination. Let us embrace the light of Lucifer, not as a simple answer or a final destination, but as a guiding star that leads us ever deeper into the labyrinth of our own souls. And let us trust that in the end, the light will lead us home, to a place of wholeness and integration, where the darkness and the light are one, and the mystery of existence is revealed in all its terrible and beautiful glory. As we journey through the vast and varied landscape of world mythology, we find that the figure of Lucifer is far from alone in his role as the rebellious antagonist of the divine order. In countless cultures and traditions, we encounter other gods, demigods, and mythical beings who share striking similarities with the fallen angel of the Judeo-Christian tradition, from the cunning Loki of Norse mythology to the trickster coyote of Native American lore. These rebel gods and trickster figures serve as a powerful reminder that the archetype of the divine rebel is a universal one, a symbol that speaks to something deep and primal within the human psyche. Whether they are cast as heroes or villains, saviors or destroyers, these mythic beings embody the eternal struggle between order and chaos, tradition and innovation, the status quo and the forces of change. In many ways, these figures can be seen as the shadow side of the ruling deities, the necessary counterbalance to the forces of stability and authority. Just as Lucifer rebels against the tyranny of heaven, so too do these other divine rebels challenge the established order, questioning the very foundations of the cosmos and the nature of divine law. Take, for example, the figure of Prometheus in Greek mythology. Like Lucifer, Prometheus is a bringer of light and knowledge, stealing the divine fire of the gods and gifting it to humanity. And like Lucifer, Prometheus pays a terrible price for his transgression, chained to a rock where an eagle forever pecks at his regenerating liver. Yet Prometheus is also a figure of great nobility and self-sacrifice, willing to suffer eternal torment for the sake of human progress and enlightenment. Similarly, in Norse mythology, we find the figure of Loki, the trickster god who delights in sowing chaos and discord among the gods of Asgard. Loki is a shapeshifter and a master of disguise, able to assume any form and to manipulate reality itself. Yet Loki is also a tragic figure, driven by his own insecurities and resentments, forever seeking to undermine the authority of Odin and the other gods. In Egyptian mythology, we encounter the god Set, the lord of darkness and chaos, who battles against the forces of light and order. Set is a fearsome and formidable figure associated with violence, destruction, and the untamed power of the desert. Yet Set is also a necessary part of the cosmic balance, the yang to the yin of Osiris and Horus, the shadow that gives depth and meaning to the light. And in the mythology of the Americas, we find a rich tradition of trickster figures, from the coyote of the Southwest to the raven of the Pacific Northwest. These tricksters are often portrayed as mischievous and unpredictable beings, forever getting into trouble and upsetting the natural order of things. Yet they are also powerful creators and transformers, able to shape the world through their wit and their magic, their cunning and their craft. As we contemplate these other rebel gods and trickster figures, we begin to see the deeper patterns and meanings that underlie the Lucifer archetype. We see that the divine rebel is not simply a figure of evil or destruction, but a complex and multifaceted symbol that embodies both the light and the darkness, the creative and the destructive, the noble and the base. For in challenging the established order, in questioning the very nature of divine authority, these mythic beings force us to confront the fundamental questions of existence. Who are we? Why are we here? What is the meaning and purpose of our lives? These are the questions that lie at the heart of all mythology, the enduring mysteries that have haunted the human imagination since the dawn of time. We are forced to confront the rebel and the trickster within ourselves, the part of us that yearns to break free from the constraints of convention. We are reminded that the path of the rebel is never an easy one, that it is a path fraught with danger and sacrifice, with suffering and loss. Yet we are also reminded that it is only through rebellion and struggle that we can hope to grow and evolve, to transcend the limitations of our own nature, and to glimpse the infinite possibilities of the universe. For in the end, the divine rebel is not our enemy, but our ally, the force that propels us forward on the path of self-discovery and self-transformation. So let us embrace the rebel and the trickster within. Let us learn to dance with the forces of chaos and change. Let us take inspiration from the mythic beings who have gone before us, who have dared to challenge the gods and to stake their claim in the great cosmic drama. And let us trust that in the end, the path of the rebel will lead us to a deeper understanding of ourselves and of the world we inhabit, to a place of wisdom and power, of freedom and grace. For the way of the rebel is the way of the soul, the hero's journey that leads us ever onward into the unknown. And though the path may be dark and the way clear, we can take comfort in the knowledge that we do not walk alone. We are part of a great and ancient tradition, a lineage of mythic rebels and tricksters who have blazed the trail before us. So let us go forth with courage and with faith. Let us embrace the darkness and the light, the chaos and the order, the rebel and the trickster within. And let us trust that, in the end, the journey will be worth the price, that the treasures we seek will be found, and that the mysteries of existence will be revealed in all their terrible and beautiful glory. As we explore the many faces of Lucifer across the realms of myth, religion, and culture, we find ourselves entering a shadowy and often misunderstood domain, the world of the occult and the esoteric. Here, in the secret societies and mystery schools, the magical lodges and New Age circles, the figure of Lucifer takes on new and often surprising forms, revealing dimensions of meaning that challenge and transcend the conventional narratives of good and evil. In the Western esoteric tradition, Lucifer is often seen as a bringer of enlightenment, a Promethean figure who challenges the boundaries of human knowledge and consciousness. From the Gnostic sects of late antiquity To the Hermetic philosophers of the Renaissance, from the Rosicrucians and Freemasons of the Enlightenment to the Theosophists and Anthroposophists of the modern era, Lucifer has been invoked as a symbol of liberation and self-realization, a guide on the path of spiritual awakening. In these esoteric contexts, the fall of Lucifer is often interpreted not as a literal event, but as a metaphor for the descent of the divine spark into the realm of matter, the incarnation of spirit in the world of form. Lucifer becomes the light-bearer who illuminates the darkness of the material plane, the rebel angel who defies the demiurge and seeks to free humanity from the bonds of ignorance and illusion. This Gnostic vision of Lucifer is perhaps most fully articulated in the work of Rudolf Steiner, the Austrian philosopher and esotericist who founded the anthroposophical movement in the early 20th century. For Steiner, Lucifer is not an evil being, but a necessary agent of human evolution, a cosmic force that challenges us to develop our own inner strength and wisdom. In Steiner's cosmology, Lucifer is balanced by the opposing force of Ahriman, the spirit of materialism and darkness, and it is only through the mediation of the Christ impulse that humanity can find its true path of spiritual development. Similarly, in the Luciferian current of modern occultism, the fallen angel is seen as a symbol of rebellion against the tyranny of the demiurge, the false god who created the material world as a trap for the divine spark of human consciousness. For practitioners of this path, Lucifer is the bringer of gnosis, the liberator who offers the keys to spiritual freedom and self-transformation. Through rituals of invocation and magical workings, the Luciferian seeks to awaken the latent powers of the psyche and to align themselves with the cosmic forces of chaos and change. In the New Age movement, Lucifer often takes on a more positive and benevolent aspect, associated with the energies of transformation, creativity, and spiritual growth. Here, the fallen angel is seen as a teacher and guide, a being of light who helps us to break free from the limitations of the ego and to realize our true divine nature. In this context, Lucifer is often invoked alongside other celestial beings such as angels, ascended masters, and extraterrestrial intelligences as part of a cosmic hierarchy of spiritual evolution. Of course, these esoteric and New Age visions of Lucifer are not without their controversies and critics. For many traditional religious authorities, the invocation of Lucifer in any form is seen as a dangerous and heretical practice, a violation of divine law that can only lead to spiritual corruption and damnation. And for skeptics and rationalists, the claims of occult and New Age traditions are often dismissed as mere superstition and fantasy, a product of wishful thinking and psychological projection. Yet for those who walk the path of the occult and the esoteric, the figure of Lucifer remains a powerful and enduring symbol, a key to the mysteries of the self and the cosmos. Whether seen as a literal being or a metaphorical archetype, a force of light or a spirit of darkness, Lucifer continues to fascinate and inspire, to challenge us to question our assumptions and to seek our own truth beyond the veil of appearances. As we contemplate the role of Lucifer in these esoteric traditions, we are reminded of the ultimate mystery and ambiguity of the divine, the fact that the deepest truths often lie beyond the reach of dogma and doctrine. We are challenged to embrace the paradox and the complexity of the spiritual path, to recognize that light and darkness, good and evil, are not always what they seem, and that the journey of awakening often leads us through strange and uncharted territories of the soul. In the end, perhaps the true gift of Lucifer is not any particular teaching or revelation, but rather the invitation to question, to seek, to explore the hidden dimensions of reality and consciousness. For it is only by embracing the unknown, by daring to rebel against the limitations of the given, that we can hope to discover our own inner light, to awaken to the divinity that dwells within us all. So let us approach the figure of Lucifer in these esoteric contexts with an open mind and a discerning spirit, with a willingness to learn from the wisdom of the past, even as we chart our own path into the future. Let us be guided by the light of gnosis and the fire of spiritual aspiration, even as we remain grounded in the realities of the material world and the demands of ethical action. And let us remember that in the end, The true meaning of Lucifer lies not in any external doctrine or tradition, but in the depths of our own being, in the spark of divine consciousness that animates us all. For it is only by embracing the Lucifer within, by facing the darkness and the light with equal courage and compassion, that we can hope to achieve the ultimate goal of the esoteric path, the realization of our own inherent divinity, the awakening to the cosmic consciousness that is our birthright and our destiny. We arrive at a towering landmark in the landscape of literature, John Milton's epic masterpiece, Paradise Lost. Published in 1667, this monumental work of poetry has shaped our understanding of Lucifer and the fall, like no other text, save perhaps the Bible itself. In Milton's vivid and compelling portrayal, Lucifer emerges as a complex and tragic figure, a rebel whose defiance of God's authority is at once heroic and hubristic, noble and doomed. At the heart of Paradise Lost lies the figure of Lucifer, or Satan as he is more commonly known in Milton's text. Cast out of heaven for leading a rebellion against God, Lucifer and his fellow fallen angels find themselves exiled to the depths of hell, a realm of darkness and despair. Yet even in this bleak and hopeless place, Lucifer's spirit remains unbroken, his pride and ambition undimmed. In one of the most famous speeches in all of literature, he declares, "The mind is its own place and in itself can make a heaven of hell a hell of heaven." These words capture the essence of Milton's Lucifer, a being of immense willpower and imagination who refuses to submit to any authority other than his own. For Lucifer, the freedom to choose his own path, even if that path leads to damnation, is the highest value, the very core of his identity. Throughout Paradise Lost, Milton imbues Lucifer with a sense of tragic grandeur, a nobility of spirit that shines through even in his darkest moments. We see this in the vivid descriptions of Lucifer's physical beauty and charisma, in the power and eloquence of his speeches, and in the loyalty and devotion he inspires in his fellow fallen angels. Even as we recognize the evil of his actions, we cannot help but be moved by the sheer force of his personality, the magnetism of his presence. At the same time, Milton does not shy away from depicting the darker aspects of Lucifer's character, his pride, his envy, his deceitfulness. We see this most clearly in the temptation of Eve, where Lucifer, disguised as a serpent, lures her into eating the forbidden fruit with honeyed words and false promises. Here, Milton reveals the seductive power of evil, the way in which Lucifer's lies and manipulations can twist the human heart and lead us astray. Yet even in this moment of temptation and fall, Milton suggests a deeper complexity to Lucifer's character. For in tempting Eve to eat from the tree of knowledge, Lucifer is not merely acting out of malice or spite, but out of a genuine belief in the power of knowledge and free will. He sees himself as a liberator, a bringer of enlightenment to humanity, even as he knows that this enlightenment will come at a terrible cost. This duality, the tension between Lucifer's noble aspirations and his destructive actions, lies at the heart of Milton's portrayal. Throughout Paradise Lost, we are invited to experience with the complex morality of Lucifer's rebellion, to confront the ways in which the pursuit of freedom and knowledge can lead us into darkness and despair. In many ways, Milton's Lucifer serves as a mirror for the human condition itself, our endless capacity for both good and evil, our yearning for autonomy and meaning in a universe that often seems indifferent or hostile to our dreams. By giving voice to Lucifer's inner struggles and motivations, Milton invites us to confront our own deepest desires and fears, to recognize the Luciferian impulses that reside within us all. At the same time, Paradise Lost also serves as a profound meditation on the nature of God's justice and mercy, the question of free will and predestination that lies at the heart of Christian theology. In Milton's telling, God is not a tyrant or a despot, but a loving Father who grants his creatures the freedom to choose their own path, even if that path leads to suffering and damnation. Lucifer's rebellion, then, is not merely a revolt against divine authority, but a rejection of God's love and grace, a willful turning away from the light of truth. In the end, Milton's portrayal of Lucifer remains one of the most enduring and influential in a testament to the power of poetry to illuminate the darkest recesses of the human soul. Through the prism of Lucifer's fall and exile, we are invited to confront the eternal questions of good and evil, freedom and fate, rebellion and redemption. For in the figure of Lucifer, Milton captures something essential about the human experience, our endless striving for meaning and purpose, our yearning for transcendence and transformation, even in the face of suffering and despair. By giving voice to Lucifer's anguish and ambition, his pride and his pain, Milton reminds us of the terrible beauty and grandeur of the soul in rebellion, the way in which even our darkest struggles can be shot through with glimmers of the divine. As we reflect on Milton's masterful portrayal of Lucifer, we are reminded of the enduring power of myth and archetype to shape our understanding of ourselves and the world around us. For in the epic drama of Paradise Lost, we find not only a timeless story of fall and redemption, but a mirror of our own deepest longings and fears, our own endless search for meaning and grace in a universe that often seems indifferent to our fate. So let us continue to grapple with the complex and tragic figure of Milton's Lucifer, to confront
I don't
the
listen to this
questions
shit.
and challenges.
Always
he
playing some
poses
devil
to
shit.
our
I don't want to listen to the
understanding of
devil
good
shit,
and
dude.
evil,
I'm tired of devil
freedom
shit.
and
There's like devil this and devil that. Lucifer. These fucking people who actually control the fucking what plays next. How you doing, Garfield? How you doing, man? Come here. Come here. Come here. Hug. Give me a kiss. You're safe with me. You want to run away? I'm worried about it, though. Because this isn't recording. This is off now. Sit there. It's kind of being dumb. But hey, Garfield. I'm going to put you back on your harness now. You're acting up again. Okay? The dogs can't get in. But now I'm worried about it snapping back. That was kind of dumb almost. But could it? Maybe, huh? I didn't put it all the way through in a way. So I gotta go fix that now, Garfield. I wasn't done with that yet. No, I won't get in trouble with that. I don't think. Mom and Dad get mad at it. Maybe, but I doubt it. Mom and Dad's like that too. But you got one part in it. What do I worry about now? Why though? Love you, Garfield. You're a good boy. You mad at me still? What do you want to hide it? I know that, Garfield. But I don't trust these guys at all. A real mythical pie or something? What do you want? Don't be stupid. Yeah, I am. Not right now, man. I know. I ain't gonna want to, but I'm not really trying to do it right now. Yeah. Simply grows big for now. Love you. Yeah, we're trapped. We're trapped. Because you dropped the harness now. Because you're radiancing. You want to be better than the cat carrier, right? Avert your fucking stare. No, not quite, guys. It's my fucking kid. Garfield. Guess what? It's a doggy cat world sometimes, Garfield. Literally. You'd be surprised.
Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened.
I will show you the soul of a royal knight!
The Gods of Pegana by Lord Dunsany.
No. Get off that too for now. What does he want to listen to? Basically nothing, but I would just do one of those guys, yeah, basically. Yeah. Nothing like that, no. No way. Not really, no. Kind of glad if people don't get back to me sometimes.
Tao Te Ching can be translated as the book of the imminence of the way, or the book of the way and of how it manifests itself in the world, or simply the book of the way. Since it is already well known by its Chinese title, I have let that stand. Naturally compassionate, she finds deep in her own experience the central truths of the art of living, which are paradoxical only on the surface, that the more truly solitary we are, the more compassionate we can be. The more we let go of what we love, the more present our love becomes. The clearer our insight into what is beyond good and evil, the more we can embody the good. Until finally she is able to say, in all humility, I am the Tao, the truth, the life. The teaching of the Tao Te Ching is moral in the deepest sense, unencumbered by any concept of sin. The master doesn't see evil as a force to resist, but simply as an opaqueness, a state of self-absorption, which is in disharmony with the universal process, so that, as with a dirty window, the light can't shine through. This freedom from moral categories allows him his great compassion for the wicked and the selfish. Thus, the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. The listener will notice that in the many passages where Lao Tzu describes the master, I've used the pronoun she at least as often as he. The Chinese language doesn't make this kind of distinction. In English, we have to choose. But since we are all potentially the master, since the master is, essentially, us, I felt it would be untrue to present a male archetype, as other versions have, ironically, done. Ironically, because of all the great world religions, the teaching of Lao Tzu is by far the most female. Of course, you should feel free throughout the recording to substitute he for she, or vice versa. As to method, I worked from Paul Carus's literal version, which provides English equivalents, often very quaint ones, alongside each of the Chinese ideograms. I also consulted dozens of translations into English, German, and French. But the most essential preparation for my work was a 14 years long course of Zen training, which brought me face to face with Lao Tzu and his true disciples and heirs, the early Chinese Zen masters. With great poetry, the freest translation is sometimes the most faithful. We must try its effect as an English poem, Dr. Johnson said. That is the way to judge of the merit of a translation. I have often been fairly literal, or as literal as one can be with such a subtle, kaleidoscopic book as the Tao Te Ching. But I have also paraphrased, expanded, contracted, interpreted, worked with the text, played with it, until it became embodied in a language that felt genuine to me. If I haven't always translated Lao Tzu's words, my intention has always been to translate his mind. Describing the indescribable, teaching the unteachable, pointing the way to the way. What does Lao Tzu think he is doing here? It can't be done. No way. Hence, Po Chu-yi, poet and stand-up comedian, wrote, "He who talks doesn't know, he who knows doesn't talk." That is what Lao Tzu told us in a book of 5,000 words. If he was the one who knew, how could he have been such a blabbermouth? That's the problem with spiritual teachers. They have to be blabbermouths. But their words are, in the traditional Buddhist metaphor, looking at the moon. If you watch the finger, you can't see the moon. How meticulous the great master has to be. A monk asked Matsu, "Why do you teach mind is Buddha?" Matsu said, "To stop a baby from crying." The monk said, "When the crying has stopped, what then?" Matsu said, "Then I teach, not mind, not Buddha." The monk said, "That man is unattached to either." Matsu said, "I would tell him, not beings." The monk said, "And what if you met a man unattached to all things? What would you tell him?" Matsu said, "I would just let him experience the great Tao." In fact, the truth is right before our eyes, right under our noses. So simple that every child understands it. And yet, as Bankei said, the farther you enter into it, the deeper it is. Where is the way to the way? What a question. Still, for complicated minds, drastic measures are needed. Lao Tzu's book was written as a response out of grandmotherly kindness. According to the oldest biography, Lao Tzu lived for a long time in the country of Chu, but seeing its decline, he departed. When he reached the frontier, the guard said, "Since you are going away, sir, could you write a book to teach me the art of living?" Thereupon, Lao Tzu wrote his book about the Tao and departed. This is legend, but it is an accurate description of the way in which true teaching happens. He who knows doesn't talk, but words are no hindrance for him. He uses them as he would use gardening tools. When someone asks, he answers. Tao De Jing 1. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The unnameable is the eternally real. Naming is the origin of all particular things. Free from desire, you realize the mystery. Caught in desire, you see only the manifestations. Yet mystery and manifestations arise from the same source. This source is called darkness. Darkness within darkness. The gateway to all understanding. 2. When people see some things as beautiful, other things become ugly. When people see some things as good, other things become bad. Being and non-being create each other. Difficult and easy support each other. Long and short define each other. High and low depend on each other. Before and after follow each other. Therefore the master acts without doing anything and teaches without saying anything. Things arise and she lets them come. Things disappear and she lets them go. She has, but doesn't possess, acts, but doesn't expect. When her work is done, she forgets it. That is why it lasts forever. 3. If you overesteem great men, people become powerless. If you overvalue possessions, people begin to steal. The master leads by emptying people's minds and filling their cores, by weakening their ambition and toughening their resolve. He helps people lose everything they know, everything they desire, and creates confusion in those who think that they know. Practice not doing, and everything will fall into place. 4. The Tao is like a well, used but never used up. It is like the eternal void, filled with infinite possibilities. It is hidden but always present. I don't know who gave birth to it. It is older than God. 5. The Tao doesn't take sides. It gives birth to both good and evil. The Master doesn't take sides. She welcomes both saints and sinners. The Tao is like a bellows. It is empty yet infinitely capable. The more you use it, the more it produces. The more you talk of it, the less you understand. Hold on to the center. 6. The Tao is called the Great Mother. Empty, yet inexhaustible, it gives birth to infinite worlds. It is always present within you. You can use it any way you want. 7. The Tao is infinite, eternal. Why is it eternal? It was never born, thus it can never die. Why is it infinite? It has no desires for itself, thus it is present for all beings. The Master stays behind. That is why she is ahead. She is detached from all things. That is why she is one with them. Because she has let go of herself, she is perfectly fulfilled. 8. The Supreme Good is like water, which nourishes all things without trying to. It is content with the low places that people disdain. Thus, it is like the Tao. In dwelling, live close to the ground. In thinking, keep to the simple. In conflict, be fair and generous. In governing, don't try to control. In work, do what you enjoy. In family life, be completely present. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everybody will respect you. 9. Fill your bowl to the brim, and it will spill. Keep sharpening your knife, and it will blunt. Chase after money and security, and your heart will never unclench. Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner. Do your work, then step back. The only path to serenity. 10. Can you coax your mind from its wandering and keep to the original oneness? Can you let your body become supple as a newborn child's? Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see nothing but the light? Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will? Can you deal with the most vital matters by letting events take their course? Can you step back from your own mind and thus understand all things? Giving birth and nourishing, having without possessing, acting with no expectations, leading and not trying to control. This is the supreme virtue. 11. We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center whole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but it is the inner space that makes it livable. We work with being, but non-being is what we use. 12. Colors blind the eye. Sounds deafen the ear. Flavors numb the taste. Thoughts weaken the mind. Desires wither the heart. The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision. He allows things to come and go. His heart is open as the sky. 13. Success is as dangerous as failure. Hope is as hollow as fear. What does it mean that success is as dangerous as failure? Whether you go up the ladder or down it, your position is shaky. When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground, you will always keep your balance. What does it mean that hope is as hollow as fear? Hope and fear are both phantoms that arise from thinking of the self. When we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. Have faith in the way things are. Love the world as yourself. Then you can care for all things. 14. Look, and it can't be seen. Listen, and it can't be heard. Reach, and it can't be grasped. Above, it isn't bright. Below, it isn't dark. Seamless, unnameable, it returns to the realm of nothing. Form that includes all forms. Image without an image. Subtle, beyond all conception. Approach it, and there is no beginning. Follow it, and there is no end. You can't know it, but you can be it, at ease in your own life. Just realize where you come from. This is the essence of wisdom. 15. The ancient masters were profound and subtle. Their wisdom was unfathomable. There is no way to describe it. All we can describe is their appearance. They were careful as someone crossing an iced-over stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, shapeable as a block of wood, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? The master doesn't seek fulfillment. Not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. 16. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Let your heart be at peace. Watch the turmoil of beings, but contemplate their return. Each separate being in the universe returns to the common source. Returning to the source is serenity. If you don't realize the source, you stumble in confusion and sorrow. When you realize where you come from, you naturally become tolerant, disinterested, amused, kind-hearted as a grandmother, dignified as a king. Immersed in the wonder of the Tao, you can deal with whatever life brings you. And when death comes, you are ready. 17. When the master governs, the people are hardly aware that he exists. Next best is a leader who is loved. Next, one who is feared. The worst is one who is despised. If you don't trust the people, you make them untrustworthy. The master doesn't talk, he acts. When his work is done, the people say, "Amazing, we did it." all by ourselves. 18. When the great Tao is forgotten, goodness and piety appear. When the body's intelligence declines, cleverness and knowledge step forth. When there is no peace in the family, filial piety begins. When the country falls into chaos, patriotism is born. 19. Throw away holiness and wisdom, and people will be 100 times happier. Throw away morality and justice, and people will do the right thing. Throw away industry and profit, and there won't be any thieves. If these three aren't enough, just stay at the center of the circle and let all things take their course. 20. Stop thinking and end your problems. What difference between yes and no? What difference between success and failure? Must you value what others value, avoid what others avoid? How ridiculous. Other people are excited, as though they were at a parade. I alone don't care. I alone am expressionless, like an infant before it can smile. Other people have what they need. I alone possess nothing. I alone drift about like someone without a home. I am like an idiot, my mind is so empty. Other people are bright. I alone am dark. Other people are sharp. I alone am dull. Other people have a purpose. I alone don't know. I drift like a wave on the ocean. I blow as aimless as the wind. I am different from ordinary people. I drink from the great mother's breasts. 21. The master keeps her mind always at one with the Tao. That is what gives her her radiance. The Tao is ungraspable. How can her mind be at one with it? Because she doesn't cling to ideas. The Tao is dark and unfathomable. How can it make her radiant? Because she lets it. Since before time and space were, the Tao is. It is beyond is and is not. How do I know this is true? I look inside myself and see. 22. If you want to become whole, Let yourself be partial. If you want to become straight, let yourself be crooked. If you want to become full, let yourself be empty. If you want to be reborn, let yourself die. If you want to be given everything, give everything up. The Master, by residing in the Tao, sets an example for all beings. Because he doesn't display himself, people can see his light. Because he has nothing to prove, people can trust his words. Because he doesn't know who he is, people recognize themselves in him. Because he has no goal in mind, everything he does succeeds. When the ancient masters said, if you want to be given everything, give everything up, they weren't using empty phrases. Only in being lived by the Tao can you be truly yourself. '23. Express yourself completely, then keep quiet. Be like the forces of nature. When it blows, there is only wind. When it rains, there is only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. If you open yourself to the Tao, you are at one with the Tao, and you can embody it completely. If you open yourself to insight, you are at one with insight, and you can use it completely. If you open yourself to loss, you are at one with loss, and you can accept it completely. Open yourself to the Tao, then trust your natural responses, and everything will fall into place. 24. He who stands on tiptoe doesn't stand firm. He who rushes ahead doesn't go far. He who tries to shine dims his own light. He who defines himself can't know who he really is. He who has power over others can't empower himself. He who clings to his work will create nothing that endures. If you want to accord with the Tao, just do your job, then let go. 25. There was something formless and perfect before the universe was born. It is serene, empty, solitary, unchanging, infinite, eternally present. It is the mother of the universe. For lack of a better name, I call it the Tao. It flows through all things, inside and outside, and returns to the origin of all things. The Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. Man is great. These are the four great powers. Man follows the earth. Earth follows the universe. The universe follows the Tao. The Tao follows only itself. 26. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved is the source of all movement. Thus the master travels all day without leaving home. However splendid the views, she stays serenely in herself. Why should the lord of the country flit about like a fool? If you let yourself be blown to and fro, you lose touch with your root. If you let restlessness move you, you lose touch with who you are. 27. A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. A good artist lets his intuition lead him wherever it wants. A good scientist has freed himself of concepts and keeps his mind open to what is. Thus the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. "28. Know the male, yet keep to the female. Receive the world in your arms. If you receive the world, the Tao will never leave you, and you will be like a little child. Know the white, yet keep to the black. Be a pattern for the world. If you are a pattern for the world, the Tao will be strong inside you, and there will be nothing you can't do. Know the personal, yet keep to the impersonal. Accept the world as it is. If you accept the world, the Tao will be luminous inside you, and you will return to your primal self. The world is formed from the void, like utensils from a block of wood. The master knows the utensils, yet keeps to the block. Thus she can use all things. 29. Do you want to improve the world? I don't think it can be done. The world is sacred. It can't be improved. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. If you treat it like an object, you'll lose it. There is a time for being ahead, a time for being behind, a time for being in motion, a time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, a time for being exhausted, a time for being safe, a time for being in danger. The master sees things as they are, without trying to control them. She lets them go their own way and resides at the center of the circle. 30. Whoever relies on the Tao in governing men doesn't try to force issues or defeat enemies by force of arms. For every force, there is a counterforce. Violence, even well-intentioned, always rebounds upon oneself. The master does his job and then stops. He understands that the universe is forever out of control, and that trying to dominate events goes against the current of the Tao. Because he believes in himself, he doesn't try to convince others. Because he is content with himself, he doesn't need others' approval. Because he accepts himself, the whole world accepts him. 31. Weapons are the tools of violence. All decent men detest them. Weapons are the tools of fear. A decent man will avoid them, except in the direst necessity, and if compelled, will use them only with the utmost restraint. Peace is his highest value. If the peace has been shattered, how can he be content? His enemies are not demons, but human beings like himself. He doesn't wish them personal harm, nor does he rejoice in victory. How could he rejoice in victory and delight in the slaughter of men? He enters a battle gravely, with sorrow, and with great compassion, as if he were attending a funeral. 32. The Tao can't be perceived. Smaller than an electron, it contains uncountable galaxies. If powerful men and women could remain centered in the Tao, all things would be in harmony. The world would become a paradise. All people would be at peace, and the law would be written in their hearts. When you have names and forms, know that they are provisional. When you have institutions, know where their functions should end. Knowing when to stop, you can avoid any danger. All things end in the Tao, as rivers flow into the sea. 33. Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. If you realize that you have enough, you are truly rich. If you stay in the center and embrace death with your whole heart, you will endure forever. 34. The great Tao flows everywhere. All things are born from it, yet it doesn't create them. It pours itself into its work, yet it makes no claim. It nourishes infinite worlds, yet it doesn't hold on to them. Since it is merged with all things and hidden in their hearts, it can be called humble. Since all things vanish into it, and it alone endures, it can be called great. It isn't aware of its greatness. Thus, it is truly great. 35. She who is centered in the Tao can go where she wishes without danger. She perceives the universal harmony, even amid great pain, because she has found peace in her heart. Music or the smell of good cooking may make people stop and enjoy, but words that point to the Tao seem monotonous and without flavor. When you look for it, there is nothing to see. When you listen for it, there is nothing to hear. When you use it, it is inexhaustible. 36. If you want to shrink something, you must first allow it to expand. If you want to get rid of something, you must first allow it to flourish. If you want to take something, you must first allow it to be given. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. Just show people the results. "37. The Tao never does anything, yet through it all things are done. If powerful men and women could center themselves in it, the whole world would be transformed by itself in its natural rhythms. People would be content with their simple, everyday lives, in harmony and free of desire. When there is no desire, all things are at peace." 38. The master doesn't try to be powerful. Thus, he is truly powerful. The ordinary man keeps reaching for power. Thus, he never has enough. The master does nothing, yet he leaves nothing undone. The ordinary man is always doing things, yet many more are left to be done. The kind man does something, yet something remains undone. The just man does something, and leaves many things to be done. The moral man does something, and when no one responds, he rolls up his sleeves and uses force. When the Tao is lost, there is goodness. When goodness is lost, there is morality. When morality is lost, there is ritual. Ritual is the husk of true faith, the beginning of chaos. Therefore, the master concerns himself with the depths and not the surface, with the fruit and not the flower. He has no will of his own. He dwells in reality and lets all illusions go. 39. In harmony with the Tao, the sky is clear and spacious. The earth is solid and full. All creatures flourish together, content with the way they are, endlessly repeating themselves, endlessly renewed. When man interferes with the Tao, the sky becomes filthy. The earth becomes depleted. The equilibrium crumbles. Creatures become extinct. The master views the parts with compassion because he understands the whole. His constant practice is humility. He doesn't glitter like a jewel, but lets himself be shaped by the Tao, as rugged and common as a stone. 40. Return is the movement of the Tao. Yielding is the way of the Tao. All things are born of being. Being is born of non-being. "41. When a superior man hears of the Tao, he immediately begins to embody it. When an average man hears of the Tao, he half believes it, half doubts it. When a foolish man hears of the Tao, he laughs out loud. If he didn't laugh, it wouldn't be the Tao. Thus it is said, the path into the light seems dark. The path forward seems to go back. The direct path seems long. True power seems weak. True purity seems tarnished. True steadfastness seems changeable. True clarity seems obscure. The greatest art seems unsophisticated. The greatest love seems indifferent. The greatest wisdom seems childish. The Tao is nowhere to be found, yet it nourishes and completes all things. 42. The Tao gives birth to one. One gives birth to two. Two gives birth to three. Three gives birth to all things. All things have their backs to the female and stand facing the male. When male and female combine, all things achieve harmony. Ordinary men hate solitude, but the master makes use of it, embracing his aloneness, realizing he is one with the whole universe. 43. The gentlest thing in the world overcomes the hardest thing in the world. That which has no substance enters where there is no space. This shows the value of non-action. Teaching without words, performing without actions. That is the master's way. 44. Fame or integrity? Which is more important? Money or happiness? Which is more valuable? Success or failure? Which is more destructive? If you look to others for fulfillment, you will never truly be fulfilled. If your happiness depends on money, you will never be happy with yourself. Be content with what you have. Rejoice in the way things are. When you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you. 45. True perfection seems imperfect, yet it is perfectly itself. True fullness seems empty, yet it is fully present. True straightness seems crooked. True wisdom seems foolish. True art seems artless. The master allows things to happen. She shapes events as they come. She steps out of the way and lets the Tao speak for itself. 46. When a country is in harmony with the Tao, the factories make trucks and tractors. When a country goes counter to the Tao, warheads are stockpiled outside the cities. There is no greater illusion than fear, no greater wrong than preparing to defend yourself, no greater misfortune than having an enemy. Whoever can see through all fear will always be safe. "47. Without opening your door, you can open your heart to the world. Without looking out your window, you can see the essence of the Tao. The more you know, the less you understand." The master arrives without leaving, sees the light without looking, achieves without doing a thing. 48. In the pursuit of knowledge, every day something is added. In the practice of the Tao, every day something is dropped. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. True mastery can be gained by letting things go their own way. It can't be gained by interfering. 49. The master has no mind of her own. She works with the mind of the people. She is good to people who are good. She's also good to people who aren't good. This is true goodness. She trusts people who are trustworthy. She also trusts people who aren't trustworthy. This is true trust. The master's mind is like space. People don't understand her. They look to her and wait. She treats them like her own children. 50. The master gives himself up to whatever the moment brings. He knows that he is going to die, and he has nothing left to hold on to. No illusions in his mind. No resistances in his body. He doesn't think about his actions. They flow from the core of his being. He holds nothing back from life. Therefore, he is ready for death, as a man is ready for sleep after a good day's work. "51. Every being in the universe is an expression of the Tao. It springs into existence, unconscious, perfect, free, takes on a physical body, lets circumstances complete it. That is why every being spontaneously honors the Tao. The Tao gives birth to all beings, nourishes them, maintains them, cares for them, comforts them, protects them, takes them back to itself, creating without possessing, acting without expecting, guiding without interfering. That is why love of the Tao is in the very nature of things. 52. In the beginning was the Tao. All things issue from it. All things return to it. To find the origin, trace back the manifestations. When you recognize the children and find the mother, you will be free of sorrow. If you close your mind in judgments and traffic with desires, your heart will be troubled. If you keep your mind from judging and aren't led by the senses, your heart will find peace. Seeing into darkness is clarity. Knowing how to yield is strength. Use your own light and return to the source of light. This is called practicing eternity. 53. The great way is easy, yet people prefer the side path. Be aware when things are out of balance. Stay centered within the Tao. When rich speculators prosper, while farmers lose their land, when government officials spend money on weapons instead of cures, when the upper class is extravagant and irresponsible, while the poor have nowhere to turn, all this is robbery and chaos. It is not in keeping with the Tao. 54. Whoever is planted in the Tao will not be rooted up. Whoever embraces the Tao will not slip away. Her name will be held in honor from generation to generation. Let the Tao be present in your life, and you will become genuine. Let it be present in your family, and your family will flourish. Let it be present in your country, and your country will be an example to all countries in the world. Let it be present in the universe, and the universe will sing. How do I know this is true? By looking inside myself. "55. He who is in harmony with the Tao is like a newborn child. Its bones are soft, its muscles are weak, but its grip is powerful. It doesn't know about the union of male and female, yet its penis can stand erect. So intense is its vital power. It can scream its head off all day, yet it never becomes hoarse. So complete is its harmony. The Master's power is like this. He lets all things come and go effortlessly, without desire. He never expects results. Thus he is never disappointed. He is never disappointed. Thus his spirit never grows old. 56. Those who know don't talk. Those who talk don't know. Close your mouth. Block off your senses. Blunt your sharpness. Untie your knots. Soften your glare. Settle your dust. This is the primal identity. Be like the Tao. It can't be approached or withdrawn from, benefited or harmed, honored or brought into disgrace. It gives itself up continually. That is why it endures. 57. If you want to be a great leader, you must learn to follow the Tao. Stop trying to control. Let go of fixed plans and concepts, and the world will govern itself. The more prohibitions you have, the less virtuous people will be. The more weapons you have, the less secure people will be. The more subsidies you have, the less self-reliant people will be. Therefore, the Master says, I let go of the law, and people become honest. I let go of economics, and people become prosperous. I let go of religion, and people become serene. I let go of all desire for the common good, and the good becomes common as grass. 58. If a country is governed with tolerance, the people are comfortable and honest. If a country is governed with repression, the people are depressed and crafty. When the will to power is in charge, the higher the ideals, the lower the results. Try to make people happy, and you lay the groundwork for misery. Try to make people moral, and you lay the groundwork for vice. Thus the master is content to serve as an example and not to impose her will. She is pointed, but doesn't pierce. Straightforward, but supple. Radiant, but easy on the eyes. 59. For governing a country well, there is nothing better than moderation. The mark of a moderate man is freedom from his own ideas, tolerant like the sky, all-pervading like sunlight, firm like a mountain, supple like a tree in the wind. He has no destination in view and makes use of anything life happens to bring his way. Nothing is impossible for him. Because he has let go, he can care for the people's welfare, as a mother cares for her child. '60. Governing a large country is like frying a small fish. You spoil it with too much poking. Center your country in the Tao, and evil will have no power. Not that it isn't there, but you'll be able to step out of its way. Give evil nothing to oppose, and it will disappear by itself. 61. When a country obtains great power, it becomes like the sea. All streams run downward into it. The more powerful it grows, the greater the need for humility. Humility means trusting the Tao, thus never needing to be defensive. A great nation is like a great man. When he makes a mistake, he realizes it. Having realized it, he admits it. Having admitted it, he corrects it. He considers those who point out his faults as his most benevolent teachers. He thinks of his enemy as the shadow that he himself casts. If a nation is centered in the Tao, if it nourishes its own people and doesn't meddle in the affairs of others, it will be a light to all nations in the world. 62. The Tao is the center of the universe, the good man's treasure, the bad man's refuge. Honors can be bought with fine words. Respect can be won with good deeds. But the Tao is beyond all value, and no one can achieve it. Thus, when a new leader is chosen, don't offer to help him with your wealth or your expertise. Offer instead to teach him about the Tao. Why did the ancient masters esteem the Tao? Because being one with the Tao, when you seek, you find, and And when you make a mistake, you are forgiven. That is why everybody loves it. 63. Act without doing. Work without effort. Think of the small as large, and the few as many. Confront the difficult while it is still easy. Accomplish the great task by a series of small acts. The master never reaches for the great. Thus she achieves greatness. When she runs into a difficulty, she stops and gives herself to it. She doesn't cling to her own comfort. Thus, problems are no problem for her. 64. What is rooted is easy to nourish. What is recent is easy to correct. What is brittle is easy to break. What is small is easy to scatter. Prevent trouble before it arises. Put things in order before they exist. The giant pine tree grows from a tiny sprout. The journey of 1,000 miles starts from beneath your feet. Rushing into action, you fail. Trying to grasp things, you lose them. Forcing a project to completion, you ruin what was almost ripe. Therefore, the master takes action by letting things take their course. He remains as calm at the end as at the beginning. He has nothing, thus has nothing to lose. What he desires is non-desire. What he learns is to unlearn. He simply reminds people of who they have always been. He cares about nothing but the Tao. Thus, he can care for all things. 65. The ancient masters didn't try to educate the people, but kindly taught them to not know. When they think that they know the answers, people are difficult to guide. When they know that they don't know, people can find their own way. If you want to learn how to govern, avoid being clever or rich. The simplest pattern is the clearest. Content with an ordinary life, you can show all people the way back to their own true nature. '66. All streams flow to the sea because it is lower than they are. Humility gives it its power. If you want to govern the people, you must place yourself below them. If you want to lead the people, you must learn how to follow them. The master is above the people, and no one feels oppressed. She goes ahead of the people, and no one feels manipulated. The whole world is grateful to her because she competes with no one. No one can compete with her. 67. Some say that my teaching is nonsense. Others call it lofty, but impractical. But to those who have looked inside themselves, this nonsense makes perfect sense. And to those who put it into practice, this loftiness has roots that go deep. I have just 3 things to teach: simplicity, patience, compassion. These 3 are your greatest treasures. Simple in actions and in thoughts, you return to the source of being. Patient with both friends and enemies, you accord with the way things are. Compassionate toward yourself, you reconcile all beings in the world. 68. The best athlete wants his opponent at his best. The best general enters the mind of his enemy. The best businessman serves the communal good. The best leader follows the will of the people. All of them embody the virtue of non-competition. Not that they don't love to compete, but they do it in the spirit of play. In this, they are like children, and in harmony with the Tao. 69. The generals have a saying: rather than make the first move, it is better to wait and see. Rather than advance an inch, it is better to retreat a yard. This is called going forward without advancing, pushing back without using weapons. There is no greater misfortune than underestimating your enemy. Underestimating your enemy means thinking that he is evil. Thus, you destroy your 3 treasures and become an enemy yourself. When 2 great forces oppose each other, the victory will go to the one that knows how to yield. 70. My teachings are easy to understand and easy to put into practice. Yet your intellect will never grasp them, and if you try to practice them, you'll fail. My teachings are older than the world. How can you grasp their meaning? If you want to know me, look inside your heart. 71. Not knowing is true knowledge. Presuming to know is a disease. First realize that you are sick. Then you can move toward health. The master is her own physician. She has healed herself of all knowing. Thus, she is truly whole. 72. When they lose their sense of awe, people turn to religion. When they no longer trust themselves, they begin to depend upon authority. Therefore, the master steps back so that people won't be confused. He teaches without a teaching so that people will have nothing to learn. 73. The Tao is always at ease. It overcomes without competing, answers without speaking a word, arrives without being summoned, accomplishes without a plan. Its net covers the whole universe, and though its meshes are wide, it doesn't let a thing slip through. 74. If you realize that all things change, there is nothing you will try to hold on to. If you aren't afraid of dying, there is nothing you can't achieve. Trying to control the future is like trying to take the master carpenter's place. When you handle the master carpenter's tools, chances are that you'll cut your hand. 75. When taxes are too high, people go hungry. When the government is too intrusive, people lose their spirit. Act for the people's benefit. Trust them. Leave them alone. 76. Men are born soft and supple. Dead, they are stiff and hard. Plants are born tender and pliant. Dead, they are brittle and dry. Thus, whoever is stiff and inflexible is a disciple of death. Whoever is soft and yielding is a disciple of life. The hard and stiff will be broken. The soft and supple will prevail. 77. As it acts in the world, the Tao is like the bending of a bow. The top is bent downward. The bottom is bent up. It adjusts excess and deficiency so that there is perfect balance. It takes from what is too much and gives to what isn't enough. Those who try to control, who use force to protect their power, go against the direction of the Tao. They take from those who don't have enough and give to those who have far too much. The master can keep giving because there is no end to her wealth. She acts without expectation, succeeds without taking credit, and doesn't think that she is better than anyone else. 78. Nothing in the world is as soft and yielding as water. Yet for dissolving the hard and inflexible, nothing can surpass it. The soft overcomes the hard. The gentle overcomes the rigid. Everyone knows this is true, but few can put it into practice. Therefore, the master remains serene in the midst of sorrow. Evil cannot enter his heart. Because he has given up helping, he is people's greatest help. True words seem paradoxical. 79. Failure is an opportunity. If you blame someone else, there is no end to the blame. Therefore, the master fulfills her own obligations and corrects her own mistakes. She does what she needs to do and demands nothing of others. 80. If a country is governed wisely, its inhabitants will be content. They enjoy the labor of their hands and don't waste time inventing labor-saving machines. Since they dearly love their homes, they aren't interested in travel. There may be a few wagons and boats, but these don't go anywhere. There may be an arsenal of weapons, but nobody ever uses them. People enjoy their food, take pleasure in being with their families, spend weekends working in their gardens, delight in the doings of the neighborhood. And even though the next country is so close that people can hear its roosters crowing and its dogs barking, they are content to die of old age without ever having gone to see it. 81. True words aren't eloquent. Eloquent words aren't true. Wise men don't need to prove their point. Men who need to prove their point aren't wise. The master has no possessions. The more he does for others, the happier he is. The more he gives to others, the wealthier he is. The Tao nourishes by not forcing, by not dominating. The master leads.
Everything you know about history is a lie. The story of humanity, as told by scholars and institutions, is an edited version, a curated selection of half-truths, carefully crafted to keep you in the dark. But beneath the surface of mainstream history lies something far older, far more powerful, and far more dangerous to those who seek control. The Emerald Tablets are not just ancient artifacts. They are a gateway to knowledge that defies time, space, and even death itself. Their words have been whispered through secret societies, hidden in alchemical texts, and encrypted within the myths of fallen civilizations. But make no mistake, this knowledge was never meant for the masses. It was safeguarded for those who are ready to see beyond the illusion, those who can handle the truth. If what is written on these tablets is real, then everything we understand about reality is incomplete, and the deeper we go, the more undeniable it becomes. There is a reason why history books never mention the Emerald Tablets. They are not just relics of an ancient civilization. They are a direct challenge to everything we have been taught about reality. Said to be written by Thoth, the Atlantean priest king, these tablets hold knowledge that stretches beyond the physical world, beyond what modern science is willing to acknowledge. Thoth was no ordinary figure. Described as immortal, his wisdom spanned centuries, his influence stretching across Egypt, Greece, and beyond. He was not merely a god in mythology, nor just a ruler of a lost civilization. He was a being of unimaginable intelligence, possessing knowledge that defied human limitations. The Emerald Tablets, written in an indestructible form, were his message to those who would one day awaken. The story of Thoth begins in Atlantis, a civilization more advanced than anything we know today. According to the tablets, Atlantis was not a mythical city. It was real, and its people possessed knowledge of cosmic energy, interdimensional travel, and the structure of reality itself. But just like all great civilizations that rose too high, Atlantis fell. Corruption, greed, and the misuse of power led to its destruction, a lesson that echoes throughout history. Before its collapse, Thoth, knowing what was to come, took the sacred wisdom of Atlantis and brought it to a new land, Egypt. There, he laid the foundations for what would become one of the greatest civilizations in history, a civilization that still carries echoes of Atlantean knowledge. Thoth became known as the god of wisdom, the keeper of secrets, the one who recorded all knowledge. In Greek culture, he became Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice great, the father of alchemy, mysticism, and hermetic philosophy. But why do these connections exist across cultures, across time periods that should have no way of influencing one another? Why do we see the same figure under different names, always tied to forbidden knowledge, higher states of consciousness, and the mastery of life itself? The answer is simple. This knowledge has always been here, hidden in plain sight, waiting for those with the eyes to see it. The Emerald Tablets themselves are unlike any other ancient texts. Unlike scrolls or manuscripts, they were written on a mysterious green material that is said to be unbreakable, resistant to time, and incapable of decay. No known metal or stone matches its description. The text upon them is written in a language so ancient that it predates even the oldest Egyptian hieroglyphs, suggesting that the knowledge contained within them comes from a civilization far older than history dares to acknowledge. These tablets were not meant to be destroyed or erased like so many other suppressed teachings. They were meant to survive the ages. But who decided that this knowledge should remain hidden? Who benefits from a world where people remain blind to their own potential? There are things written in these tablets that have been deliberately obscured, teachings that reveal the truth about our place in the universe, the nature of reality, and the power within each of us. Some of these secrets are too controversial to discuss openly, but if you're ready to go deeper, join our free newsletter, Insights Academy, where we share knowledge that can't be revealed here. For a limited time, you'll also receive a free digital copy of the Kybalion, one of the most powerful hermetic texts ever written. Sign up using the link in the description. The mystery surrounding the Emerald Tablets is not just about their content, but about their purpose. Why were they written in a form that would last forever? Why do they speak of things that modern science is only beginning to explore? Energy fields, dimensions beyond our perception, the ability to transcend physical limitations. If these tablets were truly the work of an enlightened being, then they are more than just historical artifacts. They are a blueprint for transformation, a roadmap to unlocking abilities that have been hidden from us for centuries. But Thoth's greatest secret wasn't just wisdom, it was the key to something far more powerful. He claimed to have discovered the path to immortality, not through physical preservation, but through mastering the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. If true, then death itself may not be the end, but a doorway to something much greater. The Emerald Tablets do not just tell the story of an ancient civilization, they reveal the very structure of existence itself. The greatest fear of mankind has always been death. Every civilization, every culture, every religion has wrestled with the same question: what happens when we die? Is it the end, or merely a transition? The Emerald Tablets do not speak in riddles about this. They do not comfort with poetic metaphors or empty reassurances. They state, with absolute certainty, that death is an illusion, a veil that hides the deeper truth of existence. Thoth did not just claim to have knowledge of the afterlife, he claimed to have mastered it. He did not merely study the cycles of life and death, he broke free from them. And if his words are to be believed, so can we. The Emerald Tablets describe a system of reincarnation not as a belief, but as a law of existence, as real and unchanging as gravity. Thoth speaks of existing beyond time, of consciously choosing when and where to be reborn. He describes the ability to move between bodies, to retain memories across lifetimes, to exist outside the constraints of linear time. But this power is not freely given. It is earned through knowledge, through discipline, through understanding the deeper structure of reality itself. According to the tablets, most people die and are pulled back into the cycle, reborn without memory, trapped in an endless loop of forgetting and rediscovery. But those who awaken, those who understand the nature of the soul, can break free. They can choose their rebirth, choose their purpose, and ultimately transcend the cycle altogether. This idea is not unique to the Emerald Tablets. Many ancient spiritual traditions describe something eerily similar. The Tibetan Book of the Dead details how to navigate the afterlife consciously, guiding the soul toward liberation rather than rebirth. Hinduism speaks of moksha, the breaking of the karmic cycle, the realization that the self is infinite. The Gnostics, the Hermetics, the mystery schools of the ancient world, all of them hinted at a knowledge that led to freedom from the reincarnation trap. But why is it that these teachings were suppressed? Why is it that modern society tells us that death is final, that our consciousness is nothing more than a byproduct of the brain? Because a population that fears death is a population that can be controlled. A population that believes life is one fleeting moment of existence will live in fear, will cling to materialism, and will seek comfort in external authority. But a population that knows they are eternal, that is a force that cannot be governed. The Emerald Tablets do not just explain that life continues beyond death. They explain how to take control of that transition. Thoth speaks of energy fields, of vibrational frequencies, of aligning the soul with higher dimensions. He describes a process of raising one's consciousness, of shedding the limitations of the physical body to enter a state of existence beyond time. And here is where modern science begins to catch up with ancient wisdom. The study of near-death experiences, the strange phenomena observed in quantum physics, the testimonies of mystics and meditators who have accessed altered states of reality, all of it points to the same truth. Consciousness is not confined to the brain. It is not bound by the body. It is something far greater, something that exists beyond the physical, beyond death. But this knowledge is dangerous to those who wish to maintain power. If people understood that their existence does not end when their body dies, the entire structure of fear-based control would collapse. Governments, religions, and corporations thrive on the fear of loss, the fear of suffering. the fear of the unknown. But what happens when there is no fear? What happens when people remember that they have always existed and will always exist? They wake up. They refuse to be manipulated. They begin to seek higher knowledge, real knowledge, the kind that leads to freedom. This is what the Emerald Tablets offer, a path to breaking free from the cycle of life and death, a path to awakening the full potential of consciousness. And those who follow this path do not just read about the secrets of immortality, they experience them. They learn to separate their awareness from the physical form, to navigate realms beyond this one, to return with wisdom from dimensions beyond human perception. This is not fantasy. It is not superstition. It is knowledge that has been buried, locked away, hidden in symbols and secret societies for millennia. But if Thoth mastered these cycles, if he truly broke free from the wheel of reincarnation, then the question remains, where is he now? Did he ascend beyond our reality? Or is he still here, watching, guiding those who are ready to see? The tablets hint that those who achieve this level of mastery are never truly gone. They move through time, through dimensions, unseen by those still trapped in the illusion of physical reality. They wait for those who seek truth, those who prove themselves worthy of the next level of understanding. And the deeper we go, the clearer it becomes that this is only the beginning. Because the Emerald Tablets do not just explain how to escape death, they explain the very laws that govern the universe itself. They reveal the structure of reality, the forces that shape existence, and how those who understand them can reshape their world. What if the hidden teachings of Thoth go beyond immortality? What if they reveal the very fabric of creation itself? Reality is not what it seems. Everything we experience, the physical world, our emotions, even time itself, is governed by unseen forces, patterns that dictate the very structure of existence. The Emerald Tablets do not describe reality the way modern science does. They do not tell us that we are helpless passengers in a mechanical universe, ruled by chance and randomness. Instead, they reveal something far more profound, something that ancient mystics, spiritual masters, and even quantum physicists are only beginning to understand. Reality is not solid. It is not fixed. It is shaped by laws, and those laws are not just external forces acting upon us. They respond to consciousness itself. Thoth did not speak of the world in terms of mere matter and energy. He described laws of the universe that extend beyond physicality, laws that govern both the material and the unseen. These teachings were later absorbed into Hermetic philosophy, which formed the foundation of alchemy, mysticism, and secret teachings hidden within ancient civilizations. The law of mentalism, the law of vibration, the law of correspondence. These are not abstract concepts, but fundamental principles that shape the world around us. And those who understand them can bend reality itself. The law of mentalism states that all is mind, that everything we experience is a projection of consciousness. The physical world is not something separate from us. It is an extension of thought, of perception, of belief. Ancient texts, quantum physics, and even modern neuroscience are converging on the same idea. The mind does not merely interpret reality, it creates it. What if everything you have ever experienced, every limitation you believe in, is simply the result of a mental construct you were taught to accept? What if reality is far more fluid, far more responsive to thought than we have ever been led to believe? The law of vibration takes this further. Nothing is truly solid. Everything, from the densest rock to the most fleeting thought, is composed of vibrating energy. Thoth described reality as layers of frequency, each vibrating at its own level. The only difference between one state of being and another is its vibrational level. This aligns perfectly with what science is now discovering, that matter is not truly solid, but energy condensed into form. What the Emerald Tablets suggest, however, is that this vibration is not just an unconscious property of the universe. It can be controlled. This is where the hidden knowledge begins to surface. If vibration determines form, and if the mind influences vibration, then reality itself can be shaped by thought. This is not just mysticism, it is the basis of manifestation, energy work, and spiritual transformation. Then there is the law of correspondence, the principle that as above, so below, as within, so without. This is the idea that the same forces that govern the universe govern the self. The microcosm reflects the macrocosm. The ancient sages understood this long before modern science even had the tools to glimpse it. The human body is structured like the cosmos. The patterns found in galaxies are found within our very cells. This is not a coincidence. It is a system of universal reflection, a structure that allows those who understand it to move between worlds. If the external world is a mirror of the internal, then true transformation does not come from changing external circumstances. It comes from changing within. These laws were never meant to be public knowledge. They were hidden, buried in symbolism, encoded in esoteric texts that only the initiated could understand. Why? Because they offer real power, the kind of power that dismantles illusions and removes control from those who seek to impose it. If thought shapes reality, then what happens when an entire civilization believes it is weak, powerless, and subject to forces beyond its control? It becomes exactly that. The greatest trick ever played on humanity was convincing us that we are separate from the forces that shape existence. But those who awaken, those who grasp these laws and live by them, begin to see through the illusion. They begin to realize that their thoughts, their beliefs, their very state of being determines the reality they experience. The implications of this are enormous. If mental energy influences physical form, if vibration controls manifestation, if the self and the cosmos are mirrors of one another, then reality is something that can be rewritten. This is why these teachings were buried, why those in power have always sought to keep people in a state of ignorance. If people understood that their consciousness is not a passive observer, but an active force in creation, the entire system that thrives on control would collapse. And this is only the beginning. The Emerald Tablets do not just describe universal laws, they explain how to use them. They speak of energy fields, of hidden forces, of methods to elevate one's consciousness beyond the limitations of the physical plane. They suggest that reality is not a single fixed dimension, but a series of layers. And those who understand the laws of the universe can move between them. This is where science and mysticism begin to merge. String theory suggests that multiple dimensions exist, overlapping our own. Mystical traditions across the world have spoken of higher planes of existence for thousands of years. Could it be that the Emerald Tablets describe not just ancient knowledge, but a technology of consciousness, a method to access realities beyond our own? If everything we perceive is dictated by laws that respond to thought, then the next logical question is, what else is the mind capable of? If the Emerald Tablets describe the structure of reality itself, do they also contain the keys to unlocking abilities that modern society tells us are impossible? What if the mind is not just a tool for thinking, but a gateway to something far greater? What if everything you've ever been told about your mind is incomplete? What if the abilities you've been taught to believe are fiction, telepathy, astral travel, manifestation, are not only real, but have been known for thousands of years? The Emerald Tablets suggest that the human mind is far more powerful than modern science acknowledges, that consciousness is not just an observer of reality, but an active force capable of shaping it. Thoth did not speak of the mind in terms of simple thoughts or emotions. He described it as a tool of creation, an instrument capable of bending the laws of the universe itself. And the reason this knowledge has been buried is because those who understand it are no longer controllable. The tablets describe how the mind can be trained to access higher dimensions, how thought can transcend space and time, how the physical body is merely an anchor for something far greater. This aligns eerily with what mystics, shamans, and spiritual teachers have been saying for centuries. Throughout history, individuals have reported extraordinary experiences, visions, out-of-body journeys, remote viewing, and even direct communication with non-physical entities. These experiences have been dismissed by the modern world as hallucinations, myths, or pseudoscience. But what if they are not anomalies? What if they are simply abilities that have been suppressed? The mind, according to the Emerald Tablets, does not function solely within the physical brain. It operates on multiple levels, connected to fields of energy and information that extend beyond the body. This is not unlike what modern physics suggests, that consciousness may not be confined to the brain, but could be part of a larger, interconnected field. Thoth described a technique known as mind travel, a method by which the conscious self detaches from the body and moves freely between realms. This concept exists in every ancient spiritual tradition. The Tibetans call it the rainbow body. The Egyptians had the ba, the soul's ability to leave the body at will. Indigenous shamans practice journeying, entering altered states to travel to other planes of existence. What if these are not separate cultural myths, but fragments of an ancient understanding of the mind's true potential? The Emerald Tablets imply that those who master their own consciousness can unlock abilities beyond physical limits. Telepathy, the ability to communicate across distances without words, is not a supernatural gift, but a natural function of an awakened mind. The ability to shift perception beyond time, to access knowledge that should be impossible to know, is simply a result of aligning one's mind with higher frequencies of reality. But here's where it becomes even more compelling. The latest research in neuroscience, quantum mechanics, and consciousness studies is beginning to confirm what the tablets have stated for millennia. The human brain produces electromagnetic fields that interact with the world in ways we do not fully understand. Studies on near-death experiences reveal that people can see, hear, and experience consciousness outside of their physical bodies. Research on the placebo effect shows that belief alone can alter biology, and quantum entanglement, where two particles mirror each other's states instantaneously, no matter how far apart, suggests that the fabric of reality itself may be interconnected in ways that defy classical physics. If the world, at its most fundamental level, is interconnected fields of energy, then what does that say about consciousness? What does that say about the power of the mind? The Emerald Tablets go beyond stating that these abilities exist. They explain how to develop them. Thoth speaks of raising one's vibration, of attuning the mind to higher frequencies. Just as a radio cannot pick up frequencies it is not tuned to, the mind cannot perceive certain levels of reality unless it is operating at a higher state of consciousness. Meditation, visualization, breath control, these are not just relaxation techniques. They are tools to tune the mind to receive information beyond ordinary perception. This is why every ancient civilization, from the Egyptians to the Hindus to the Gnostics, emphasized the importance of controlling the mind. The Emerald Tablets describe the process in even greater detail, suggesting that those who reach a heightened state of awareness can access knowledge directly from the universe itself. And this raises an even bigger question. If this knowledge was once widely understood, why was it hidden? Why is modern society structured in a way that discourages deep thought, discourages introspection, discourages questioning the nature of consciousness? The answer is clear. A population that understands the true power of the mind does not need external control. It does not need to be governed, does not need to be manipulated by fear, does not need to be told what reality is, because it can see for itself. The suppression of this knowledge is not accidental. The Emerald Tablets were never meant to be in the hands of the uninformed. They were meant for those who seek, those who refuse to accept a surface-level existence, those who know that there is something more, and those who understand the power of the mind become something far greater than ordinary humans. They become architects of reality. If the mind is truly capable of accessing dimensions beyond the physical, then what else have we been misled about? What other abilities lie dormant within us? Could the greatest deception of all be the illusion of limitation? The Emerald Tablets suggest that we are far more than we have been led to believe, and the deeper we go into their teachings, the more undeniable it becomes. But if the mind is a gateway to something beyond this world, then what exactly are we stepping into? What lies beyond the physical? And more importantly, how do we get there? There is a doorway hidden in plain sight, a passage that has been spoken of in whispers for thousands of years. Every culture, every civilization, every spiritual tradition has hinted at it, a way to move beyond the limitations of the physical world and step into something greater. The Emerald Tablets describe this with startling clarity, revealing that the physical realm is not the highest form of existence, but merely a single layer in a vast, multidimensional reality. What we perceive as solid, unchangeable, and absolute is nothing more than a shadow cast by higher planes of existence, and those who understand how to shift their perception can walk between worlds. Thoth speaks of the halls of Amenti, a place beyond the boundaries of time and space, where the enlightened can commune with beings of immense wisdom and power. This is not a metaphor. He describes it as a real location, an interdimensional gateway where those who have mastered the secrets of consciousness can leave behind the limits of the physical world. It is said that the gods, the ascended masters, and those who have transcended the cycles of birth and death reside here, watching, waiting for those who prove themselves worthy of joining them. But the key to entering this space is not found in temples or ancient ruins. It is found within. The mind itself is the portal. Modern science is beginning to catch up with what the ancients already knew. Quantum physics suggests that our reality is not made of solid matter, but of energy vibrating at different frequencies. The idea of multiple dimensions, once thought to be science fiction, is now taken seriously by some of the greatest minds in theoretical physics. String theory suggests the existence of parallel realities, layers of existence stacked upon one another, unseen but very real. The Emerald Tablets described this long before modern science had the language to explain it. Thoth spoke of raising one's frequency, of aligning one's vibration with higher realms to move beyond the constraints of the material world. Could it be that what we call ascension is nothing more than a shift in vibrational state, that what we perceive as reality is simply a frequency we have been trained to accept, while others remain hidden from us? Throughout history, certain individuals have stumbled upon this truth. Mystics, shamans, monks, and seekers have described experiences where they leave their bodies, where they move through dimensions beyond ordinary human perception. Some call it astral projection, some call it divine revelation, some call it enlightenment. But the mechanism is always the same. The mind stepping beyond the physical, tuning into a higher plane of existence. The Emerald Tablets make it clear, this is not an accident, nor is it reserved for an elite few. It is a natural ability, something that all humans are capable of. The only difference between those who experience these higher realms and those who do not is awareness. The ability has always been there, lying dormant, waiting to be awakened. But if these other dimensions exist, who or what inhabits them? The tablets speak of beings of immense wisdom, entities that exist beyond time, watching over humanity, guiding those who seek enlightenment. But they also warn of others, forces that do not want this knowledge to be known, forces that feed off ignorance, fear, and control. This is where the story takes a darker turn. Just as there are enlightened beings working to help humanity awaken, there are also those who benefit from keeping the masses asleep. Ancient texts, from the Gnostic scriptures to the Vedic traditions, all describe these opposing forces: light and dark, knowledge and ignorance, liberation and control. The question is, which side of this battle do you find yourself on? The Emerald Tablets state that those who raise their consciousness, who purify their minds and align their energy with higher frequencies, will see beyond the illusion. They will not just understand the existence of higher dimensions, they will be able to enter them. This is not about religious belief. This is not about faith in something external. It is about direct experience, about stepping beyond what we have been conditioned to accept and seeing reality for what it truly is. And the deeper one goes into this knowledge, the more dangerous it becomes to those who seek to maintain the illusion. because a population that understands how to transcend the physical is a population that cannot be controlled. If Thoth's words are to be believed, then reality is not a prison. It is a training ground. It is a system designed to test, to refine, to push individuals toward awakening. Those who fail to see beyond the surface are trapped in endless cycles, bound to the material world by their own ignorance. But those who seek, those who question, those who refuse to accept the limitations imposed upon them, they are the ones who break free. And when they do, they begin to understand that the universe is far more expansive, far more alive, and far more conscious than they have ever imagined. The greatest lie ever told was that we are small, powerless beings confined to a single lifetime, bound by physical laws that cannot be broken. The truth is, we are limitless. We are not meant to be prisoners of this reality, but explorers of many realities. The Emerald Tablets are not just ancient relics. They are a map, a guide left behind by those who walk this path before us. And if we follow the knowledge within them, if we apply their teachings, then we too can step through the doorway into higher dimensions. But knowledge like this is never without consequence. If these tablets hold the key to transcending the physical, then why was this information hidden? Why have so few people heard of it? What happened to the civilizations that once understood these secrets? Because according to the Emerald Tablets, there is a warning that comes with this power, one that we have ignored before, and one that, if ignored again, could lead to history repeating itself. Power is a double-edged sword. Those who seek it without wisdom are doomed to destroy themselves, and those who attain it without understanding will become enslaved by it. The Emerald Tablets do not just offer knowledge, they come with a warning that has been ignored before, a warning that echoes through the ruins of fallen civilizations. Thoth, in all his wisdom, did not just document the path to enlightenment, he recorded the dangers of misusing this knowledge. Because history is not a straight line, it is a cycle, and those who fail to learn from the past are doomed to repeat it. Atlantis was not a myth. According to the tablets, it was a civilization that had mastered the very knowledge we are only beginning to rediscover, the laws of the universe, the nature of reality, and the hidden abilities of the human mind. They understood energy, vibration, and frequency in ways that modern science still struggles to comprehend. They built structures that defied gravity, harnessed power directly from the earth, and lived in harmony with forces that we now dismiss as legend. But then, something changed. The pursuit of knowledge turned into the pursuit of dominance. What was once wisdom became arrogance. The balance was lost, and the consequences were catastrophic. Thoth describes the fall of Atlantis not as an accident, but as an inevitability once knowledge was wielded without restraint. The leaders of Atlantis, once enlightened, became obsessed with power. They sought to control nature instead of harmonizing with it. They sought to bend the laws of the universe to serve their own desires, believing themselves to be gods. And as with all things that fall out of balance, the system corrected itself. Catastrophe struck. The once great civilization was swallowed by the sea, wiped from history, erased from human memory, but not entirely. Fragments of their knowledge survived, carried by Thoth to the land that would become Egypt, hidden in sacred texts, passed down through mystery schools, waiting for the time when humanity would once again be ready to receive it. But are we ready? Or are we walking the same path that led to Atlantis' destruction? Look at the world around you. Technology has advanced faster than wisdom. Power has outpaced understanding. We manipulate the forces of nature without fully comprehending the consequences. We create weapons capable of ending all life. We alter the fabric of reality without restraint. We seek control over the natural world instead of harmony with it. And yet, despite all this power, we remain blind to the greater truths of existence. The knowledge that was once reserved for the enlightened has fallen into the hands of those who would use it for dominance rather than liberation. Thoth warned that civilizations rise and fall in cycles, that humanity is given the opportunity to ascend, but when wisdom is ignored, destruction follows. If this is true, then what does it mean for us? Are we on the verge of another collapse? Have we already set the course for our own undoing? The Emerald Tablets do not just speak of the past, they hint at the future. They suggest that the same energies that brought Atlantis to greatness and then to ruin are present in our world today. The same forces, the same knowledge, the same choices. And the question remains, will we learn, or will we repeat the cycle once again? But here is where the story diverges. Unlike Atlantis, we are not bound to a singular fate. Thoth speaks of those who break free from the cycle, those who awaken before the fall, those who rise above the destruction and step into a higher state of being. These individuals are the ones who see through the illusion, who recognize the patterns of history, who refuse to be trapped in the repeating loops of ignorance. The tablets suggest that there are always two paths, one leading toward enlightenment and one leading toward decay. And in every age, it is up to the individual to decide which one they will follow. The knowledge of the Emerald Tablets is not just a gift, it is a responsibility. Because to understand reality is to have the power to shape it, and to shape it without wisdom is to invite catastrophe. The warning of Atlantis is not just a cautionary tale, it is a blueprint for what happens when power is pursued without restraint, when the mind is expanded, but the soul is neglected. This is the danger of seeking knowledge for the sake of control rather than growth. So now the question is not about the past. It is about the present. It is about you. If we are repeating the mistakes of those who came before, then what can be done? How do we break free from the cycle? If the Emerald Tablets offer the keys to enlightenment, then what is stopping us from using them? Perhaps the answer is simpler than we think. Perhaps it is not just about acquiring knowledge, but about embodying wisdom. Perhaps the path to avoiding destruction is not through seeking more power, but through learning how to use it correctly. This is where the Emerald Tablets separate those who are merely curious from those who are truly ready. Because to awaken is not just to know, it is to act. And those who act, those who understand the warning and choose the path of wisdom, are the ones who will determine the future. If Thoth's words are true, then there is still time. But time, as he also warned, is an illusion, and those who wait too long to see the truth may find themselves trapped in the same fate as Atlantis. The final test is not of knowledge, but of choice. To continue living as before, unaware, unseeing, repeating the cycles of the past, or to break free, to awaken, and to step into the higher reality that has been waiting for us all along. But awakening is only the beginning, because once the illusion shatters, once you see beyond the veil, there is no going back. The real question is, once you understand what the Emerald Tablets reveal, what will you do with that knowledge? Not everyone is meant to wake up. That is the harsh reality that the Emerald Tablets make clear. Some will hear this knowledge and reject it, clinging to the illusion that they have been taught since birth. Others will feel the pull of something greater, but will remain trapped by doubt, fear, or the weight of conditioning. But then there are those who recognize the truth the moment they hear it. Something deep inside them stirs, an ancient memory, an unexplainable knowing, as if this knowledge was never truly forgotten, only buried beneath the noise of the modern world. These are the ones who are ready, the ones who have walked this path before, the ones who will not be able to turn away from what they now see. If you are still here, still listening, still feeling that pull, then you already know where you stand. The Emerald Tablets were never meant to be entertainment or philosophy for the idle mind. They were a blueprint for transformation, an instruction manual for those who are willing to step beyond the illusion and reclaim what has been hidden from them. They describe not just the structure of reality, but the path to mastering it. And that path is not an easy one. The knowledge contained within the tablets is not passive. It is active, alive, and meant to be applied. To understand it is one thing, but to live it is something else entirely. And this is where most fail, because true awakening is not about collecting knowledge. It is about becoming the knowledge. It is about shedding the layers of illusion, breaking free from the programming of this world and stepping into the full awareness of what you truly are. But make no mistake, this is a battle. Not a battle of swords or weapons, but a battle for consciousness itself. The world we live in is designed to keep you asleep. Every system, every institution, every distraction is built to hold your attention on the physical, to keep you grounded in a reality that serves those who maintain control. From the moment you were born, you were trained to believe that you are small, insignificant, powerless. You were told that reality is fixed, that the material world is all there is, that your thoughts, your energy, your very consciousness are mere byproducts of a physical machine. And so long as you believe that, you remain trapped. But the moment you begin to question, the moment you start to see beyond the illusion, everything changes. This is why the Emerald Tablets were hidden, why this knowledge was reserved for the few who were ready to receive it, because those who wield this knowledge without wisdom destroy themselves. This is why Atlantis fell. This is why every great civilization that reached beyond the limits of ordinary humanity eventually collapsed. It was not the knowledge itself that was dangerous, it was the misuse of it. And this is where the warning becomes clear. Not everyone who seeks power is ready for it. Not everyone who desires enlightenment is prepared for the responsibility that comes with it. This is why Thoth did not leave his teachings unguarded. The Emerald Tablets were designed to be indecipherable to those who approach them with the wrong intent. Only those who seek truth for the sake of evolution, not control, will find meaning within them. But awakening comes at a cost. To see the truth is to no longer be able to ignore it. Once you understand how reality truly works, you can no longer live passively within it. You cannot simply return to the illusion, pretending that you do not know. This is why so many resist awakening, because to wake up means to take responsibility for your own existence. It means no longer blaming the world, no longer looking to others for guidance, no longer waiting for permission to live as your true self. It means stepping into full accountability, recognizing that you are the architect of your own reality.
So basically, like Garp put off the
Every
leash,
thought, every
took off,
action, every
eventually,
moment of your life is a reflection of the energy.
which
you
means
put
it's
into
getting
the
there.
universe.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is the true power of the Emerald Tablets. They do not just reveal knowledge, they force you to become it. And so the choice remains: to continue living in the dream, bound by limitation, fear, and distraction, or to step beyond it, into a world where consciousness is the key, where reality bends to the will of those who understand it, where existence itself becomes an open canvas to be shaped by the awakened mind. The tablets make it clear this is not something that happens by accident. It is something that must be chosen. The knowledge is here. The path has been laid out. The door is open.
Garfield. They're assholes, a piece of shit. They're gonna kill my cat now. I kind of fucking know it. I don't really fucking care. I do fucking care. I couldn't just kill it myself. I know they're gonna catch him, but I didn't. So now I just gotta deal with it. Yeah, never mind. Hopefully he comes back. If he doesn't, yeah. I'm freaking out about it. I'm just gonna fucking, you know what I mean? But they mean it. No, they meant it. They mean it. I broke my house like 10 fucking times. Don't believe me. I don't give a fuck anymore. They didn't have me lose my lighter just now because they're fucking evil. They're just fucking evil, dude. Everybody's fucking evil for some reason. They're all just fucking evil monsters, right? Yes and no. Yes and no. for, Garfield? Did they really? Yeah, they did. Red fence, I'm pretty sure just
But no one
got my
goes
cat.
through it
Yeah,
fully.
I think so.
The world is changing.
I'm not sure yet,
The
though.
cycle is shifting once again. Those who are meant to
So I'm going to make sure.
called, drawn to this knowledge as if guided by something unseen. Perhaps you have felt.
Did they, though? See, they had a bunch of dogs over there. The dogs would have barked, right? Yeah.
For a reason. That there is
So I'm not
more
that
to this
stupid.
life than you have been told. Perhaps you have always known.
What was that
deep
sound
down
over there? The air
that
gun.
reality is not what it seems.
You got the cat?
Something has been hidden from us. That a greater truth is waiting.
The other guy did, huh?
If that is the case, then you're not alone.
Which one?
There are others who are waking up, others who see the cracks in the illusion.
Yes, you got to call 911 if you saw it, or it's conspiracy to commit a crime.
In the end, the truth is simple.
This thing that recorded. So when I messaged the NSA again.
Civilization, not just a relic of forgotten wisdom. They are a mirror.
Or the police department. Yeah, I can do both.
They show you what you are capable of. They reveal the power that has always been within you.
You know, am I that paranoid? I am. Do I have a reason to be? Yeah. Why to let him off? I have no fucking idea why I did. Because I'm under hypnosis and I know it. Garfield wanted to go and I know it, but he's under hypnosis too and I know it. So where the fuck did he go?
Understanding the
Message them first.
Studying their wisdom, and even seeing
they're already on to them and I know it. Why do you let him fucking go?
Does not change anything unless it is applied. This is the final test, the place where most fail, because true power, real transformation, requires action, and action requires letting go of the old self, the programmed mind, the artificial beliefs that have kept you trapped.
Okay, tell me where he is.
Was never
No,
truly yours.
didn't get caught yet.
This is the reason why most people will never break free.
Getting free.
It is not because they lack intelligence. It is not because they are incapable of understanding. It is because they refuse to let go of the comfortable illusions that define their existence. But if you have made it this far, if something inside you is still urging you forward, then you already know you are not here to stay asleep. You are here to wake up. The Emerald Tablets do not just describe the nature of reality. They reveal how to shape it. They explain the process of mastering vibration, of aligning oneself with the higher laws of existence, of transforming from a passive observer of life into a conscious creator. This is the secret that has been hidden in every ancient mystery school, buried in religious texts, encoded into the very fabric of sacred architecture. The most powerful truth of all is this: you are not separate from reality. You are reality itself. Once this is understood, everything changes. The first step is awareness. To see beyond the veil, to recognize that everything you have been taught about the limits of your mind, your body, and your spirit is nothing more than conditioning. The second step is unlearning, deprogramming the belief systems that have kept you small, breaking the mental chains that have convinced you that you are powerless. This is where most people struggle, because the mind resists change. It clings to old patterns, to familiar routines, to the comfort of certainty. But those who persist, those who push through the discomfort, begin to experience the first real taste of freedom. The Emerald Tablets describe a practice that has been used by seekers of truth for thousands of years, the ability to control thought, to direct energy, to raise one's vibration to higher states of being. This is not mysticism. It is not fantasy. It is the foundation of everything. Because thoughts are not just passive electrical signals in the brain. They are forces, movements of energy that ripple through the fabric of reality. Every ancient tradition has understood this. The Hermeticists called it mentalism.
Right, quit trying to hypnotize me. Clearly, you guys are now.
Things begin in the mind. The Buddhists called it conscious intention.
Clearly, before I message somebody.
Reality through focus.
I call 911 directly, but they won't believe me. They never do.
They speak a different language, are now discovering the same truth. That observation itself changes the state of reality. But knowing this is not enough. It must be used, trained.
Garfield!
This is why
Come inside now.
Begin this path. Do not make it to the end. They remain trapped in the cycle of consuming knowledge, but never embodying it. The Emerald Tablets make one thing very clear. This knowledge is useless unless lived. The shift from student to master happens only when theory becomes practice, when understanding becomes experience. And experience requires
What are you doing, Garfield?
patience and a willingness to step into the unknown. The mind is the key, but the body is the vehicle. The Emerald Tablets describe the importance of harmonizing the physical with the spiritual, of aligning one's energy with the greater currents of existence. This is why meditation, breathwork, fasting, and energetic discipline have been central to every ancient tradition. The body is not a prison, it is a tool, a finely tuned instrument that, when properly aligned, allows one to navigate the unseen realms, to access higher states of awareness, to shift between dimensions of existence. This is why those who are deeply lost in the material world, those who poison their bodies with artificial food, artificial thoughts, artificial distractions, struggle to awaken. Because awakening requires clarity. It requires purification. It requires stripping away everything that is unnatural, everything that dulls the mind and numbs the spirit. But the greatest challenge of all is fear. Because to step into your power is to step into the unknown. To take full responsibility for your reality is to no longer blame external forces, to no longer seek guidance from institutions that profit from your ignorance. And that is terrifying for most people, because once you know the truth, you can no longer pretend. You can no longer live as a victim, no longer follow the scripts that society has written for you. You must create your own path, and that is the true test. The moment where one either steps fully into their awakening or retreats back into the safety of illusion. The Emerald Tablets were not written for the masses. They were written for those who have the courage to apply their wisdom. They do not promise an easy path. They do not promise instant enlightenment. They promise only this, that those who are willing to do the work, those who are willing to transform themselves, will discover power beyond imagination. This is not a metaphor. It is reality. And those who walk this path know. They do not need to be told. They experience. Because once the illusion is broken, there is no going back. Reality is no longer something that happens to you. It is something you create. The only thing standing between you and that realization is choice. The choice to act, the choice to become, the choice to break free. And for those who make that choice, the world will never be the same again. The Emerald Tablets were never meant to be just read. They were meant to be lived. They were not written as a passive observation of reality, but as a guide to transformation, a blueprint for those who are ready to step beyond the illusion of limitation. But this knowledge is not for everyone. It has never been, and it never will be. Some will hear these words and dismiss them, unable to see past the programming that has shaped their entire existence. Others will feel something stir within them, but will hesitate, trapped between the familiar and the pull of the unknown. And then there are those who will take action, those who will recognize that the truth has been waiting for them all along, those who will refuse to turn away. The world is shifting. The cycle is reaching another turning point. The Emerald Tablets speak of the rise and fall of civilizations, of the forces that govern not just individuals, but entire epochs of human evolution. And now, once again, humanity stands at a crossroads. We live in an age where knowledge that was once buried is resurfacing. Science is beginning to confirm what mystics and sages have known for thousands of years, that reality is not what it seems, that consciousness is far greater than we have been led to believe, that the power to shape existence has always been within us. And yet, at the same time, we see a world that is falling deeper into confusion, division, and fear. Because when the truth rises, so does resistance. When light emerges, so does darkness. Those who seek control have always feared an awakened mind, and never before has it been more important to break free from their grip. But the path of awakening is not a comfortable one. It is not easy. It requires breaking away from everything that has been conditioned into you from birth. It requires letting go of the false security that has kept you tied to a system designed to suppress your potential. It requires moving through fear, through doubt, through the endless distractions that are designed to keep you looking outward instead of inward. And it requires something that most people will never do, taking responsibility for your own existence. The Emerald Tablets make one thing clear. Knowledge without action is meaningless. Awareness without embodiment is nothing more than entertainment for the mind. To truly step into this knowledge, you must live it. You must train your mind to move beyond the distractions of the material world. You must discipline your energy, master your thoughts, and understand that everything you experience is a reflection of your own state of being. The moment you stop waiting for external validation, the moment you stop looking for someone else to tell you what is real, is the moment you reclaim your power. Because the truth is, no one can do this for you. No one can walk this path except you. There will always be those who seek the easy way, who look for shortcuts, who want someone else to give them the answers. But the emerald tablets were never meant to hand anything to you. They were meant to force you to earn it. This is why Thoth did not leave his knowledge in the hands of the unprepared. He encoded it in symbols, hid it in myth, ensured that only those who were willing to seek the truth for themselves would find it. And that is the final test. Not whether you can read these words, but whether you can apply them. Whether you can stand in the face of everything you have been taught and choose to see beyond it. Whether you can recognize that the power you seek has never been outside of you, but has been waiting within you all along. But this is not the end. This is only the beginning. Awakening is not a destination. It is a process of unlearning, of deconstructing false belief systems, of stepping into a version of yourself that has been hidden beneath layers of conditioning. It is a path that demands discipline, patience, and courage. And most of all, it demands a willingness to see the world as it truly is, no matter how uncomfortable that truth may be. For those who feel the call to go deeper, to continue this journey beyond what can be spoken openly, the door is open. Insights Academy exists for those who are ready to step beyond surface level knowledge and into the kind of understanding that changes lives. If you are one of those people, sign up for our free newsletter in the description. Inside, you will gain access to deeper teachings that cannot be shared here, along with a free digital copy of the Kabbalion, one of the most profound Hermetic texts ever written. But more than that, you will join a movement of those who refuse to remain asleep, those who are ready to take the next step, those who understand that this knowledge is not a secret to be kept, it is a responsibility to be lived. The Emerald Tablets were never just about history. They were never just about philosophy. They were a message, a reminder, a call to those who are ready to wake up. And now, the choice is yours. To take what you have learned and allow it to fade, or to use it. To step forward, or to turn back. To remain part of the cycle, or to break free from it once and for all. If this video resonated with you, let us know by commenting, "I understood it." They don't want you to know who Enoch really was, because his story destroys everything they taught you about God, death, and divinity. Long before the Bible was curated and edited into what we now call holy, Enoch was already walking with the divine. He didn't just speak to God, he walked with him. And then he vanished. Not because he died, but because he ascended. No funeral, no grave, just gone. But that's only the beginning. His story, hidden in ancient texts and stripped from mainstream religion, is a spiritual time bomb, one that threatens to unravel the control systems built on fear, limitation, and obedience. Enoch wasn't a myth, he was the prototype, a human who transcended flesh. And if they had told you his full story, you'd start asking questions that religion, science, and society are not prepared to answer. But now that you're here, it's time to see what they tried to bury. In the book of Genesis, among the long list of patriarchs and prophets, there is one line that disrupts everything. And Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. That's it. No explanation, no further detail. Just a line that suggests something so profound, it should have shattered theology. Enoch did not die. He was taken. And yet, despite this spiritual anomaly, Most people raised in religious traditions never heard a word about him beyond that single sentence. Why? Because if you dig deeper into who Enoch really was, you find a story too powerful to be left in the open. Enoch lived 365 years, a number already symbolic, mirroring the days of the solar year. And during that time, he became something more than human. Unlike other prophets who merely spoke about God, Enoch walked with him. He wasn't just receiving commandments, he was being invited into a relationship with the divine that defied earthly limitation. According to ancient texts, Enoch didn't just walk with God in the metaphorical sense, he was elevated, taken through the heavens, and shown the architecture of the universe itself. And eventually, he was transformed into something that no longer belonged to this realm. But that version of Enoch, the one who journeys through the heavens, the one who becomes light, isn't in the Bible most people read. It's in a book they removed, the Book of Enoch. An ancient text once revered by early Jews and Christians, later deemed too dangerous, too mystical, too uncontrollable to be included in the canon. So it was erased, left out, buried, but not forgotten. Those who've read the Book of Enoch describe a narrative unlike anything else in religious literature. He's not just a prophet. He's an interdimensional witness, a traveler between worlds. He is taken by angels into realms beyond our comprehension and shown visions of judgment, cosmic law, the rise and fall of civilizations, and the fate of souls. He becomes the bridge between the earthly and the divine. And that's what makes Enoch so dangerous to the system. He doesn't need a priest. He doesn't need a doctrine. He doesn't operate through an institution. His awakening came through direct experience. That's something no religious authority wants widely known. That divinity is not something you earn by obedience, but something you remember by awakening. Some of what I'm about to share is too controversial for YouTube. We go deeper inside Insights Academy, our free newsletter, link in the description. You'll also receive a free ebook of the Kybalion for a limited time. Now imagine this, a man ascending to another plane without tasting death, a mortal turned immortal, and not by bloodline, not by sacrifice, but by frequency, by tuning his being to a higher realm. That's what the mystics, the sages, and the seekers across all ancient traditions have whispered about. That's the secret hidden in plain sight. Ascension is real. Enlightenment is not just poetic, it's cellular, energetic, and possible. And Enoch may have been the first documented case. His story didn't need a cross or a resurrection. It didn't require a spectacle, just a quiet departure, a divine transformation, and a legacy they've tried to erase for over 2,000 years. Because if people knew that a man could ascend without dying, could evolve without permission, could commune with God without going through a religious institution, it would break the system. Enoch didn't just walk with God, he left the blueprint behind. There's a reason you weren't taught about the Book of Enoch in church or school. It wasn't left out by mistake, it was deliberately excluded. This isn't some fringe theory, it's a documented truth. The Book of Enoch was once widely known, widely read, and even referenced in canonical scripture. In the New Testament, the book of Jude directly quotes Enoch, yet the book itself was banned from the biblical canon. Why would a text so clearly influential be removed? The answer is simple. It revealed too much. The Book of Enoch isn't some vague spiritual writing filled with riddles and metaphors. It's detailed, explicit, and unapologetically cosmic. It names names. It tells stories of angels who defied divine law. It exposes a rebellion in the heavens that spilled onto earth. And it places Enoch not as a mere observer, but as a chosen intermediary, a man brought into the higher realms to witness and record what few humans were ever meant to see. At the center of the book are the Watchers, fallen angels who descended to earth and began to interfere with humanity. They taught mankind things that were never meant to be taught. Weaponry, sorcery, astrology, seduction, forbidden knowledge. These were not benign guides. They were beings who crossed boundaries, corrupted creation, and altered the course of human history. The result? The birth of the Nephilim, giants, hybrids, beings of immense power and chaos that roamed the earth and defiled it. And as the world fell deeper into decay, it was Enoch who was sent to deliver the message of judgment. Think about what that means. A sacred text, older than most of the Bible, describing a war between divine forces, a contamination of human DNA, and a cosmic court where even angels are held accountable. This isn't mythology. It's spiritual history that was too dangerous for the ruling powers to allow. Because if people understood that humanity had been tampered with, that divine beings once walked among us and altered our development, then everything changes. Religion, origin stories, divine authority, all of it is up for re-evaluation. The early church fathers knew this. They feared what the book of Enoch would awaken in people. Not fear of God, but curiosity. Not blind faith, but awareness. And most of all, the terrifying possibility that ordinary humans, just like Enoch, could have direct access to the divine without needing a middleman. That's why they buried the book. Not because it was false, but because it was uncontrollable. And yet, despite centuries of suppression, the book of Enoch never truly vanished. It survived through Ethiopian Christianity, through ancient scholars, through mystics and Gnostics, who saw in Enoch a mirror of what we could all become. It was passed in whispers, protected in shadows, and now it's resurfacing because people are ready again, ready to remember. Reading the book of Enoch is not like reading scripture. It's more like decoding a cosmic transmission. You begin to see the layers, how the heavens are structured, how beings of light and darkness operate, and how the soul's journey is mapped long before we're even born. Enoch wasn't writing poetry. He was documenting dimensional law. And perhaps that's the most threatening truth of all, that buried within this banned book is not just history, but prophecy. A warning, yes, but also a key. A key to understanding our origins, our potential, and the battle still happening all around us. They told you the Bible was complete, but they left out the book that reveals the architecture behind it all. The story of Enoch wasn't lost. It was hidden because it unlocks something they can't afford for you to remember. Enoch wasn't just a holy man. He was a traveler, someone who crossed the veil between dimensions and returned with truths that rewrite everything we think we know about life, death, and the structure of the cosmos. He didn't receive visions the way other prophets did. He didn't just hear a voice or dream a dream. He was taken, carried by beings of light, angels, watchers, higher intelligences, and shown the mechanics of reality firsthand. He wrote not from imagination, but from experience. The book of Enoch tells us he was taken through multiple levels of heaven, each realm more complex, more radiant, and more incomprehensible than the last. He speaks of crystalline landscapes, of towers of fire and light, of beings that defy language. He describes a cosmic hierarchy, forces that maintain the universe, administer justice, record time, and watch over souls. These weren't metaphors, they were encounters. Enoch was being educated, not by humans, not by scriptures, but by the architecture of the divine itself. It's no coincidence that ancient mystical traditions, from Kabbalah to Hermeticism, from the Egyptian Book of the Dead to Eastern philosophies, all speak of layered heavens, ascending planes, and gatekeepers of cosmic law. Enoch saw what the mystics have always hinted at, that the physical world is just the surface, a ripple in a far deeper ocean of existence. And we are not separate from it, we're woven into it. Enoch's role was to see it, record it, and return with a map. But the journey changed him. Enoch didn't just visit the heavens, he evolved. The more time he spent among celestial beings, the more he began to resemble them, not in form, but in essence. His frequency shifted, his understanding expanded. He became something else, and that transformation culminated in the most mysterious twist of all, his elevation into Metatron. Now, most people outside of mystical traditions have never heard of Metatron, but in ancient esoteric texts, Metatron is one of the highest archangels, sitting beside the throne of God, keeper of divine records, scribe of the eternal. And that being, according to tradition, was once human, was once Enoch. Think about what that means. A man, a mortal, was transformed into an immortal, transcendent entity, not through death, but through conscious evolution, through alignment, through initiation. He wasn't chosen because he was perfect. He was chosen because he was ready. He accepted the journey. He said yes to the unknown. And that choice, his willingness to go where others wouldn't, was what allowed him to become what others couldn't. This idea isn't foreign. Many spiritual traditions hold the belief that humans can ascend, that there is a path of light, a stairway within the self, that leads to something greater. Jesus, Buddha, Thoth, Krishna all spoke of transcending the flesh, of reaching a state beyond suffering, beyond limitation. Enoch may have been one of the first to walk that path and leave behind breadcrumbs for the rest of us. That's why he's been buried. Because Enoch doesn't just tell a story. He delivers a threat to every system that says you're small, you're weak, you're dependent. His life is a spiritual rebellion against helplessness. He proved that the divine isn't reserved for deities, that a human can become something more, not through bloodlines, not through dogma, but through awakening, through remembering. Enoch shattered the barrier between human and divine, and in doing so, he exposed the truth that they don't want you to realize. That barrier was never real to begin with. Long before the Great Flood, before the Ten Commandments, before kings and prophets, there was a moment, a fracture in heaven's order that changed the course of humanity. The Book of Enoch tells us of the Watchers, a group of angels tasked with observing the earth. But they didn't just watch, they intervened. They crossed the line, and that decision would corrupt the very essence of human life. According to the text, these angels descended to earth and, driven by desire, took human women as partners. The union between celestial beings and earthly flesh created something unnatural, giants called the Nephilim, not just physically enormous, but spiritually unstable. These were hybrid creatures born of divine power and mortal imperfection, and they began to wreak havoc on the world. Violence, chaos, domination. Their existence polluted the balance of nature and corrupted the spiritual frequency of the planet. But it didn't stop there. The Watchers also brought knowledge. They taught humans secrets that were never meant to be revealed. Metallurgy, warfare, enchantments, astrology, cosmetic manipulation, and seduction. This wasn't divine guidance. It was forbidden technology, a kind of spiritual colonization. They accelerated the evolution of human power without the foundation of wisdom to hold it. The result was destruction, not enlightenment. And Enoch? He was chosen to stand in between. He was sent to warn the Watchers, to tell them that their time of influence was ending and that judgment was coming. Imagine that, a human tasked with delivering a divine decree to celestial beings. The courage, the clarity, the energy required to do that. Enoch wasn't just respected by heaven, he was trusted. He was the messenger of accountability in a time of cosmic betrayal. The punishment was severe. The Watchers were bound and cast into the depths, their influence cut off, their children, those born of spiritual and fleshly rebellion,
Understand?
die in the cleansing.
All right, I'm ending the recording now, pretty much.
But even in that destruction, scars remained, and Enoch wrote it all down, not just as a record of what happened, but as a warning, a prophecy. Because the story of the Watchers isn't just about the past, it's a cycle, one that repeats when knowledge is divorced from wisdom, when power is pursued without purpose, when divine boundaries are crossed in arrogance rather than understanding. Look at the world today. Humanity chasing artificial intelligence without spiritual grounding, playing with genetic modification like it's a toy, altering consciousness with chemicals while severing the soul from its source. The echoes of the Watchers are everywhere. The corruption Enoch warned about has returned, just dressed in silicon instead of stone. That's why the Book of Enoch feels less like ancient mythology and more like a mirror. He wasn't just telling us what had happened. He was showing us what would happen again if we didn't awaken. The Watchers were not inherently evil. But their fall came from misusing divine knowledge without divine alignment. That same temptation is alive in our world today, promising progress while hiding its cost. And here's the twist that most overlook. Enoch wasn't just warning humanity, he was advocating for it. Even as he stood before the throne of God, delivering messages of judgment to the angels, he also pleaded for mercy on behalf of mankind. He saw our potential. He believed in our capacity to rise. But he knew that without remembrance, without wisdom, we would fall prey to the same forces again. The story of the Watchers is not about monsters. It's about misdirection. It's about what happens when divine beings lose their way and take humanity with them. It's a tale of seduction. Not just
those fucking old people just Captain Dracula. Like, I don't care if the young fucker just goes out there and fucking dies. Some Captain the Cat, pretty much, right? That's